Okay. Wait, is it massaging the ears calms people down? Okay. Okay. My weapon is out of ammo. Right?
Ghost riding.
That ghost isn't gonna find itself with you in the van, Aretha.
Right.
Listen, I'm
Huh?
stuck on some wire here.
Infiltration.
Give us what we came for, lady. Get back in that house by yourself and go experience some scary shit. right, meow.
Right.
Actually, let me put up a camera before she does that.
That has spoken. Spooky out.
Shit, no, this is the wrong way. Wrong way.
Stay downstairs.
I know,
Like,
wrong way. Wrong way. Oh!
There.
Oh!
Oh shit! No! No! Don't put that! No! No!
Oh my god.
I wanna lock you within a string.
Oh fuck, that's right.
And BT, oh my god.
Right behind you.
Yeah.
Oh. Jump through the window for life.
Oh shit. Go, run, your bro time, run. Run.
Yes.
Tasha, these are just pros, okay? You just saw a master at work. Oh my god.
Oh, I deep
Hold on, let me. Oh, no, go over here.
Oh, she's coming.
Gabriel Ultra Kill. Okay. They are PC.
Oh, hi.
Hi. You know, I heard the chase music, so I was like, I'm gonna just
Yeah,
punch
why
in
not?
this corner for a little bit.
Aretha's got it.
Oh, not the light bar. Let's go. Look at this esports play over here. Paddle slam with the flashlight to the face. Let's get it.
Yes.
She ain't gonna do that twice though.
I did it 2 times now, so I'm like, oh, she's gonna kill me.
Yeah.
Sorry. It's part
And
of my
party
challenge.
hat.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Oh my god, he's right behind you.
My god. Yeah, he...
Oh, no, he got me too.
Wait. Kaboo?
Mhm.
Are you in the building?
No. In the building.
Oh,
my
he
God.
started moving.
Oh my god! No, 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 no! Flashlight. I'm dead. I'm dead. Just once yet. Well, I haven't even been near my computer in like days. Ooh, not me jumping right down in front of her. No, ma'am, it was a mistake. No, I didn't mean it. I didn't realize you were there. No. Ooh, ow, frickin' hell. What was that?
Alright, that building across the street, that's Takamoto's.
No! No! No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. You goddamn cocksucker. No! 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 Oh shit, I'm gonna die. Can I run? Hold on, hold on, hold on. Wait, wait, is it this one? No, this one. Shit.
Jesus Christ!
Did I get him?
He's on the team. Did you have it? Was no way there?
That bitch scared me. I was in the basement.
No, 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 no. I'm not ready. I'm not ready.
I got it. I got it.
Alright, this is crazy people stuff.
And then, yeah.
Don't ever do that again.
Not on that bike, I won't.
Wow, Mom made a valid point. He does kind of look like Jeremy Sisto.
Fucking
An older
Christ.
Jeremy Sisto. Oh no, I left him. Crap.
Shit. I was too busy singing a song. Hello, hello, hello. Sorry, I just got back to my chair. I'm gonna say all my hellos. One second. Gotta get all my snacks. I haven't even eaten breakfast yet. I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get it. Hi. How's everyone doing? Oh my god, I had to wear my hat. My mom got me this hat for Christmas. She made one for herself and my aunt. And I think she's gonna give the other one to my brother. But it says Quechua First Nation, which is who I'm a member of. Anyways. Yay, excited for Killer. Hi, Panda Cat. Sorry, I'm just gonna read it and say hi. Hi, Vin. Hi, Panda Cat. Hi, Eddie. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. I'm like, I guess I'm like, do I just put them over? I'm like, I guess this is fine today. Anyways, sorry everyone. I had to I had to go live and then I had to go check on my dogs cuz my dog yesterday, I kid you not. It was so scary. I don't know what it was. He just started coughing. Like he was coughing like he was choking on something and I was like and then I just thought like, "Oh, he's just whatever. He's just coughing, right?" And then he started coughing and then his wind like it sounded like he was wheezing and almost like something was like stuck in his throat and I thought he was choking. And I was like freaking out and then he was like fine. So I was like, "Oh my god." So I called the vet and I'm like, "I think something stuck in his throat or like something. I'm not too sure." So but he was breathing. He just kept coughing and doing that. And so I'm like, I feel like he's trying to cough something up. So anyway, so I took him to the vet. Uh our vet literally lives like behind our house. So um I took him there and they did an x-ray. They didn't find anything, but they did say that he has bronchitis. So what they think happened was because I was saying he was puking earlier, he might have inhaled some of his puke at one point and it got in his lungs because even when they like he couldn't feel anything in his throat but he could hear like crackling in his chest. So that's why we did the x-ray. And yeah, and of course like you could see bronchitis in people's lungs, you know what I mean? And you could see it and it wasn't that bad. It was like definitely the beginning of it, but he definitely, yeah, so he's on steroids and like antibiotics right now. So, as I was setting up, my dog was just like, I could just hear him coughing really bad upstairs. So I had to go upstairs and go check on him. Um, I know, right? And I'm the only one home. I told my mom I had this tournament, but she wanted to go, she wants to go shopping, her last minute Christmas shopping. So, um, in between matches, I may run up and just go check up on him. Um, he has had his medication now, so hopefully that settles everything so he'll stop coughing. Uh, the antibiotics are actually really strong and they're kind of hard on his tummy because yesterday I gave it to him like right away and he immediately like puked everything up. So that's what I think he was. I think it just makes him uncomfortable. But I made sure he had some snacks. I made sure he was comfortable. I normally put him in his kennel because he tends to get into things he's not supposed to. I left him out this time because I feel like when he gets into that coughing fit, he gets very like worried. Like when he was doing that, he was like looking at me, like he like came up to me and was like coughing and like looking up at me, like I'm dying, help me. And I'm like, ah. I was ready to run him to the doctor. Like I kid you not. Like they're literally like behind our house, and I was ready to like run. um But yeah, but he seems to be doing okay now. We do know the problem. There's nothing stuck. He just has bronchitis. What happens is because he's a small dog, and like you have your like trachea here that like has like your air and how you like swallow and like everything in your throat. Dogs have that too, but smaller dogs, you could see where it's like wider. Like he was showing me the thing, and then you could see where like where it meets. It's actually thin, and that's actually pretty common in smaller dogs because he's technically a smaller dog. And so what's happening is when he's having his coughing fit, that can get inflamed, and when he's coughing, it like the muscles around it contract and it closes it, and that's what's making that sound because it sounds like it's like almost like you could hear air trying to get through. And so when he gets like overly coughing fits kind of thing, it's because he's freaking out because he can't breathe. But he just needs to like calm down. So yeah, I don't know about you all, but I for my friend Tasha, like years ago, I learned to put on cartoons or something on the TV for them to watch because like I usually put on the radio for them, but yeah. So now I've been doing like cartoons, and I found on YouTube there's these dog daycares where it's like dogs walking through like the mountains or whatever, and then now I found these dog cartoons that are like for dogs, um, and they have like very calm music playing, and so I always play those for them when we're gone. And it actually really works because when he had to get his x-ray, the technician told me that she was playing Baby Einstein and stuff like that, and he was so calm. And he was like he like even going in the machine, he was fine. He was so, she said he was so cooperative as soon as we started playing that music. And I'm like, "Oh yeah, cuz I play that when they're alone or, when we go for a while." So I was like, okay, all right, he's doing good. Yeah, he was really stressed yesterday. His temperature was hot and everything. Like he was really like not feeling well. So yeah, so I've been trying to like keep him calm, making sure that he knows that he's fine. It's okay. But if he has a really big coughing fit, I can hear him. Like it's pretty loud, and I have noise canceling headphones on, and I could hear him pretty well. But I don't know if these are canceling very well because I have my toque on and then I have this on. It's like over my toque. It's fine. Anyways, yeah. So why we're here today, we are playing Guild Dead by Daylight. No, what is the actual term? Dead by Daylight guilds. I'm like Guilds by Daylight charity tournament hosted by the Funko Beard, and we are raising money for Stream for a Cause. Is that how you spell benefiting? Oh, put too many F's. There we go. We are raising money for Stream for a Cause. Here, let me make sure I have all my stuff on here. We have Streamlabs alerts. Let's go in here. We'll put this up here. We'll put our there's our Stream for a Cause bar up. So if anyone wants to donate, you can. Oh shit. There we go. There's the donate link. Yeah. I have raised money for Stream for a Cause before. To be honest, they are. Oh, my dog's barking. They're really good concept. Basically, I don't know if you know this, but running a charity. So I actually work for a charity, and running a charity can be very, very hard. And I don't know it is in the States, but I know in Canada, becoming an official charity, like you can become a nonprofit and you can become a charity. And nonprofits also work off donations. And so, but it's easier to get donations if you're a charity. So what they do is they collect money and then they give these like micro grants almost out to like organizations. I think it would be called a micro grant. Anyways, I met with the owner or one of the people that work there, and we worked together. We raised some money, and also we we also worked together because they reached out to me because they wanted to find a two-spirit organization to reach out to see if they would want to apply for one of these grants. And I said, "Oh, I know an organization." So I put them in touch. It was great. They did them a video, and I raised money for them as well. So yeah, I think they're a great organization because I feel like sometimes it's just even harder because every little bit counts. And I don't think you know this, but like I know we talk about money all the time, but it's not only about money. It's also about like putting awareness out there about the nonprofits or charity or the work they do. Like, it's so important to do that work as well, because just even if you can't donate today, if you are thinking like, oh, I wanted to donate something, or I'm thinking about something to raise money for in the future or whatever, and you're like, oh, I heard about this charity a long time ago, or I knew someone who was raising money for this charity a long time ago. It's always important to remember that you might suggest something, or you might bring someone's attention to a charity or an organization that is doing really good work, and that might not pay off today, but might in the future, you know? Sorry, my throat's also getting fixed up. All right, I'm gonna make sure that I am where I need to be. The tournament's gonna start in like 12 minutes-ish. I am live. Ooh, they even gave us talking points. Yeah. Yes, community funds. They really do help organizations keep their programs running, because even just any little bit helps. I don't think people realize that, like, it all adds up in the end, but just even anything that anyone could get, you know, can really help be the difference between like helping organizations deliver the programs that they want. Because sometimes when we apply for funds or get money or whatever, it's either not how much we thought it was going to be, or we don't get, or like, I know in Canada, like, we'll get funds, we'll apply for the funds, we'll say, hey, this is how much our program costs, and then the funder will come back to us and say, that's great, we want you to do all of that, but we're going to give you this much money. And it happens like more than anything. Like, it happens quite a lot, and it's always like, okay, so you want me to do, it's like, okay, so you still want me to do all this stuff, but you don't want to give me the money that I'm telling you it's going to cost to do it. And I don't know where they come up with these ideas, but they're just like, it's almost like it's like they do their own assessment, and they're like, you know what, we think you can deliver this program for this much money. There we go. And it happens more than more than anybody thinks. Well, in Canada anyways. I don't know how it works in the States, because the United States, and I have actually done a program on nonprofits in the States, and the States works more on philanthropy, which means they work more solely on donations. Where in Canada, because we are more like, I guess, community minded, we do have public government funds that go, and the States does too, but I mean, right now in this political climate, those same organizations are not getting the same support that they used to get, and we've seen the outcomes of what that has caused. And that's like across the board. It's not even just Indigenous communities, because I know I've seen that in Indigenous communities specifically, but I've also seen in other communities as well, especially when these nonprofits and these charities are like having to go to social media going like we need more help this year because our funding was cut, you know? And also raising funds, even working in a charity, fundraising and raising funds is like a full-time job. And unfortunately, we sometimes can't afford that position. So it becomes the person, like the programmer, the executive director, like it becomes our job to then raise funds and write those grants on top of the work we're already doing. So it's always such a challenge. Also, thank you all for the daily golden tickets. Much appreciated. just reading the things. Oh my god. Should we like practice? I don't even know. Like where we're supposed to go. I always get so nervous anytime we do new things. I'm just like, ah. But you know what? Everything's gonna be fine. We're gonna do great. We're gonna raise a lot of money. Sorry, I gotta put my... There we go. Y'all. I'm so nervous. I didn't even practice killer yet. Oh my god. But how's everyone Sunday doing? Does anyone have any bets on how well I'm gonna do today? Ooh. Dark chocolate and peanut butter. I did not eat breakfast yet. I was, like I said, I was running around, getting ready, and then making sure my dog was okay. Okay. So, everyone is playing killer and survivors. So I'm not playing killer the whole time. But I did also, so it's like in our team, we have survivors and we have killers. Everyone's playing killer, everyone's playing survivors. So that's how our thing is working. And survive them all. So the thing is that no two people can play the same killer. So I've already told them who my favorite is, so I hope no one snags my killer. I don't think so. I think we all are pretty different. Yeah. But if also, if anyone ever wants to go check out Stream for a Cause, please go check them out. They're a great organization. If you are a streamer as well, you can also raise funds for them as well. I know, right? I've already told them. I told everyone I wanted to be Naughty Bear. And we do have an order. An order we're going in. I think I'm third. I wonder the reason. I think there's no reason. It was just whatever round. Let's see. I think Funko Beard is live. Yep. I'm like, can you even hear that? Anyone hear that? Okay. Good question. Oh. Okay, so you can hear that, right? Can you hear it now? Hear it now? Yay! don't think my Streamlabs alerts are working. Okay, hold on. Maybe that works. Oh, now you can hear me. That one's not supposed to show up. Hold on. Why did that work? Wow. When did that happen? Haha, behind the scenes of the stream. All right. Ooh, I found that. I saw Edmonton Two Spirit Society. Ooh, shit. Mm-hmm. I think I'm the last group. Mm-hmm. Oh. Should we practice killer while we're waiting? Ah. Hmm. I wonder if it's because I don't even think I have Streamlabs enabled. Hold on. Here. Oh my god, can I turn off all these things? I'm trying to close this. Okay. Okay. No, I'm Group D. Hi, Maui Wowie. Hi, Heart Choker. I'm Group D. What group are you in? Are you group... Were you Group D or Group B? I was thinking about practicing killer while we're here. You're alive so early, I'm Group B. You have 50 minutes. I know. It's fine. To be honest, I wasn't 100% sure how this was going because I was so worried about not having about yeah. I don't know. I wasn't too sure. I just knew the event started at 11, so I always planned on going live at 11. I guess I could have went live a little bit later, but now I can, I guess, practice. Group A for Aretha. Well, I mean, I wanted to support everyone, so I want to watch everyone stream, and we're gonna watch together. We might do a couple practice rounds. That's the other thing too. I did want to do practice. I was gonna try to do it yesterday, but like I said, my dog was really sick yesterday, so. You know what I always say? I'm going to start saying this more and more. If you need to ask me if you can ask a question, you already know you shouldn't be asking this question. Ooh, Heart Choker. What killer are you going to play? I've never seen you play killer. Who's going to be your killer? I put in our team chat, I'm playing Wraith. Ooh. Well, I don't see everyone. Like, we only see your... Oh, dang, the music. Hopefully you don't get copyrighted. What copyright? I don't hear any music. Someone have music? You hear music? Where? Hold on. Is it me? I hear, like, jingle bells. There is music from the game. Oh. I'm like, why do I not see the Women's Guild anymore? Oh, there it is. How come it... Thanks. It said suggested, and then, I think it's because I haven't posted there in a while. I didn't see it. It went away. In the channel roles? Was I missing something that I'm like... So originally, I was actually playing for the Pride Guild. And then because it all got switched around, it got changed. Channel roles? Where do you see that? Hold on. Maybe, you know what? I'm gonna go show all channels. Maybe that's it. Oh my god, why wasn't select all roles selected? Hold on. Now I see it. It might be the Funko Beards. Should we practice before we start? Oh my god, you are right. I'm like last. I'm like, why did I go live so early? I didn't even eat breakfast. Should we play some like practice matches? Eat survivors for breakfast. Right? I know. I did. I had a granola bar and some mini a little bag of like mini oh, what do you call them? Not rice cakes. Not Cheerios. Eat 2 granola bars. I mean, I guess I could practice. And the worst part is, the tournaments are always long. Wait, can I not just grab this thing? Team goal bar. I want the team goal bar. Why is it not giving me that one? I don't want... Wait, can I close these ones? Maybe that's what I need to do? Unpublish. Unpublish. Teams. View. Donation bar. Copy. Oh. Hold on. There. Let's see. Why isn't it giving me the team goal? Wait, do I have to create my own campaign? Oh my god. Can I do this? It wasn't working before. Oops, wrong one. The goal bar is on the team page. I know, but like, there's a way that you can put it up at the top, and it's taking it from Streamlabs, but it's not giving me an option. Donate goal bar. Okay, maybe... Let's see. At least I have a lot of time to do it now. Okay, I guess I'm gonna create a new campaign. Right? Hold on. Yes, if you all want to go watch on Funko Beard's channel, you're more than welcome to. And also go check out the other streamers as well. While I figure out why this isn't working. Rules and assets, okay. Yeah, I think it looks like I have to set up my own. Let's go see. Yeah, why is it not giving me an option to do this? Maybe, okay, hold on. I am joining the team, am I not? I'm already part of this team. Hi. Tell you. Okay. I got an idea. I'm gonna try something. Why can't I do this? Maybe this one? Is it because I'm not part of the campaign? I don't know why it's not letting me. Oh well. Jessa? No, I don't think Jessa's on my team anymore. No, so we are all part of the guilds, and each one of the guilds is in a team. So Jessa's not on my team, but we're both representing the women's guild. Does that make sense? The team goal bar is on the team page. I know, but every single time I click on it, it keeps bringing me to my own personal one. Do you know the link? If you could send me the link. The link for the bar? Because it keeps defaulting to mine. Okay, wait, hold on. I'm finally reading the stuff. Hold on, I got it. Okay, so I want to go to donation bar. It says go to right click on your account. First of all, settings. Huh? Go to dashboard? Charity. Okay, hold on. Right? I'll run no perk blight. Okay. Okay, they said go to streamlabs.com, go to dashboard. Okay. Go to dashboard. Click on account settings. Click on account settings. Then go to integrations. Oh my god. I don't want to talk about it. I did know this. I did know this. Oh my god. I just haven't used this one in such a long time. Okay, there was instructions. I am paying attention. Kinda. Sorta. I don't want to talk about it. I got it. I got it. Let's make sure I actually have this right as well. Who do we think? I'm glad that we get to watch the other teams, but we don't have to like worry about who's doing what. Like, you know what I mean? Like, these are their teams that they're going up against. Yeah. Okay, should we continue watching or should we do some practice rounds? Because I haven't practiced killer at all, y'all. Like, at all. I don't even know what I'm doing. But I got the thingy working. And the thingy, I mean the charity. I say some practice? Okay. Practice! Okay, let's do. Okay, let's do some killer. The killer kill them survivors. The killer is okay. Okay, let's do this. If y'all want to go check out the tournament they're doing right now, go check it out. Can you all still hear them or no? No, right? Can't hear them anymore? Okay. Ooh, all right. Should we do regular mode or should we do should we do regular mode or should we do the chill, the other one? Dailies, okay, milestones, bone chill, got it. Do we have any killer ones? Cover 5 generators and snow icicles. I guess we got that one. Hook 50 survivors. Well, we can still hook people, so I think we're still good. Well, I guess let's do the chill event. And one thing that I've noticed is even if we do the chill event, people got no chill. The killers have
Your
been sweaty.
friends don't seem very
It's like,
friendly.
It's Christmas. Relax.
Do they?
I'm gonna go give them bear hugs. I got this. I feel... I think the reason... I mean, I love bears. Bears are so cute and adorable. And recently... Oh my god, the bear is British. Yeah, like Winnie the Pooh. Well, actually, no. Winnie the Pooh wasn't British. Winnie the Pooh was Canadian. Winnie the Pooh is named after the hometown of the soldier that brought the bear home, Winnipeg. Did you know that? Fun fact. Served with the British as well for a long time. My grandfather actually lived in England with his first wife. Most likely his only wife, but yeah. It wasn't my grandmother. Okay. Hold on. I'm gonna go bring some mistletoe. Shit. Can I get some mistletoe? Okay. Who do we got? Okay, we've got someone in a Christmas sweater. Do we let the person with the Christmas sweater win and survive? Or they all gotta go? Everyone dies? Okay. Alrighty. Hi, Bori. Also, hi, Barbara Queen. I didn't even say hi. If they're festive, I say they have a chance to win. Lol. All right. Let's go. Okay. We've only got one person in a Christmas sweater. I'm just saying, maybe we let them go last? We'll murder them last? Okay, I'm gonna put I can't turn my phone off. My mom probably needs to call me at one point. So I'm just gonna leave it, like, silent. There's freezing rain today. My mom's wants to go freaking Christmas shopping, even though we have freezing rain outside right now. Yes, but that's only if they're last. Lol. Okay. We got it. Oh, and I was saying earlier, my mom got these hats made for us. They say Quechua First Nation. It's really cool. Like, I don't even know if it's centered. It's centered? Yeah, sure. Yeah. Right? Yeah. She got the hats and she took it down to we have a local store here. So there is an artist who does streetwear called Mobilize. And I don't know if you know this, but he lives in Edmonton and he recently bought a embroidery shop. So now it's also Indigenous owned called Artwear or Artwork. It says it backwards. No. Wait, is it this one? No. Oh, is it this one? No. No. Oh, hi gamer. Thank you, thank you. Also, hello. Ooh. Thank you, thank you. Ooh. Okay, so I think this goes to like all the donations. Hold on. I throw a... Just wanted to... see you. Thank you for the sub, gamer. Hold on. Ow. Where'd they go? I hear someone. All right, let's go see. Wow, that Dwight ran halfway across the map. Oh, their name is Dexter Kills? Oh, shit. shit. I ran out of balls. Ah! Hey, hold on, hold on. Get back here. It's okay. I got you. It's okay, little friend. I got you. Woo! Where do we think they went? Oh! Ew. Okay. All right. Oh, Brady. Oh, there we go. Ooh. Hey. You. Would you stop running around? This is what happens when you get a Christmas sweater. I hear you. Da-da-da. Wait. Ooh. Ooh. so many donations. You know what's so funny? It's like, oh my god, I was about to put them in the locker. Do do do. Damn it, this bitch. Ah. I mean, this person. Can't see. Ooh. Yes. Love it. Let's go. Friend, I'm on my way. Just wait. Just wait. Don't run away. No, that's a thingy. I got what? I mean, I technically got everyone to second hook. I mean, we're doing okay. Yeah, they're a goner. One down, 3 to go. I know. I can't. They're probably over here, ready to go. I spent too much time. There's too much time chasing Leon. Oh my god, my elbow just like got stuck. All death hook, that's good. I know, right? I got all death hook. I gotta be careful. I gotta speak. We're in a tournament. We gotta be nice. When I call you a bee, it's in a loving, caring way. Listen. I've called some of my family members that. Wow, and they're all console? Okay. Well, charity talk today, right? Exactly.
There you are, naughty.
Okay, let's check up on the tournament. See what's going on. Here we go. Ooh, they're doing good. They're doing good. Still Team A, right? Is everyone over watching the stream today as well?
Boo!
Should we donate? Anyone want to donate? If you donate $5, you can pick my killer that I will play with right now. Wait, has anyone, I think that Charity already has my email address. Let me see. Please tell me. Oh, shit. I'm like, please tell me you're not about to. Wrong way. I need to log into a different PayPal. The only thing that sucks about donating in American money is it's more for me. It might be $25 for like Americans, but it's like 35, sometimes more, depending on the fees. I know. That's the only part that sucks. Anytime I'm donating to any charity, like, yeah, if it's an American charity, it costs me more money. So I'm always like very conscious of that, because I'm like, okay, I know it's not going to be just 25 bucks. It's going to be like 35 or 36 or 30 something. Yeah. That's the only part that sucks. So I consciously think of like, okay, if I'm going to donate this much, it's going to be more likely more so. Ooh, Killer BC, up next team. Wait, who's in Team A? I don't know if we know anyone in Team A. So, I don't know why I want to call you Holly. That's not even your name. Oh my god. Heart choker. Oh my god. Y'all, sometimes my brain just struggles, you know? Sometimes. Especially with names. Okay. Let's see what we got. Oh, we finished almost all of our dailies. Bone chill. Oh, I needed to freeze one more generator. I still need to chase more. Okay, hold on. Bone chill. So yes, if anyone wants to donate $5, you can choose which killer I play. I mean, for this round, I'm playing. I can't play any killer because one per team. So my team is Group D, and I'm third to go. Although I did mention already that I was gonna play the bear. The bear. Okay, let's see. Should I change my add-ons? I have Discordance and Corrupt Intervention. I have a lot of gen perks. Let's... You know what? Let's do Tinkerer. Do I have any other... No, hold on. See if I can find one. Oh, mistletoe, oh, mistletoe. I'm like, is there not a mistletoe each time we get in here? Oh. There we go. One mistletoe. Too bad they didn't give us that option to do the thing where you get to play Survivor while you wait. Okay, I'm gonna do Tinkerer, I'm gonna do Franklin's Demise, and I'm gonna do Ultimate Weapon and Corrupt Intervention. I think those are the ones I'm gonna do. Let's do this. So I gotta chase people and I gotta freeze the gens. That is my goal. That's what I'm gonna do, and I'm going to, of course, give them all lovely little bear hugs. Okay. Do, 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 do. I've only played one killer so far. I haven't done any Survivor yet. Yeah. Did you get a chance to practice yesterday? Thank you for the lurk, Panda Cat. I went live so early. To be honest, I guess I didn't need to go live this early because we're like the last group. I didn't think about it. You got in 4 hours ago? Oh, goodness. Totally down to do some practice runs at Survivor if you want to do Survivor practice as well. I'm down. I'm gonna wing the heck out of killer because I'm Survivor. Oh my god. Yeah, I normally play Survivor. I don't play killer that often, although I do try to at least play all killers and adept all killers. Because I find once you know how a killer works, I find it's easier to then like know how to, yeah, basically play against them. After this, sure. But other than that, I don't play killer that often. I'm like, killer's not my favorite thing to do. Plus, killer used to also make me very nauseous, and I've only got my settings. I got my settings perfectly to where they need to be, where I don't get really nauseous. So yeah, I can't play killer that long either, because I think they'll let us use the Team 2 voice chat. I think there's a practice one, practice VC1 and practice VC2. We could probably use one of those ones.
Are going to die today.
We could use practice VC2, right? I had to go and turn on the thing that says show all channels, because I wasn't seeing all of them for some reason. Oh shit. Why are we over here? Oh shit. What's okay. Here's someone. Not that. Darn it. Alrighty. You know what? Let's put you in there. Like the princess you are. This one. Oh shit. No. Stop. Wrong button. Wrong button. Gotta do this faster. Oh shit. I didn't even know you were there. I wasn't even looking. What? Who put that there? Maybe me? Maybe me? Let's see. Let's go. Hey, friend. Hey. This is Footloose. No music allowed. Damn it. Oh, I see you. I see you now. Seriously, where is... I've not seen... Ooh, scratch marks. Scratch marks, but where'd you go? This way? Oh, there you are. Is this Kate? Kate, let's put you back up on your hill. Let's go. Wait, was this where? Oh. Where'd they go? doors are. Here's a door. Oh, someone was over here. Ooh, thank you for the follow. Oh, I went to the other door.
Here he is, the one and only winner of the Gemini Croquette Contest.
Thank you for the follow. Y'all, I got no kills. Not even one. Get here! Get here! No! No music! No music! Wait. Wait. Hold on.
Don't stop until they're dead, Naughty Bear.
Boo!
That's the best Mori in town, I'm just saying. Thank you for the follow. That was funny. That was so funny.
Your friends don't seem very friendly, do they?
Okay, let's see. Your friends don't seem very friendly, do they? I'm in practice. Okay. I'm coming. Yeah, whenever you're ready, just let me know. I'm in there. I have a push to mute thing. A push to mute. Hello. I always do a push to mute, but I have to have the Discord open somewhere for it to work, I think. Oh, no, there we go. Okay, I just have to have it up like that. Okay. Hello. How's it going?
Welcome in. It's going well. How are you?
Good. Yeah, I think I played a little bit of like Survivor the other day, but other than that, like I haven't really practiced too much.
No worries. Did you want to play regular in the Bone Chill event?
Oh, we're just practicing running around. I guess we could do Bone Chill event.
Yeah, let's get these blood points.
Right?
Let me stalk your stream and add you really quick.
Okay.
Sweetie, can you go back and play with Daddy? So we're in Group D.
Yeah.
So they're projecting, guesstimating that our group's not even going up until 4. So y'all got me for a good time.
Is it Eastern time 4?
No, it's PST.
Jesus. I was saying, because I went live right at 11, and everyone's like, you're last group. Why would you go live now? And I'm like, I knew the event started at 11, so I thought we had to go live before 11, not like before our time went. I was like,
So he asked us to check in around 10, and I'm thinking like, oh, it's going to be like regular comp rules where we're playing someone else's killer as someone else is playing. So I was like, oh, let me be ready. No.
Yeah.
I think I sent you an invite?
Yes.
For PST? Yes, dog. So we here for a good time, a long time, and a shenanigan time.
Right? I feel like we're going to be so warmed up by the time we're ready to go. Like, we are going to be the most sweatiest group ever.
Did you see the person in our group with 11K hours?
What? No?
Yeah. Neon Halo has 11K hours.
Jeez. I mean, people always like make fun of me because I have like I'm close. Okay, I have 3,399 only on Steam because I actually originally was playing on Switch. So maybe like 900 hours on Switch. So I'm probably closer to 4,000, but not 11,000.
I thought I had a problem because in total, because I have played on almost every console, I do have a little over 8K. But when I tell you that's mostly in Survivor, 11K hours, do they touch grass? Yes.
Well, to be fair, I mean, I started playing in like 2019-ish, and the game came out like, what, 2016? Yeah. So, like, unless they started playing like at the beginning when it first came out, I mean, that's the only reason why I had to play on Switch, because I did have it on Steam, but I had a friend who only had it on Switch, and they didn't have crossplay then. So, and they only had a Switch, so I got it on Switch, and I played every night with them to play DVD. And then when it finally went cross progression, I'm like, okay, I can finally play on my computer now.
I started on PC because my friend bought me the game way back when, and when I tell you they used to bully us. And then I switched to console because I was in the military at the time and I deployed, so I took my console with me. And they didn't have cross progression then either. But when they finally got it, I was like, oh, my time. It's time to go back to PC.
Yeah.
I don't even have 1K hours. Dealer, you lie. You play with me all the time.
Well, and like to date, I do have every Survivor prestiged. Well, not prestige. So, I have them. What is it in Steam?
Oh, you have them for 3, prestige 3?
No,
or adapted.
Adept. I have all them adapted.
Okay.
I also have all the killers adapted, but I'm not gonna lie, there were some killers that I did play like. I'm sorry, I was like apologizing the whole time as I had everyone slugged on the ground. I was like, I'm never gonna get this adept if I don't do this. I'm so sorry. But I did it. Yeah,
I don't blame you.
One of them was Bubba, and I was like, in the end chat, I'm like, I'm so sorry, everyone. I just needed the step. You all needed to go. Like, I just needed to do this thing. I'm so sorry. I don't normally play this way. I was just like, yeah. I was like, but if I didn't do this, it was never happening.
My only adept is in Claudia and Adam, and that's just because, in my opinion, they have some of the easiest perks to adept, and I'm a Claudia addict. And then I believe I only have Wraith. I only have Wraith adapted. No one else. But I have almost every Survivor unlocked except for Quentin, because me and Quentin have beef. It is tournament day, but the tournament's not happening until like 4-ish PST.
It's funny because I think I originally was Team C.
Nice.
And originally I was supposed to be repping the Pride Guild because I'm in the Women's Guild and the Pride Guild. I was originally supposed to be in the Pride Guild. So then finally they were like, oh no, because I guess they didn't have enough people or something, or some people backed out. So then we had less teams, and they were like, so everyone's getting moved, and I got moved to Team D. And then it was only when they were announcing it, when they were like, oh, by the way, you're repping the Women's Guild. I'm like, oh, okay. I mean, cool. I'm cool.
I applied, and they were like, oh, hey, we have like 60-something applicants. Do you mind being on the bench? And I was like, that's fine. Can't even guarantee I'll be here on time because I'm out of town.
Yeah.
And they're like, okay, cool. Well, just let us know. We're going to keep you in the slot.
Yeah.
And then I got the message on the 6th, and they're like, hey, so you're in. I was like, oh, okay. We got this, and for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we got ourselves a lord. Oh wait, let me take off my meme build.
So I normally and that's why I was saying prestige. So before I had this thing where I was trying to prestige everyone to 3, but then they made it so that obviously you can go to 100 now. So now I'm not getting anyone like in particular to 100. Dwight's probably the furthest along, but I'm basically getting them all up to a certain point. So right now I have them by minimum. Everyone is prestige to 5. So now I'm going back and prestiging the ones who aren't at 10 to 10. So yeah, right now I'm on Laura. So everyone up to Laura is by minimum prestige to 10.
You got a system to this.
I do. I'm a little bit of I used to track it in Excel spreadsheet. Like I'm that kind of geek.
I dig it.
Yeah, because we also can't play, so we can't bring the same item, right? Or the same perk. Is it just item or perk?
Perks, and then all items have to be green and brown.
Okay.
I'm fine running itemless if needed. I do just fine because I'm used to trying to find items in the map itself.
Yeah, because usually they make it so that if you find something in a chest, then it's free. So yeah, if it's better than green or brown in the chest, it's usually okay. Yeah, right now I'm doing Last Stand, Distortion, Diversion, and Head On. I think this was my meme build last time.
You got all of that because I only have Blast Mine, Wiretap, Do No Harm, and Botany.
Mm-hmm. It's so funny too because it's like we're supposed to coordinate, but at one point we're all playing killer. So
yeah. So like when one person was like, "Oh yeah, let me know your perks," I was like, "I want to, but I don't for the strategic advantage."
Right?
Like I know this is for fun, but it's still a tournament too. Don't got anyone to prestige 100 yet. I think it's... Sorry, I meant to mute.
No, it's good.
I misclicked so fast. Alright, WP19. It takes time, but it can be done. Because the only two I have P100 is Claudia and Adam. And Adam took me like 3 months, and he was at P95 for 3 of those months. It takes time.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I ain't plugged my controller in. I'm a hooligan. I'm already selling.
Are you kidding me?
No. Did you find the killer?
No, I'm up here with Leon, and Leon's already blown the gen. I'm like, I just got here. Oh, it's a Legion.
It's really funny though. You ever thrown a snowball at a nurse mid-chase and ran the other way?
No. I don't think I've had a nurse recently. Oh, with the snowballs.
I don't know why the killers find the snowballs so much more disrespectful than teabagging.
Right?
Just let it happen. Let
I'm
the snowball
like, let us build a snowman.
Oh, gross! It's a PUBG Legion. He's heading up soon. I can never tell if he's walking or running in that skin.
Right?
Until it's too late.
Oh. I didn't even know they were up there.
They broke the totem up there. Speaking of that, totem bridge.
Bloody hell!
It wasn't me! It wasn't me! It's okay, it's okay, it's okay! Here, have snowball. You can make a snow cone! You can make a snow cone!
You're not gonna let me finish the totem, are you?
Huh? Oh, they left. They left me. Is it because they saw you?
He missed. Oh, Bad Legion.
Oh.
His ability resets when you hit him with the pallet. Ain't that some ish? Wait, Legion, wait. We can talk about it. Baby girl, we can talk about it, please.
Appreciate it.
You like tricks?
Wait.
Would you like to see a magic trick? That's my food. Wait, Legion, that wasn't funny? That wasn't funny. That wasn't cool. You think that was cool? I thought it was cool. Come on, man. Come on,
Are
man.
what
Come on, man.
teammates
Come
just
on, man.
sprawling
Come
on the ground? No one picks up our team. Okay, I'm coming. I'm coming.
Oh god. I think I'm making him mad. I keep freezing the pallets. Please, please. You're not having a good time? Oh, he got me. Man, I thought we were having a good time.
Oh.
A good nurse is a terrifying nurse, that's for sure. I need more snowballs. I'm coming to help. I'm right here by them. I can get the unhook.
Okay, okay. Masquerade. Jeez.
I got you, Yam. Superior Yam. I love you. Snipe the killer with a snowball? I'm on it. Okay, I guess they don't want heals. Thank you, Sayu. I'll post in the Discord when we have to do our check-ins to start. But right now, I'm here to have fun. Oh! Well, they're going after the Leon, even though he saw me clear as day.
I mean, I know why they're tunneling so early in the game. We literally got no gens done. Wait, can we? No. I was gonna say, can we throw gens? No. Freeze gens? Gens? Gens?
Only pallet. I need more snowballs. They're ignoring me. That's tragic.
Oh,
They're coming out again.
their main building, it looks like.
No.
Oh, are they coming straight for me?
Oh.
Don't come for me.
Oh, no, no, no!
Can you at least know? Will they stay on you?
They're still on me. Oh, they left. I think they went to that finish
yes,
gen.
they did. Yes, they did.
Yeah, we were in the killer shack and they just left me.
Snowball. Oh, they didn't like my snowball.
I know.
Oh, they stayed with me. Oh no. Yeah. Wait, it was a prank. It was a prank. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You didn't like the snowballs? They were cool. Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay. Ah, no, I'm gonna. Ah! I'm going to a pallet. I'm not at the pallet yet. Damn it.
I didn't even hear the gen. Let me turn my head. I didn't hear it. So I was like, this gen must be.
I was just watching in the distance, running around. Oh, I got my head done. I should have just left earlier. Oh, but the gen was like good, like 80% though.
I'm on it. Stop it from progressing.
Oh, he's somewhere near.
Pretty sure I can see this. Oh wait, maybe not. Yeah, maybe not. I don't think he likes this.
I know, right? Which I normally do. That's usually my like base perk. Like I always bring that one, but I'm trying to do that one where you jump through the window and stuff and you can stun them. I'm trying to figure that one out.
Anyone?
There we go. Oh shit. Why me? Just leave me alone. Leave me alone, leave me alone.
You should run, honey. You should run. Oh. I don't think I can make this. Oh, I think we're gonna go down.
Oh shoot, I'm like,
Oh, he lost me.
I'm just realized I'm not even mending. I'm like, what is that yellow bar? Oh my god.
I'm gonna lie, I miss the old one. I miss when my bar used to get all, or my screen used to get all messed up. It let me know how dire the situation was.
Yeah, so now it's just like, oh shoot, there's a yellow bar. Oh.
Please. Legion, please, I was playing. I really love your skin. I'm sorry. Stop it. Oh, he's got Spirit Fury. Oh! Think about it. Legion, you don't want to do this. Be honest with me, Legion. Is it the rain? If I can debuff a killer, I'm debuffing Conky for no reason other than spite. Oh.
Is anyone near you other than me?
Huh?
Is it just me who's near you? Not seeing this. Oh shit.
Well. Think. I'm gonna die. Legion, please. I can't help the way that I am. This build is for memes, and I love memes. Come on.
Hi, Teddy Dots.
I'm going to the upper room.
Oh no! Wait, did they bring you to the basement?
Yeah.
Wow. Oh my god, I fell. I fell. No! Please be a med kid, please. Okay, I want to go get this person, but they're all running over there.
I'm watching Leon, and he's about to go down.
They're both running towards the hook, and I'm like, ugh.
Yeah. I think they were gonna try to trade.
Damn it. Okay, we have like no doors worked on. Yes, okay. Oh, this door was actually not too bad.
I'm not saying don't help the team, but I am saying this is feeling like an FPK situation.
Right? Oh, wait, hold on. Are they near me? Shit. I can't even help you. I can't even help you. Damn it. I couldn't heal. I had nothing to heal with.
Yeah, that's okay. It happens.
I thought maybe if I opened up the door that they would come chase me, but they were already on Leon. No.
I think Leon was trying to get chemtrap value, and it's unfortunate he didn't have enough to play with because the killer kept immediately breaking pallets.
Yeah.
They burned Reaper all from that. Sweet.
Oh.
You got a tracer bomb right there. Or tracer, if you can get that on one of those right thing.
Oh.
I think it's
Strength, Bamboozle, Enduring, and Spirit Fury. When did you use this brutal strength, friend?
I don't think they did, because they, to be honest, Brutal Strength and Spirit Fury, I saw them use that one more, but you're not going to use Brutal Strength unless you're kicking gens, and I don't think they kick gens too much.
Yeah.
Heals on Ryan needed.
I also didn't see them use BAM as much. I think I saw them use it like one time, but most times they didn't.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh well.
Where am I?
We got this!
You know, we're here for a good time and a long time.
Mm-hmm.
Because we got till 4.
Right? I guess we could tell our team. We're in practice VC2 playing games. If anyone from the team wants to join us. Did you introduce yourself in the introduction channel? Hi, Cuddy. How are you? How's it going? I'm doing good. We're playing in a tournament. I'm Group D, though, so our team is last. I think I went live a little too early. I should have waited. But yeah. I honestly didn't know I was going to be this early. I did have a granola bar for breakfast. That's all I had. I didn't eat breakfast. I'm just chewing on my lozenges. I had some apple juice at one point, and I've got tons of water near me. Ooh. Y'all, we're already at $500 of our $1,000 goal.
W. And as y'all just heard, we just officially reached the $500 mark. The goal of this charity is to hit $1,000. The goal for our stream is to hopefully contribute $150, considering this is the first charity event of our stream channel.
That's a good goal.
Kobe, what is your Discord name? Did you react to the rules? Because if it's not letting you post, it means you didn't react to the rules. That or my bot somehow neglected you, which unfortunately happens.
I didn't use head on one time. I'm like, I have to remember to use my perks too.
When I tell you that happens to me so much.
Well, sometimes I'm like trying different builds and I'm just so used to using specific ones. Like I usually always have inner strength on. That's one of my
I don't
main.
think anyone's running that if you wanted it back.
Yeah. Because it just allows me to heal more? Yeah, I'm gonna try this build one more time. If it's not what I need it to be, then I'm gonna go back to inner strength.
Not a problem. You'll just have to remind me that that's what you're running every so often, because I am the local totem runner, and I subconsciously break totems if not told otherwise.
You know what? Same. Because I normally run inner strength and overzealous. Those are my two main right now. Because when you break a totem, overzealous allows you to fix generators at a faster rate, and also inner strength always then gives you a heal, right?
Yeah.
So I usually always like try to find totems and stuff. So yeah, I'm the same way. So if someone's like, "Oh, I'm bringing a boon build," I'm like, "Okay, you tell me. You go get your boon first. I will try to only cleanse totems near gens that are done." Because I'm assuming you're not going to put a boon near a finished gen, because you're really not going to run
here.
Yeah. The way my mind goes is if there's a totem near a door, I'm breaking it. You're not getting a choice, because the killer will camp it if no one is there.
Yeah.
But that'll leave you with 3 other totems.
Exactly.
It's just toolbox. You get that. Oh no. The killer has weave attunement. I'm a fool. Moonlit! How's my favorite mama bear doing?
Wait, how do we know that they have weave attunement? Did it already pop up?
I opened the chest to pick the item up. Yeah. I don't know where the killer is.
Me neither.
I had a heartbeat and it disappeared.
There is a weird glitch. It looks like there's a tree on this porch that's not fully formed.
Yeah. That's the glitch. It doesn't do anything if you run through it. It's just there.
At first I was like, are these wood panels? I'm like, no, it looks like a tree.
Right. Maybe? Welcome back from the ads, homie. Moonlit, how's my mama bear doing? And Kovu, yes, you react to the devil emoji. That lets me know you read the rules, and if you break any of those rules, my mods will touch you. Respectfully, of course.
Oh, Fung's being chased. Oh.
Our gamer girl, she's being picked up.
Oh. They have BBQ.
Who was that? I couldn't even really tell with the kindred. Was it white?
I don't know. I'm very far away, but my distortion went off, so I know they have barbecue and chili.
Gotcha. Oh, that don't mean they saw me on this gen. Oh, well.
Yeah, there's someone who... Yeah, that Nia's really close to him. It looks like, Slinger? If I'm guessing their clothing, right?
Right, I was like, let me sit up and lock in a little better, because the way I can't tell.
They're so far.
Oh, it's Spirit.
Oh.
Madam, I don't like being chased. It makes me antsy. Oh, there's Nakatoon. She's got Hex Plate.
Okay, here, let me heal.
Oh my gosh, he's thinking I'm going for the box and throwing the snowballs.
Oh shit, sorry.
Wait.
Okay, I'm sorry. Our teammates I'm healing this person and we are so far. Oh shit. Oh yeah. And they have Franklin's. My
Oh, she
toolbox
lost
with
because
the-
I ran in a circle around his trash marks. I love it here. Oh, but they found the thing.
Yeah. I got you.
Once you get them off the hook, you can start healing.
Okay.
Oh, well, unless they run.
Alright.
Yeah. They must have bardic inspiration, because there's no reason I should be able to still see your aura.
Oh.
Oh, I tried to take it.
I ran into, I don't know, what is that, a bookcase? Oh, and they have plaything. That's why. You can hear them.
You are a smart spirit. Like you could, G.
Okay. Bung probably wondered why I just left her, and I'm like, well, because we needed to go get her too. But they didn't follow me.
Oh, bet. Oh, God, I'm getting stuck. Oh. Wait. Can we talk about it? I really need that tool. I really need that tool.
We really need... Is anyone here?
Spirit, please. You're not truly mad at me. You're mad at your father. Let's go talk to him together. Kobu, there's your killer snipe. I gotta go. I tried to stay around Killer Shack, but I really didn't want to drop it, so I'm leaving.
There's theirs. Hey, mine has to
T
be
and
over
L.
here. Is that mine?
You know you liked it though.
It's lights. Let's go. Someone here? No.
I'm out of snowballs. Oh, I'm near somebody's totem.
It might be. It might be
Mama, how
mine.
are you, gorgeous?
Okay.
It's in the corner adjacent to Killer Shack by this little shrine.
Okay. I see you.
Alright, let me leave. I'll head back to Killer Shack. Oh god, the bloodlust, the bloodlust. I don't think the spirit had a good time.
Wait. Oh, I see it now.
Mama, I'm good, I'm vibing. How are you? Nope, there goes mine. She's heading to you in that totem.
Okay, I'm in. Well, how did that even hit me?
No.
Got to get out. Put me down.
I'm gonna cry when they get rid of this.
Oh, come on.
The most fun I've had on some of the events is chaos. Dead by Daylight extend this past January 5th. Oh, why didn't you get her off the 7th? I would have been okay, I promise. Grab her, Nia. Grab her. I can't hear anything, so.
Me neither. So I'm gonna rely on Nia and her ability to hear the killer.
This Weaver Tomb is kicking my butt because I keep running over this totem. Or not totem, this mech. Excuse me, Nia, have you seen a totem anywhere? I can't hear without my totem. The Tanuki!
I think we can We can pick up the item and move them, right? Or...
Yes. You get a oblivious for I think 60 seconds. I found myself.
I'm moving this into the corner.
Momo, you already know if you need backup. I can hear. I can. Hey, whoa! Oh no!
Damn it! I'm dead. I'm dead.
Not like this.
It was funny. I thought that one was mine, but whoever just did that totem, my sound came off just when that one got in. Finished. Yeah. I thought that one in the corner was mine. I was like, oh.
Yeah, because it lit up big for you.
Yeah.
You don't want to be. You don't want to be used to it.
Unless I got a second one.
Bang run. Bang run. Bang run. Don't touch the bang. Yes, I was about to say she didn't commit to me. Oh, this sucks. Oh, I don't like these mans.
Type Unity for a chance to win a $50 Amazon gift card. Apparently on
Ooh, I'm taking these kind of wide.
Repositioning. You got 2 long rangers on cooldowns on our left. Watch one.
That was spicy, man. If I didn't know any better, I think you're mad at me.
Oh, one of our teammates is AFK?
What?
Vania? Batboy?
Oh.
They've got 3 crows. Oh, now they're moving.
Oh no.
Okay, now they're moving.
I think the spirit's going to them though. I shouldn't open this, but I would really like them to. Yeah. Fight. They got in a snowman. Oh god! I did not see. That's what I get. Spirit, can we talk about this? I feel like I didn't get a chance. You should give me a chance. Let's talk about it, guys. Can the killer see your aura if you're in a snowman? I just thought.
Good question. I don't know. Ooh, group B is up. Okay.
Welcome back, Devin. How are you? Oh, man. Oh, I don't think I'm gonna make it to God Palette.
Okay. Our other teammate is walking around in a snowman.
Yeah.
Instead of doing a gen.
Oh, dang it.
Oh.
No. Jessica Chambers is better than Ada? Why you say that? Are we basing this on perks or character? Because I'm Team Claudette Supremacy, and nothing will change.
Thank you for the follow. I'm so sorry. Streamlabs? It's supposed to be anonymous, and Streamlabs is not working with me today. I don't know why. I usually don't use Streamlabs too much. But I have to turn it on for the thing. Hold on, let me see if I can. Chat alert, maybe? There we go. I think I turned it off now. Blame Pebs.
Oh, that was just from my community.
Well, thank you for the follow either way.
Coctua and chili? I'm calling it right now.
Woohoo!
It shall no longer be barbecue and chili for me. It's now Coctua and chili.
Oh my god, yeah, they had Plaything, Weave Attunement, BBQ, Franklin's. I mean, we all knew that, but jeez. At least they brought party streamers.
You know? I'm gonna keep bringing these mistletoes. What happens in 15 minutes, Dajin?
You know what? Hold on. I'm gonna do... You know what, Survivor? I'm gonna do... Oh, shit. Because I have Screech Cobbler. Item. What's brown? Brown. Got... Okay, so... Inner Strength, Overzealous, Blast Mine, and Life. And you already have Blast Mine on, right?
Yes, indeed.
Okay. I will move this to...
I can, switch my build if I need to. I have 3 preset builds I typically run.
Let's see.
That was an excellent catch. Who is playing killer right now?
I know. I'm like, I have it up on the side, and I'm like, okay, who is this?
Right? That was real good killer math.
And they're being spirit too. I'm like, oh, jeez. Ooh, you know what?
Some
I'm
people
gonna
were playing this on hard mode. Someone
right.
was a trickster earlier. I was like, oh nah.
Okay, so I got light, conviction, overzealous, and inner strength.
I'm not touch totems unless one is near a door, but I'll let you know if I do.
All right, sounds good. Yeah. Sometimes, I mean, I know we're all competitive. We love this game. We play this game a lot, but please remember, killers. This is also for charity. No, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Come at me. Let's go.
Right.
We're gonna dance.
More me.
Yes, and if you're gonna kill me, more me, please, because I will expect nothing less. I think that's why I love Naughty Bears, because I think he has the best Mori. It's so cute.
I love it. It sounds exactly like the PlayStation 2 game. Exactly like it. That man's just egging on Naughty Bear, the narrator. He's like, you should get revenge.
Okay. Don't abuse me.
It's Triangle Pappy!
Oh.
Pyramid! Oh, he's leaving main. Triangle Pappy!
Oh. Someone was on a gen. He's over at the gen.
He touched Steven.
Okay, I got some bones in the killer shack.
I heard a Steve scream in the other lobby as ours did. That was very weird. I was like, why am I doubling? Wait, don't come up here yet. I don't have my blast mine yet. Please, please, please. Okay, now I can play.
Okay. Someone got Steve.
Ooh, I got Stucky. Gotta go. Oh no! Friday. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh. Oh. Oh wait. Wait. You're gonna become a Kohu sickle? How bad is the snow for you right now? He also has a plaything.
Well, at least we'll be able to get all our... He's going after Steve.
I think it's because Steve hasn't broken his totem yet.
Him coming for you.
Touch you.
Okay. Got it.
I'd work from home.
I'll let you know when the killer comes. Okay, they're not here yet, but they might go towards that gen if you want to go find your totem. Oh.
Oh, oh!
Okay.
I don't think the pyramid is playing. The hill is on a mountain.
I can get this heal up before.
I'm near the Claudette. I'm trying to leave now.
Okay. Alright, I healed Steve. Steve, if you could do me a favor and go find your totem.
That wouldn't happen to be by Killer Shack, would you?
Nope. Not anymore.
Thank God, because that's where I'm going.
Ooh, wow.
You can't have that for free.
Thank you for the $100 donation.
W.
Oh, I think this is yours. There's one right behind you. There's a totem. A lit totem behind you. Or unless that's Steve's. That might be Steve's.
Yeah. I just ran past mine. Mine was near Kill Shack. Oh, dang. Can you take this? I mean, you can if you hold it.
There we go. Yeah.
Tragic!
I don't know if you want.
I'm still at Killer Shack.
Okay.
He broke a God pellet. Please, sir. Please, sir. I feel like we're playing a dangerous game. It's making me nervous. You wouldn't like me when I get nervous. Nyeh.
Finish this one. With
W dodge. No, I sent it. I appreciate you.
ooh, double gen pop.
Strength doesn't stack, right?
Oh. Okay.
Technically not. It wasn't supposed to show because
Killer, no.
it showed on the other side because you donated to the team and you didn't do mine. I have mine set for my chat rooms, but still. It did. Every streamer alive right now knows what you did.
Yep,
Dun,
I
dun.
saw it. I saw it. Mine's at the team one, so I was like, oh.
Oh, well, I appreciate you nevertheless. A dono for one is a dono for all.
Mm-hmm. It all goes to the same place.
Yep. Mercedes. Wait a minute.
Oh, shit.
Why do I still have a thing?
I'm on someone's bones.
Oh, it's probably mine.
Okay.
Yeah, everyone knows his kindness. Go ahead and praise this man. He's not on me.
Here we go. Can you hear it?
That wasn't mine. Oh gosh. I don't even know what this is. An oil rig? I'm where the Steve died. I'm gonna try to stay right here.
Okay, Steve died.
on me.
Okay. I'm gonna try to go get our teammates.
Hey, there's my totem. Can
Wait,
I have
Bennett?
that? Yeah, I'm being chased, but yeah. Can I have that? Can I? Excuse me, sir. I would really like that. I feel like it's important to my health.
Okay. Where are you running by now?
Oh, jeez. I'm going back to this rig.
Okay.
I ran past my totem again. I'm gonna go downstairs. You wouldn't hit a Claudette with glasses, would you? I think you would. Alright, I just came out of main.
Okay.
Chad, I think you would!
Oh.
No, only 5 totems spawn in the game entirety. Once you break them, you break them. Oh, thank you for trying, Claudie. She had a flashlight she tried to save.
Aw.
Dang.
Claudettes unite.
There's an active totem. I think it's near the top. I would have to load back in on your end to show you.
Yeah,
I don't know what active totem that is.
yeah, because I'm seeing a hex on my screen, and I'm like, what is that? I've literally gotten so many lit totems so far.
So.
Okay, so it's this way because you were running over here.
Oh, yeah, that rig-looking thing, to your right. It's kind of like a tower-ish. Yeah, that thing. There's a totem right before it.
Right before.
Okay. Yeah. So.
Oh, I see it. I see it.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Dajin, you're being praised by the Funko Beard. I want you to know that. And he said your name right.
Oh.
That's the first time I think I've heard someone say his name correctly without being told. Oh, not a Mori.
Jesus. I never know where the things spawn in here. Oh shit. Not here, obviously. Where's the killer shack? I mean, where's the basement? Is it in here? Okay. Is this basement's usually here? Okay.
Oh, so it's that kill shack then.
Oh, damn it. Oh, there he is. Okay, let me see if I can get to Killer Shack. Oh, there's the door. This map's so small, I don't think I'm ever gonna make it. Let's see. Key. I want key! Good kid. Jesus. Listen, you ain't getting me. I'm going out on my own terms.
Love you. Oh, yeah, retribution. Tinkerer.
She makes sense because I feel like once the gen was somewhat near closed, like they were there.
Hello, Hector. Did you come to partake in the chicanery?
Yeah, I'm done.
We got you. I don't know if you already have Aretha added, but you can add either one of us by our names, and we got you.
I don't actually. Why not? I feel like I have you added. I gotta check. Hold on.
I think we do. What is your name on here?
Oh wait, I forgot to change it.
Oh.
Wait, let me actually. Hold on. What's your friend code? Actually, I dropped my friend code in chat. The chat.
I mean, I have Funko added.
Oh, are you checking through his friends list?
Pardon me?
Yeah.
Wait, are you in the game?
No, hold on. Let me see if I can add you up.
Yes, I do have Funko on my friends list. We played, what's it called? Two's company, three's a crowd? Three's company, two's a crowd? Something like that.
Wait, no, two's a party, three's a crowd. There you go.
Yeah, that's it.
Oh.
Just messing it up.
So what happens when you have multiple personalities?
Oh, wait, here. Okay. I was just saying
well, it depends on who shows up that day, you know? Ooh.
Touche.
I think when we add people as friends, though, I think we might have to close the game because sometimes it won't let you show up.
Oh, true. You're right.
Yeah, so when we add people on here, we have to do that. Yeah, hold on.
Okay.
I'll add you, and I'll just close the game. Have you been watching the matches so far? I don't have the sound on, but I've been listening.
I've been watching. I'm watching right now. I think I'm watching Group B. See how they're going.
I know. It's like it's like we're literally the last group. And I went live like half an hour before the tournament started, and I was like, I really didn't need to go live this early.
Yeah, I was gonna start around the same time, but I'm like, wait, Group D, I can wait a bit. I'll start when Group C starts.
One thing I'm not 100% sure, because we call it a tournament, which is fine. Are we tracking points in any way, or no?
Yeah, they have someone tracking points.
Okay,
I think
okay.
Eddie just confirmed it in the questions.
Okay.
Yeah. They have 2 mods currently tracking the points.
Okay. Because
I don't know who's in the lead though.
Because you know when you're in a tournament and halfway through they're like, someone from your team's got to do it, and you're like, oh shoot, okay.
Wait, oh no. This one they have dead people this time. I'm chilling. Even then, I don't know how the point system's working for this, because usually it's like depends on how many hooks or gens gets done. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was about to say it's different for every tournament. Some tournaments do the gen to first hook and hook in total. And then other ones do single elim. So like if the killers get a 4K and if both teams get a 4K, it's whatever killer has the higher point count. They didn't really explain how they're doing the point system.
Nah, we'll just see what's up.
Yeah.
You know?
At the end of the day, I'm just gonna find out, you know? Yeah.
Right. At the end of the day, my job is to not be the first one dead or to be the last one born. Either one.
I always resort to how I first began to play the game, which was I'm a very object like person. So like if there's an object of the game, I just want to make sure I finish that object. And if I die after that, it's fine. I did my object. My object of this game is I need to finish at least 1 gen.
You know what, W, actually.
My object of the game is to make the killer get tunnel vision for at least 1 to 2 gens. And if your ankles get taken in the process, kill me at the end. I won. You can't get this back. Your ankles are around me now.
You already wasted the time. You only won at that point. Doesn't matter.
Exactly.
Right?
You can't get this time back in this game. Your only job is to worry me at this point.
Okay. What was your name in the game again?
It should be my name right now. Seriously.
Okay. Why don't I see you? I did start the game.
Same. Wait, hold on. Let me try something.
If you're hiding offline, we won't be able to see you.
Oh, is that why I can't see Aretha?
You know what? It might be because I find I always go invisible when I stream, because I don't know what it is, but when I'm not invisible, randomly my game will start like almost like crashing, and like my stream will drop. Like it's weird. So I always go invisible.
Let me restart my game.
Okay. Yeah, because I don't see you.
I'm excited though. It was just fun doing it last year, so I'm happy to do it again this year.
We're already at $720. I love it.
Right?
Cooking. Please, no problems.
Is this still Group B? Do we know?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is Group B.
Okay.
Let me see. Okay, yeah, it is. Good. Alright, let me go through this.
Ooh, have you talked about what builds we're using? Well, Pebs and I have talked about it a little bit. Because we can't use the same ones, right?
Yeah, it's easy for perks.
Mm-hmm. So we have to choose who we're gonna be, because we also can't be the same character. I think I'm gonna be Talita.
I am an outstanding blendette.
So
you
you're...
know who
Sorry.
Chris? I'm sorry. Do you know who Chris plays?
I don't know. Neon Halo's in my chat right now saying, yeah, I'm in Group D2. Yeah, we're practicing in Practice Chat 2. Practice Chat, Voice Chat 2. If you want to come join us and come practice and play.
Neon, we were just talking about you. You have 11k hours, and I saw when you did the orbital spring trap. I saw your video.
I will in a bit. I'm getting ready. Okay. Yeah, I think we were talking about like which ones we can. I mean, you're gonna be Hattie? Okay. Okay.
She had a serious blowout.
So okay, so I'm gonna be Talita. Pebs is gonna be Claudette. Hector, you're gonna be Dwight.
I'm playing Dwight, but if anybody else wants to play Dwight,
Okay. Yeah. Okay, because Neon's gonna be Hattie, and then we have one more person. I don't know what their character's gonna be.
I don't think he said what he wanted to be, other than
the killer, right?
Yeah, other than other than him saying his perk. Sorry.
Yeah, I think what we can do is in the beginning of the match before we go, we can all discuss as survivors what perks we're gonna bring, and then which ones, and like switch out. Like if someone's like, oh, can I have that one? Just so someone doesn't show up and they're like, I don't know any of these perks.
I'm checking
This is a
Chris's
pretty good Billy
yeah.
against right now.
Oh yeah, wait, Stanley's goated.
Mm-hmm.
I'm checking Chris's instructions. I see that they mentioned Rare Dwight name as well, so I can switch out just in case.
Okay.
We can talk about that.
Yeah. Because the other
The
thing
best
too
thing
is
about
like
being in custom lobbies, you can do everything.
Exactly.
That's true.
I think the hard part too is about communicating in our group chat is if you all tell me what your perks you're gonna bring, you're also telling your killer what perks you're gonna bring.
I mean, to be fair, we're also talking about what killer we're playing, so I think
very true, very true, very true, very true. We are all friends here, right? Exactly. Listen, I just want to hug you to death, okay? I just want to give you a nice little friendly bear hug. So don't run away from me.
Ooh, that would have been wicked. I'm still watching the tourney.
Right?
Sorry.
I know. I have it in the corner of my eye.
Why is put Pebs on disabled? It's disabled because I'm in the tourney right now, so I'm not trying to play music. That's why my alerts are also not playing.
You don't play music while playing? That's great.
I mean, I do. Just not during someone's charity event.
Well, valid. Oh, it's so close.
Oh, wow.
He's a milkman Billy, too?
Yeah.
We could have been friends. Yeah, he played that right. He, after chasing her for 45 seconds.
Wait, who's this? Who's this killer? Are you winning? I mean, we're
Stanley?
We're practicing still. Stanley.
Milk? Yeah, this is a milkman Billy.
I don't think I see.
You know, it's crazy because I've played as this skin and against it enough to know. Because he's got the milk at the end of his wrench. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then his bootleg. It's the milkman bootleg.
Oh, I didn't even notice that. I just noticed his basic.
Oh.
Yeah, his milk jug.
Left bat ball, don't challenge.
Time to main Billy, dodging main Billy right now.
to be
Be
honest,
the milkman you're meant to be.
when I was prestiging Billy, I just ran across the map, just like revving up my chain and like running across the map. And I was like, this is so much fun. Who wants to kill survivors? We should just do this the whole time.
Right?
And
I
then
tried doing the hardcore killer challenge where you have to get the downs using your ability, and I was like, you know, this is why I'm meant to be in a survivor main.
No,
Oh,
Billy,
yeah.
bro. Or Oni, Billy and Oni, bro.
I did once get it though. I honestly, I was just running up and down across the map, and then I swung and they were just there, and I was like, I did not plan that. that was not me. I don't think that was skill. That was an accident.
You know, an accidental dub is still a dub.
Right?
Real. Oh no.
He missed her? Dang. I just wanted to let y'all know with this console ping, that would have got me. That would have got me.
For sure, yeah. They probably have the other door too, that's the thing.
I think they are.
They should have enough time. Yeah, there goes one.
Yeah, there goes the second person.
No.
Stanley did good though.
Again.
Got 2. Oh no.
Stanley had some fuego chases. I'm sorry, I didn't even ready up. I was so absorbed.
Oh, me
Just
neither.
saying, I was watching this.
Just watching. So the perk that I'm bringing is life, conviction, overzealous, and inner strength. And I'm bringing a toolbox. Can we all have to bring a different item? Or is
let me
that
check the rules
was that
on
part of the rules? Just again reading over the rules.
I wasn't. Let me check because that's a good question. Wait, hold on. There's what was this?
I am running the white mage build right now. So I have will make it, do no harm, desperate measures, and botany.
So there's nothing about duplicate items. It just says only brown and green add-ons.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. That's good to know.
What purchase are you running?
We'll make it. Oh, well, I'm just saying it for right now.
Yeah.
I'm not
okay.
running it in the tournament.
Okay. Oh, okay. Let me talk about that.
Yeah.
I'll probably run some tournament depending on whether picks everyone uses, but normally I run Deja, Autodidact, Blastmine, and Kindred.
Oh dang.
Kindred might switch out, maybe.
Oh no, both me and Arisa run Kindred, or not Kindred, we run Blastmine.
Yeah. That's why I already switched out Blastmine, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna switch. I'm gonna do something different. But I mean, we can always switch. Yeah, we can always switch as well, like around.
Yeah.
I guess switch out Blastmine for something else.
I guess this is the time to like
I'm
test out other.
To see if we find out Chris and Neon also run Blastmine.
Well,
I'm not gonna lie, I switched over to Blastmine because the 2v8 it was so fun playing Blastmine.
Mm-hmm. Oh my god, Blastmine is my favorite thing. Plus, I feel like it also tells your fellow survivors, like, hey, I'm here, don't run here. You know?
Yes.
Or run towards me.
Yeah, or hey, I'm gonna be done this gen soon. I'm gonna light up my gen right now, come here. Or, you know, if someone else is running, yeah, same thing. You just, like, light it up and say, like, hey, if you want to heal, I'm here.
Yep.
I only blast mine for the memes. Don't need it here. Yeah. I always try flashbang, but I never get it off in time. Like, I never seem to get it right.
A sprint burst build, let me tell you how I would falter because I run all the time.
Mm-hmm. It's like, don't run, don't run, don't run, don't run. Oh, I'm exhausted.
It's always like I pick and choose to run so well until I have sprint burst on, and now all of a sudden I don't know when to and not to run.
Mm-hmm.
So like, just nah. I'm gonna get food.
This lore is probably like TTV build.
Oh, I know, right? I'm leaving. I gotta go.
We're sorry, Laura. If the killer tryhards, we're sorry.
Get 10 piece for free. Oh, it's a buy one get one free. Never mind.
Coming in.
Oh my god, it's already like.
Tokyo, yes! It's exactly that! It's like studying for a test, and when the test day comes, you don't remember anything you studied. Yes! Eats cookie in approval. Hi, St. Nick. Welcome in.
Alright, let's...
Uh-oh.
Nope, sure.
Oh. Wait. Bah.
Nope.
Okay, there you go.
I got it. Wait, where'd you get the snowballs right away?
If you bring a mistletoe, you
that's
spawn with
right.
it.
It's a trap butt.
Wait, what?
It's a trapper.
Oh, say less! W.
Oh, I think that was him that hit that snowman upstairs. Ah! Ah!
No!
Even better!
No! I'm leaving. I'm out of here.
Dropping bottom mid pallet.
I wanna.
Oh, he has crowd control, by the way.
Oh.
You said totem hut? On it.
Oh, shoot. Oh my god. I saw that too. I was like, okay.
Oh, I thought you were right.
I'm sure. He's still on stage. Office space. Going mid.
That center gen wasn't too far off from being done, but I am going to check. I'm going to keep checking for the totem.
Ooh, as soon as I touched this totem, a hex showed up, so I wonder if they have
Undying.
The Hinds?
Thrill of the Hunt, because
oh, and it's taking play.
Oh, he has a honing stone, by the way, so if you just disable his traps, you get it.
Noted, and also found a totem.
But drop on bottom mid. I'm taking him the...
Next, I'm vibing. I am playing with the homies today. We are part of a tournament later, so we're getting some practice runs in to get our synergy up.
Still mid, I believe? Not too sure. Okay, going back to bottom mid.
This is the only totem I've broken, so you should still have 3 more totems for your inner healing or inner strength.
Yeah, I just used one.
Alright. Bottom gen blast mine.
Because he hit me and he didn't stay.
Oh, the hunt is still available.
So up? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm
Okay,
gonna keep
that's
disarming his
here.
bottom trip and mid. No,
Yeah. He came out front. Says you're not finishing that in time.
Is that going to me?
I got spooked by a snowman.
Oh, that was you?
Oh,
Oh no!
Laura, no!
So this tournament is held by the Guilds by Daylight. There's a variety of guilds going up against one another, all for fun and for the love of the game. But we are also doing a charity event for Stream for a Cause. So while we are looping trying to make a level clouty name for ourselves, we are also helping out, giving back. Naughty Bear, please, 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 don't do this. I would never hurt a teddy bear like you. There was a trap here this whole time?
There you go. Ooh, we got a pretty...
Yeah, we're about to get
Oh, the hunt is oh, and he's got hex plate.
regen.
Oh, pointing to... What?
Oh, jeez. Okay.
Throw the hunts, crowd control plaything, and another one?
I I'd argue a potential pentimento, because why else would you run plaything for only one person?
That's weird. Plaything with throw the hunt and crowd control. At least that's not.
Thought you failed that test, Tokyo. You needed a study buddy.
Anyone know? Okay.
I
near
don't
you.
have a heartbeat. My bar is not moving.
He's in bottom mid right now.
Yeah,
I need a buddy, Tokyo.
Okay, yeah, good. Okay, he's gonna head back to both y'all.
Is anyone near you at all? The hook?
You are. Or not you, sorry, the Laura.
Oh.
Let me head over here now.
I was gonna say, because I'm at the bottom on the other side, but I can come if I need to run, because I would need to run like now.
It's okay. Heck here. I just didn't see the Laura.
Yeah, I was gonna say I wasn't sure if she's able to get her or not. He's gonna back upstairs with me.
He is.
No, he's going away. He's going upstairs. I can try to heal you up if you want.
I have a med kit. Also, you'll be able to hear him my wall.
Actually, he's leaving, so
you can grab her. I will use my meditative kit.
Okay. Coming from downstairs. This area. Come back to
Oops, I just blew up this gen. He might come here. I was trying to go for a great kill.
Trading real quick. Laura, don't step on the trap, please. No. Oh, okay, wait, perfect.
I think I found the bill this time. Oh no.
Okay, I'm gonna come take some chase and some hooks and some stuff. Oh, there's a totem right here. It's blocked.
It's fine then.
Nice. W.
Thank you.
There's a trip on the stairs up above. I don't know if he tripped Laura or not.
Okay.
I'm on
coming back. Okay, he's coming back. He's coming back. Try to run back.
I tried to. Ooh. What? Who hit? Laura, where did you come from?
Laura? Wait, Laura was on the hook, no?
Yeah, and I got Laura off the hook, and the bear was chasing me, and then they turned and got Laura. Are they just like done for the day? Like
they just went straight into a trap. Interesting.
Okay.
Upstairs now? Not downstairs.
Not mid. They're in mid in the main office.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to drop down.
Okay. Okay, let me see if I can find some bone somewhere.
It'd be the last one left, the active totem. So I broke 2 actives, you broke an active, and I believe Hector broke an active.
Oh, flip it down.
I didn't break anything yet. But I didn't get plaything because you brought too many hex breaks, bro.
He's gonna come get me. He's gonna get me now.
He's gonna, yeah. Oh, you get it.
Yeah, I got it.
Wait, yeah, I'm not getting plaything, bro. What? Starting up a trap
Ah! I need to look down. Damn it! I want this totem.
That's a totem right there?
Yeah. There's a totem in that office. And he missed me. He missed me. He missed me. Okay, we're going to the other side. No! No! Get away from me! God damn it. It's my,
Oh wait,
it's my first
yeah,
time.
wait, never mind.
It's my first time.
Chill.
Yeah.
I was looking at my hook stick. That was huge.
That's why I was like, oh, I need to go take Chase. And that's why I was like, when I went to go get Laura, the bear was chasing me, but then Laura was still there. And I'm like, Laura, why are you here?
Somebody upstairs? Nice. He's gonna kick upstairs Jen. Get buff.
He is near. I do have heartbeat.
Nick, thank you for follow.
But he's also far enough that
Yeah,
my bar is not going out.
I have a heartbeat in the office, oh dang.
It's like kicking the plasma jet.
Yeah!
Él sabe.
I still have a toolbox, so maybe I can go jump on it. And...
I didn't think that would
I can help
work.
you out.
Okay.
Oh, be careful.
Chopper.
I almost ran into that. I'm not gonna lie.
It's so funny because I was literally right behind you, and because you stopped, it stopped me. And I was like, oh, okay.
I was like, I didn't even see it too. I was like, oh wait,
Why not survive, guys?
We'll finish this gen in your honor.
You got this. Loop him.
The bloodlust.
No, good.
Yep.
Get out.
I told you we're finishing your gen. You wanna quickly heal?
We can try to go for door here.
Just go door first. Okay.
I have that medkit so I can get myself.
Okay.
He's heading downstairs.
Might go to front door, maybe?
Maybe. Say heading down this way.
Okay, I'm already halfway. Okay, I'm at 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. Let's go. Let's go towards the door. Let's go. Let's go.
Almost. Bye. Adios.
Oh, I have no. Oh, it's like I'm hitting the wrong button. I was like, I'm not throwing my snowballs. What the world? Okay, got him. I got him.
He was like, go and get.
Let's go. Wait, that's not holy, that was bloody.
Oh, he had lethal pursuit.
And oil. Oh. Wait, throw the hunt plaything and okay.
Yeah, plaything is a thing that, like, if you want people to be cleansing the totems the whole time, don't bring hexes and plaything.
Yeah, I mean, at least you could bring one. That should count to all 5 totems, but
yeah, because basically it takes away like if someone goes around cleansing all totems at the beginning of the match, basically you're now left with 1 perk that was from the beginning. That's why I was like, okay. So I was like, okay, you don't want to do too many hexes.
yeah, at that point you just only leave the one.
Yeah.
Oh,
someone's playing nurse and they got a kill. W.
Ooh. Wait, wasn't one of our teammates gonna be nurse, or is it Spirit? Is it Spirit or nurse?
Spirit.
Spirit.
Someone claimed Spirit. Oh, that was a good blink.
But Bloody Coil is one of my favorites. I love Bloody Coil.
Bloody Coil with the what's it called? The one that you can walk through the traps and don't get stuck.
Yeah.
Oh, makeshift wrap.
Yeah.
Someone got a dead heart on the nurse's blink. That's tough.
Wait,
That's tough.
Ooh, who was the nurse?
Heart? No, probably.
Prodigy?
Oh, they could.
Yeah. Agitation, thrilling tremors.
I love how you see 3 400s at P60.
You said what?
I love how there's 3 P100s and 1 P69.
Oh. You know? Fuego.
So I think I throw people off when I'm like, all mine are like, well, my Dwight is like a 22, but everyone is like almost at a 10. Ooh, what game are they on?
That should.
I was just looking to check.
Oh, this should be number 3, I think.
Reaper?
No, maybe.
The map order: Coal Tower 1, Wreckers, Crotus Pen, Rotten Field, and oh, I'm on Yamaoka. We can do that. We can do that.
Because I think I'm Crotus Pen.
Oh, it's not Ford. Okay.
Good fucking tree. Great fucking tree.
Coal
We're gonna
Tower
back
1. Yeah. Okay, I got records in. That's dope.
To get. I'm still stuck on that. To Dead Hard, the nurse's blink is just. That's so hard to do.
Ooh, wait, Zaxby's is good.
And you gotta bank that you know what add-ons they have, because some nurses have that third short blink. I'd be flabbergasted too. I'm flabbergasted. Think about it.
You gotta stay right there. I got your help.
Oh, I need to play Killer at some point.
Yeah, don't go that way.
I played.
I'ma wing it.
I played like
I'm gonna
two
just roll
games. I played 2 games as Killer, and I was like, okay, I got this.
Nice, good shit.
I wanna play Killer practice, but I know that I wanna challenge
Nice,
myself
I got
to like
Fury.
try to hit
Fury,
like
no
one
TP.
killer with only playing one
I know
killer.
Suzu.
Oh,
And I don't
okay.
want to play the killer that I'm planning on playing today, so I'm like, okay, do someone else. Wait, cookie butter milkshake? That's the name?
That sounds good.
Ooh, from where?
I'm looking at Zaxby's. I'm trying to get some
Oh.
food before Canada. Ah.
No, we don't have that
Oh,
in
that's
Canada.
a good shot.
Oh, it's Pyramid Head. Wow.
Triangle Peppy.
Wow. Oh,
Triangular.
Oh. Triangle.
I'm sorry. I speak the love language of me.
You gonna try to attack? Oh no, I didn't move to the side.
Me and the sheriff are finishing this day.
I'm not far from unhooked.
About to get close right. Get hooked right about
Oh, they have Oh, I don't know why they didn't come to us. We literally were to their left. We were literally to their left.
I think it's because
Woo! Hi.
too close for that. I apologize. I can heal you. I can heal you.
What killer? Ooh, what killer was Hector talking about? They are low volume, so it's hard to pick up the call. Oh, sorry. Sometimes I have to. What killer were you thinking of?
Oh, playing?
Yeah.
I still haven't decided yet. I'm gonna be honest.
I've narrowed it down to Legion or Ghostface. So either I'm getting a selfie or I'm gonna attempt to touch everyone with my goodness.
You know what? I'm tempted to get Mori Lash just to get something.
You know?
I turned them up a little bit.
Going back to main.
I can finish the heal in time. I promise.
Thank you.
Bam.
I'm
a white mage. You don't know about this. Oh, he left me. He did not like that Palestine. Oh, dang it.
I just leave me alone. Don't. This is not fair.
I don't know why he didn't commit to me. I ran the other way and everything.
I don't know either.
I'm starting to think this killer is just dope.
What the hell? Leave me alone. Wow.
Cage too.
Wow. Have you even found any bones yet?
Gone. I get under.
Okay, keep him busy. He's going after me? Go after me. Snowball. Oh, I missed. Okay, that hit. Never mind.
I was like,
I love
jeez.
this build.
Oh, I messed up here.
Oh my god, we played so many killers with Plaything recently that I'm just like, I assumed I had Plaything, and I'm like, oh, no, okay, never mind.
Adios.
Hello
Oh,
there.
hey. Oh, hey, what's up?
Yeah, fancy meeting you here.
Oh, no, yeah. Let me get at him. Let me at him. Oh, he's right here.
Yeah,
Yeah, actually, maybe I should not have him. Rick is trying to take it, I think.
yeah.
I'm gonna
He
kill
doesn't
the
care. He doesn't care.
He does not care. Oh, I mean, what the... Oh, I ran into that too. Alright, I got this, homie.
No! I'm sure I'm gonna join you next.
Oh. Now you got this, homie.
He doesn't want to seem to go after anyone else who doesn't have hooks.
There's a totem by the log.
I have heartbeat, and I'm gonna finish this gen.
No.
Shit! You bitch. Oh, I hate you so much right now. Someone finished his gen. It literally was like a smidgen. Oh my god! I was hitting every single one of those. Like, Jesus. He had Iron Grasp or something.
I was prepping to do some menacery. I'm telling y'all right now. Unless he's got that Tinkaton, I don't think he's over here. Unless he does. Unless he has Insidious and he's just waiting around the corner. The greatest play of all time. Oh, he's on Sheriff Scrump. Run him, Scrump, run him. Scrump, no! I trusted you. I trusted you, Scrump.
Oh.
Scrump's on a hook.
Somebody, get me off this thing.
They got light, windows of opportunity. I don't know what that perk is called, but the one where you can place like a bomb on stuff. Like on a pallet.
Chemical trap?
Yeah. And I think resilience? Oh no, not resilience.
Man, he has 5 shots.
Oh, the killer is still near? Oh, they're to the right?
Yeah.
Of the...
I already marked up the scratch marks. I can't go back.
Yeah, I think they're over by a main building.
Sure. You wanna play a game? Abracadabra, Resume food.
That's a
Be
lot
healed and
better.
get back to looping.
Da-da.
Oh, I thought he was gonna try to go cut me off. Oh.
Oh, now you decide not to tunnel people.
I like to try G. Triangle Pappy, please, can we talk? We talk. I feel like, sir. Never let him know your next move, because I don't know my own moves.
Oh no! Scrump's making their way to you, so they're not near the gen, but Scrump, you need to stop running.
So nice.
Okay.
Scrump, he's gonna check that gen. That's
Yeah.
what he's doing. He's walking around the gens.
Yeah, they got off the gen. They're in the main building.
He's checking all the gens that aren't done.
Mm-hmm. There is a gen that's like almost done, but it's like way on the other side.
Yeah, it's by the logs.
Yeah. I mean it.
Heal me, heal me, heal me, heal me. Thanks, Sheriff. I'm back in the fight. Thank you, friend. Hey, a totem. It's always when I don't need the totems. Is when
right?
I start fighting.
How's the tournament going? You know, not that bad. We're only practicing. Our team doesn't go till we're Group D. We are last. So they are currently only finishing Group B right now. Yeah, we're gonna be here a while. So we're just practicing, playing.
They're switching to Group C though.
I'm gonna check right now.
I'm about to say the time is going faster than anticipated. If they are.
Ooh, unless. Did they tell us something? Do you know who's the group again?
I don't. I muted the channel. I don't. So I don't hear multiple Dead by Daylight.
Yeah, I'm just looking through the chat to see because they usually do like a.
Dearman, please. You're holding the game hostage. Don't do this.
No, I think they're still Group B. A nice little warm up, as they say, for Chickpea, right? For Chickpea.
I will stay alive for as long as you need to heal. And then you're on your own, buddy. Nope, maybe not. Are you found? Did you get discovered? He got discovered, oh no.
Ooh. I think this is Heart Choker playing killer.
Who's playing killer?
Heart Choker? We're playing Wraith.
Rate this best boy. Oh, the dead heart is crazy. I came into the dead heart. I love everybody with these Twitch shirts on. I love it. In the cave. Lethal Pursuers, Ancient Tactics, Pain Res, and Floods of Rage. GG's Triangle Pappy, GG's.
No. Oh, they had so many Scourge hooks. Cool, 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 cool.
Neko ears, arise! You know? I heard Wraith. Y'all know I had to come support my favorite killer.
Yo, what's good?
Hello, hello.
Yeah.
Hello, hello.
The way that I was just chilling, letting my heartbeat just like increase out of nerves.
Oh.
Anyway.
Come shake out those nerves.
Yeah.
Play with us.
Yeah. We're friendly.
You
I
ain't said,
promise.
you ain't said nothing but a word. I'm booting up right now.
Are you going to be Dwight for your Survivor main?
I was thinking about David, actually. It doesn't matter, though. I can be Dwight.
I mean, that's perfect. None of us have chosen.
Works.
Yes, I know. Sorry, my boyfriend is in the same room as me. What do you want?
I said, oh, I know you're not thinking about me, but I went, oh, you're thinking about me?
No,
I know it's a character.
Oh.
Yeah.
You
Sure
know,
would, 'cause I got distracted
if
by the
my
internet, put my
husbando's
phone
name
again,
was in
and
this
we're back
game,
to it.
I would play
Bubba,
that
do you
killer
need me to
forever.
throw your phone in the trash? No, because every now and then I need to do
Sorry,
two-factor
Andrew,
authentication.
go support following up.
Sorry about
Right,
that.
sorry, coming in, spread out.
No, you're fine.
It's good. It's good.
It's funny because my boyfriend's name is David, and so he, yeah.
Well, if you're
Any aces on your team,
are you gonna load up the game and join? Are you friends with anyone in the group?
I have OBS up right now, so streamer mode is enabled on Discord, so I have no idea who's in the chat other than you.
Oh,
okay.
Left in the trees,
I'm assuming that's
You know.
Pebs
Scared the shit out of me.
Pebs and
Hector.
You alone and Bubble?
Yeah.
Are you friends with anyone on Steam or the game?
No, I'm not. I don't think I'm friends with anyone.
Okay.
if you have Dead by Daylight open and type
I
in
do.
Pebs the NECA with no spaces, you'll find me pretty lickety split.
I'm just wondering if while you're loading the game, I'm gonna do a be right back so I can just run to the bathroom and go check on my dogs and make sure that they need to go to the bathroom. So I will be right back.
Go ahead.
Bing bop boom 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 bop.
know why, but this Yoshi behind the Funko beard looks sad, and I just want to kidnap it.
The Yoshi?
Yeah, the Yoshi behind him looks sad, and I just want to kidnap it.
It is giving 1,000-yard stare.
I wish I could play games.
You have. It's like, hey, Nintendo, make a new one for me on the Switch too, would you?
Mm.
I'm tired of being woolly.
Okay.
Wait, Chris, you're joining, right?
Mm-hmm.
Dodging. Did you just say?
I'm not ready yet. Then.
Did you add anyone?
I friended Peb. I added Pebs, I believe, on Steam.
Oh dang! Let me open that because it did not ping me. It probably pinged me.
But also, when you do that,
I saw your name.
You usually have to restart your game afterwards.
Do I?
No. I got him.
You got him? Okay.
You got it? Oh, yes, it was added on that.
So a good way to get past it, if you have Steam on your phone, you can add people through Steam on your phone, and it shouldn't mess up your Dead by Daylight.
Oh, really?
It shouldn't. I know it still happens for some people.
I do have it on my phone, and I've been doing it through the thing, even though I get the notification on my phone. Okay. Interesting.
Dasha, why are you in New Zealand? Sorry. Is it for business or pleasure? Or both?
Oh, I gotta do it 5 and not 3? Ooh.
Gotta do what?
Right.
Oh.
Alright. I'm gonna do one game, then I'm gonna dip out for a bit to eat some food.
Okay.
Then I'll be back.
Your David looks snazzy.
Listen, it's the Bone Chill event. I gotta take on the winter spirit.
No, you're absolutely right. Let me get up. Yeah, get up, bestie. Stretch your legs. Get you a snack. Period. That's my Bondo. There are none like him because that one is mine. Y'all might occasionally hear call outs in the background. That's because our office space is shared. You haven't left the country yet? Dad, you gonna be one of them passport bros? You're gonna come back with a mail order bride?
That's crazy.
That is wild.
Oh, I patronize my friends. I'm sorry.
The call out was crazy.
Here I was after like talking about the usual office space. I was like W parallel play, and then all of a sudden mail order bride.
No. I wouldn't be me if I didn't antagonize my community.
I'm gonna need you to answer a question. Give me a number between 1 and 3. How many of your mods hurt you first?
Yes.
Yes. Yes, right off the bat.
You know, I got him with that museum mentality. Not Kaneki. I'm DCing right now. Oh, I missed. Oh, yeah.
Hey.
Whoop. Ah! He hit me off the backboard.
Wait.
Oh shit! He's behind. He's on me.
Where is everyone?
I did.
I'm running for my life in Maine right now.
Oh, you're in Maine. Oh, okay.
I have to know.
Because I'm near Killer Shack, and I'm hearing Heartbeat, but I'm like, I don't see nobody.
And the basement's in Maine.
Is it?
No. Yeah. Just hoping you don't realize it. He doesn't know chat. Thank yes.
W. Oh, you're right here.
I can get him. Oh damn! I made scratch marks. I'm leaving.
I'm coming for hook. I got it.
The killer's busy. We might could get away with healing here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Baby girl, you thought you was moonwalking into that? Eat a snowball. Ain't no party like a Claudie party.
Thank you.
Because a Christmas Claudie party don't stop.
Oh, he touched me. Oh no. I didn't consent to this. What am I gonna do with my purity ring now, Kaneki?
Purity ring is wild.
Oh, he's looping himself. Oh no. Oh no.
Oh, he's dropping.
Eddie!
He
My
died.
Eddie!
No.
Hey, Eddie,
Do I want to play Pete? When?
right now.
No. I'm modding right now. I have to get my. I was about to ask you, do you want my speech now or do you want it later when it's your turn?
Oh,
Or speech.
there already.
Is there a speech?
I have a whole.
I was gonna ask,
We
what kind
are
of
yeah. Wait for Neon. Yeah. Unless you want to repeat yourself, it's up to you.
Neon has been in chat occasionally, but they also are getting ready, so we don't know if they would hear it. So we might want to.
It's so funny.
He doesn't know.
No, he's going over here.
Hello, I am from.
So, Eddie, what rules can we break?
You can't break any rules. No.
If I gave you a virtual smooch, would that change it?
Y'all can heal right there. I'm coming. I promise.
Careful, because there's a hook right there that Kaneki's gonna place protector on.
Yeah.
I'm committed.
Right about now.
Thank you.
Wait, were people? Okay, cool.
I'm about to say, you saw we got that heal off though. You knew. Uh-oh.
I'm gonna head to the other team, but I can talk to y'all.
Tell them hi.
Bye.
Have fun. Good luck. Remember the motto for Cherokee.
How's Bondo and Baby Chaos? Bondo's on Overwatch losing his mind right now, and Baby Chaos is with her grandfather causing chaos.
Okay. Killer's currently in Maine. I think they might be heading to.
Heading back to
Hook.
Yeah, heading back to Hook.
Is that Blast Mine as I see?
That is a blast mine. I have a challenge to blind killers. Oh, hello,
Oh,
rubber band.
you are running Blast Mine.
Oh no! Now we definitely need to know Neon runs too. We definitely need to know. 5 for 5.
No, literally the only reason why I'm running blast mine is because I have a challenge to blind killers right now.
Okay.
Since we're practicing in public lobbies, I figured it'd be cool if I bamboozle.
Bam. Okay.
I did not see that. Do we know if they have fingers?
Okay. I saboed.
Nice.
Ah, damn it. They went all the way to another gen. I mean,
It's okay. Okay. See you when you get back. I started hearing coming, and I was like, we're not going to eat.
Oh shit, they didn't even see me. They went into a locker. Oh shit. Okay. All right. We're going. I'm going to main. I think they see me now. They see me now. They got me.
Blast mine is progressing. That can only mean one thing.
I'm going towards the gen that's lit up.
Kill me.
Ah, they're still on me.
Hey, buddy. Oh, wait.
Are they? Did they leave me? They left me.
Got the stun. No, I didn't get the stun. I just dropped the stun for no reason.
Wait.
Okay. Double backing. I don't think I was into this. Ooh.
Be careful. I got a lag spike twice in Rubber Band.
Yeah,
I got one.
rubber banded like twice, headed to the running toward the killer.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay. Hold on. I'm gonna try to get my food real quick. BRB.
We will try
I'll
to
let
get
you
you
hang.
unhooked as fast as
Just
possible.
be careful, because you missed those 2 skill checks, you're dead.
Should I make my way to him then?
I can make my way.
Okay.
I'm gonna killer check. Oh, it looks
W
like they.
Kindred, he's on the way. He's on the way here.
Boy, is he? Kaneki.
Wait, I'm not missing skill checks, am I?
You know, you're asking the right questions, so which I don't know.
Okay.
I got you up a hook, so.
Okay, thank you.
He's looping himself. He's looping himself. He's
Gonna
looping
stop this
himself. He's
gen.
looping himself.
Keep him.
Gotta love when the killers are bad at their own map.
The mind game is too strong.
Run,
Never
Chris,
mind.
run!
He whiffed. He whiffed. He whiffed. I juked.
Make him touch his own toes. He talked me down. Where'd you run?
Try my best. I'm in main still.
Okay. Oh, so
Surge.
close. Surge.
I
Okay, hold on.
died.
We're gonna finish this one. We're gonna
Now
finish
we
this
get
one
the
in your
gen,
honor.
In your honor.
In your honor.
He's taking in the basement. He's taking in the basement.
There you go.
Put me on back hook at least. Give me back hook, bitch, please.
Yeah.
No. Kaneki heading towards the gen. Lock that door. I'm going through the shack, going to the other way.
Thank you. I was just about to ask. I was like, do we have eyes on this killer?
I might just go for the shack door just to get attention.
Yeah, I don't
Nope,
see
I'm at
him.
the shack door.
Oh, I hear heartbeat near
Yep,
tractor.
is that me?
Oh dang.
we're
I
at
am
shack
on
right
the
now.
other door.
They are looping a killer shack.
25,
Dropping that because
50.
that's been there the whole time.
75. Can you make your way to my door?
I can.
I'm working on shack door. I am.
Making my way towards.
Okay.
Hey, buddy. I'm here. I'm at the door.
Okay. You can get it. I'm on it.
Yeah, we're good.
Oh, please don't make it. Okay. Oh, I can't.
Oh.
Oh,
there we go. There we go.
Thank you. Oh my god, you're so good for that. Thank you. W, homie.
That's why I didn't leave. That's all I needed to hear.
I forgot you get bonus blood points if you leave in the snow.
I'm going. I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna make it. Yeah.
Nice.
In the snowman.
W, barbecue, bam, brutal, and surge.
All the bees?
Mm-hmm.
All the bees. Actually. Wait, surge.
Okay, all the bees in one S.
Kaneki really said bing bop boom 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 bop bam.
Exactly.
I'm gonna sit out for. I'll still be in the bees.
Okay.
While I get my food.
Word.
I too am going to take a quick bathroom break.
I even grabbed a snack. I got some Ritz crackers. That's what I was trying to say earlier. I was like, rice crackers? Oh.
Rice crispy? Rice.
I knew it started with an R.
Oh, Pep's ready now. I was waiting for not work over.
I'm like, I don't even know what my challenges are.
But nah, Blast Mine is getting replaced with Visionary.
Are you winning yet? We haven't even played yet. Well, I mean, we've been practicing. We're winning at life.
We do be raising money for charities.
Mm-hmm.
The absolute white mage of charity.
Oh shoot! I was just gonna look at what my challenges were. Heal a total of 550 health states. Oh shit. Mushroom formula. What the hell is that? Increase maximum fog cloud by 2 meters. Oh. Okay. Well, we're also going to be playing against, like, each other, and we're not slugging, so I guess I don't even really need conviction either. What is that perk when you go into a locker, it, like, recharges your item?
Built to last. Oh, it's the krasu.
Oh, did Group B just finish now?
Yeah, that was their last game.
Okay.
All right, Jen and Maine got brand new parted.
Okay. They were heading in my direction, and then now they're not.
They are upstairs. They missed.
Okay.
I'm running out of main. Dissolution.
It's on me. I'm like, where were they bringing you? I got you. They're on the other side of the building.
Side of main.
Oh, are Jake DC?
Hi, Jake. And dead man switch. That fucking sucks.
They also have that one where then they jump over the pallet, it breaks.
Why did our teammate do?
Oh, we don't know. I didn't think the killer was near them. Yeah, because the killer wasn't even on them.
I just don't believe holidays.
Shit. I wasn't trying to take a hit. I was trying to get out of the way.
Don't be rude. Snowball. Snowball.
They covered beautiful Jen in snow, and then it got surged again.
She's coming to touch me. Drive by weave. Drive by weave. Pallet by any chance?
I am underneath the pallet.
Oh, what?
Yeah, I know you see me. You can't have her. No means no.
I haven't even done enough to even get my conviction to add up yet. I'm ready to be
fully recovered.
I am. I can't. I know, but you have to do so much of a gen or something. You know?
Oh, I see. Well, I blast mine the gen upstairs, and then
I'm ready to
hope you
pick
don't
up.
mind if I just.
Yeah.
She's leaving. She's going back. She's going back.
She wants me. Oh fuck! I ran into a wall. That is.
Where's she bringing?
Outside into the courtyard.
Oh no. She's coming back to hook. Why does she keep knocking me down?
Why'd you slug it?
I don't know. It's only me. Why is it only me?
She's leaving me. She's leaving me.
Is she going back to?
Am I the favorite? Oh, she is near me.
Yeah.
And she's gonna go up and kick that gen.
Give blast mine, dummy.
Chase me, nerd. Karasu, get down here and chase me like a woman.
Not me running towards the killer.
I threw a snowball at her. I'll do it again. She's ignoring me.
Why did you chasing me again?
What is that
Our bot is doing bot things. I don't know how it's doing.
Dead by Daylight, you said you fixed these bots. Look at them.
Okay, are you just gonna hook me this time? Thank you.
Yeah, the bot's up here helping me finish the
I think we're going to a killer shot.
No hook station.
Wrong button.
Rubber banding, but on the way.
I got her.
Oh. Okay, cool.
I think Jake was on their way too.
There, Crossy's on the way back to hook.
What's up with all these maps?
I don't like your cut, G. Yoink.
It's funny because anytime a nasty Crossu comes into the lobby or comes into a match, I always call them the crawfish, and I need to stop.
You know? You can call him a crawdad.
Not from Texas, it's crawfish.
Oh, wrong way! Oh, oh! Oh. Curse out, please. You're amping me up. Big girl. Flip couches, welcome in! She's leaving me again. She's going into Maine.
No reason why she should be in. Oh, that's why she's in Maine. Yeah, get the bot. It ain't have no hook states, and I'm not going to save that thing.
I can get the other. I don't know why the kid won't stay with me. I'm so delicious. Chase me.
Wait, did they leave the bot to come after you?
Yeah, they left the bot to come after me. That's fucking stinky. She whiffed. She whiffed. You got me. I'm dead. Oh wait, I thought I was dead. I'm not dead. I'm just.
No, she's talking her loogies.
Yeah, I thought talking to Luigi was injuring.
No, it amps you up, so when she turns into her full weed mode, she can do her thing. I got her. Yeah. Chase me. Don't come back. I'm delicious. I promise. Yeah. Chase me. She's leaving. She's going to that dungeon.
I think that was the bot that finished it.
Are y'all on that lit up gen?
I'm on the lit up gen. I believe Aretha's on a different one, so.
Yeah. She's near though. I got heart because Jake's apparently running to me. I love that for me. Yep.
True Jake fashion, and then we pop adrenaline? No.
Flip, how you doing? How's your day going? Trying to get to this door. Chilling, we love that. Hello there.
Hi.
Oh shit.
Oh no.
She's on me. This is the part where I die.
Oh no?
Actually, maybe not. She is falling. She is falling.
Can you make it to the door?
She's falling victim
Can I heal you?
Never mind. I'm not gonna be able to.
No.
Because she was just a weave, and she just kept on trying to zoom in straight lines. And so I was like, oh.
She went to the door. That
right
one.
there. Yeah, no, she's going that way.
Oh, I'm trying to body block.
Me too. Run.
She's gonna cut you off.
Nope. She'll find me.
Which way is it? I didn't see
Okay.
the...
Okay, so right there, right there. Look up. Do you see the thing? Oh shit, now I'm injured.
I do.
Oh, she's over there. She's over there. She's cutting you off. No.
Just leave. Just leave.
Okay. Do you have a full lobby? Well, everyone from our team is here, but what our one teammate is eating food. So if you want to come join, we can always take turns.
Don't you dare!
Get out if you have to. No.
I was running, and the Chris was running.
You should probably try crawling to the door if possible.
No, she's here.
Damn it. I'm not healed up at all, Aretha.
Oh shit.
She has to pick me up or I'm gonna crawl all the way out. That his hook is not gonna get back in time. Yeah, I'm gonna keep crawling. You have to pick me up. You have to. Yep. If you have to leave, I understand. Cock-2-ing at me is crazy.
Oh shit! Oh wait, you weren't on Death Hook. I could have came and got you. I thought you were in Death Hook.
She was just camping in front of me, and my bar wouldn't have moved. Yeah.
Yeah. Not the M1. Like God.
You know, I'm a pest. I ain't mad at it. I know how I play. GG's cursor.
Oh,
She
wow.
can never get her ankles back. Ankles back. You can never get her ankles back.
Yeah, Neon. How does one get 11,000 hours in DVD?
Can you show us the way, please?
Did you start playing when it came out?
Did you just leave on your console on Dead by Daylight for umpteen ever in a day?
About 5 years ago. I played about 5 years ago.
Oh Jesus. Okay. Here goes nothing.
They're so close to the 1,000 goal.
Oh my god! Yeah, so close. No console, only PC.
$124.84 away.
Ooh. Yes, Team
No
C is playing
console,
right now.
only PC. That's a bar.
That is I respect it. 100%. I respect it.
Are you friends with one of us? On Steam? I'm assuming you're on Steam?
Ooh, they're going against a dredge?
Only fun play?
Yep,
Okay.
they're going against a turfucking.
Wait!
Wait, who's playing the dredge? Wait, is this Jessa? Is Jessa playing the dredge?
Jess, yeah. Yeah.
Hi, Rage. Welcome in. Let me make this bigger for y'all so y'all can see. Turn it up.
I'm afraid of the dark, so I don't like the dredge.
I'm just upset that I can't see. Nothing.
Right? How you brighten up the map but leave his ability so dang dark?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I think they had to reset. I think they were on the wrong map.
Oh. WMA Koshi for almost P100ing her Fong, though.
Wow. Really?
Why did they make Victoria so fine? He's one of the few characters that's always got his shirt off.
Good. And it's winter. It's gotta be cold.
I'm saying.
But who's really the winner here? It's like, yes, we get an old man with his shirt off, but that man is at least 600 years old, according to lore. So.
So what I'm hearing is he's aged like fine wine. Sorry.
Oh man.
I know his nips are key in cars. It's gotta be gold.
Mm-hmm. Just diamonds.
You're the winner, Kovu? You won the tournament? Cool. What guild did you win it for?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, each team has is repping a guild, but because of the way, because it used to be 5 teams and then it went down to 4, so now each team has 2 guild members. So our team has 2 Black Guild members.
You want a McDonald's gift card? I don't think that's what they're raffling here. No, I'm kidding.
Then what we're gonna
W clip dodging.
Yeah, we are so close to 1,000. So close.
Yeah, it's crazy. I was sitting here thinking like there are 20 streamers involved. If every streamer's community donated like 50 collectively per streamer, that would get us there.
Mm-hmm.
For sure.
I mean, there's a few people that donated 100 so far, so.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Not hiding in the locker.
Being a little snicky snack.
Mm-mm-mm.
Neon's coming, right?
Neon, were you coming or no? Sorry. Oh.
It was the Neon that got me. I can't help it. You gotta immerse yourself into the game.
Oh, they said no prob. I can vibe. I said yeah. So I guess no. Oh, I can. You said you were full, so I said I'm up. Oh, I mean, one of our teammates took a break, so that's why I was like, you can come join. We do have one open spot.
Is your name Neon Halo on Steam? Yes. Okay, now here's the hard part, right? Because I found like 17. Oh, well, I'm assuming, you know, it's the one that's currently on Dead by Daylight. I sent it an invite. Hold on, wait. Quick back out. Quick back out.
Okay, back up.
Gotta grab
Back up.
Neon.
Okay, let's back up. Back into the game. Back into the game. He's the
Backing out.
Yeah, because we were playing with Hector earlier, but they're taking a little break so they can eat some foods. Do.
Neon, your nicknames are sending me. Candy Corn Coochie's probably my favorite out of this whole list.
Candy Corn Cooch!
If that's supposed to be private, I do so humbly apologize. But that just caught me.
What did I just come back
caught me. Am I showing on your list? Not this one, but It's My Life. Candy Corn, what? You heard me.
Ooh.
That one got it. You got some creative names in here.
Okay, now here's the thing. I gotta look now.
I'm sorry.
Your hair's good. I know.
Yeah,
and
I won't read the other ones. I love all of them, but Candy Corn Coochie just took me.
I know. My hair. You know what? And I need to cut it because the ends feel so like not great. So I need to cut it a little bit.
Good alliteration.
Because my hair's gotten so thin, I've actually been able to keep it long. Normally my hair's too thick, so I usually get headaches.
Are you gonna run Orella for the tournament?
But right now,
just
all
like baddies, and I'm here flat back Claudette. Feels type way.
Not flat back Claudette.
Bruh, they done made Hattie, Thalita, Orella, Elodie cheeked up. You see they cheeks from the front and the side. Claudette's, they scraped her up, put whatever they thought she had on a plank and was like, you got the rest. They didn't give her no crumb of booty, nothing. They fixed up Orella. Orella's locks is locking. They chopped Claudette's. I got beef. The most wildest thing I've done was Tickle Monster, but Candy Corn Coochie, I've actually never changed my name from Pebs the Neko. I think about it all the time.
I stopped changing it because I was confusing my friends like fucking crazy.
Oh my god. Yes, I have friends that change their name all the time, and I have no idea who they are. So I started using the notes. You know how like in games you can put notes beside their name. So I started putting what their name is next to it because I'm like, at the time I'm like, and it can't even be like, oh, this one has like a risque kind of name. I'm like, that could be like 10 people. Like that doesn't narrow it down for me.
I'm festive. We love festive.
I made sure to change my name before joining in. I'm like, let me change it right now. I don't know if I can do this much. I'm not sure.
I'd never say no.
Oh,
it's I remember being loaded up in a lobby with someone that just had like all song titles that were like old like Dochi song titles like Yucky Blucky Fruitcake and
Spooky Coochie.
Spooky Coochie, yeah, exactly.
What a bar.
Someone in my chat said, or Raven in my chat said, Claude apparently had a cosmetic that had a peak of her thong showing, and they removed it. Now we got so many slutty fits. Justice for Claude.
I mean, yes, we do have the cunty Claudie skins. We have a few of them. But you know what would make her cuntier? If she didn't have flapjacks.
Hello, hello.
They got Claudette clenching her cheeks like she's doing limbo. Thank you. A crumb of booty Dead by Daylight. A crumb.
I'm up BRB again. Sorry.
Okay,
No rush.
No worries.
Enjoy your food.
They only in Group C, and this is the first game for Group C. We got time.
Yee.
Yep.
Ooh.
I'm supposed to watch Traders Canada with friends at 6 o'clock my time. They were like, will you be done your tournament? I'm like, yeah, I should be done by then. And now I'm like, to be honest, I think I'm going to be kind of close.
Like an hour? Yeah, the way the tourney's moving.
It's another Kaneki.
Oh. Well, I'm Mountain Standard Time, so only an hour ahead. So it's probably going to be
got
like
a glowy!
7 or so.
And he's got Wretched Fate. I can't touch the glowy. I'm sad now.
Oh, no.
This is the worst way to be edged.
Oh.
Wait, where's the glowy?
Where he is. Oh, he see me. Kaneki, I didn't touch the glowy. I didn't touch it. Kaneki, I didn't touch it.
Careful, he has dying light, so anyone that isn't the obsession is going to have a very hard time.
You know, as long as you don't get found, that's what matters. Oh, I couldn't run from the glowy. Kaneki, please. Kaneki,
When
you
I
make me
said
nervous.
When I said I wanted the Kurama in DVD, this is not what I meant.
You feel me?
Wait.
Give me Nine-Tailed Fox Naruto, please. That's all I ask.
Dang it. Oh, Aretha's on it. Okay,
Yeah, I'm on it.
Like,
I'm on
I
it.
think someone was near it.
I know when you were like, oh, it's near us. And I was like, okay, I was near you all. So I'm going to go back. I hate when that happens, when you scream and you're like almost done.
Oh.
Also, watch out, Ruin.
Oh, he's coming back. Don't touch me. No, 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 no. No, no, no.
Why are they giving Dwight a dumpy in the Christmas box outfit?
Yeah, everyone, is it bad that whenever the term flirt was white and not what they actually meant?
Okay,
I thought the same. I was like, oh, we got a name for it. I'm stepping.
I gotta get away from this killer.
I was about to say Maine is now safe for you. Not wretched fate.
They broke the door. There's broken doors. And at least we got a gin. We got a gin. Thank you, thank you.
Jim Bob Crimbo, I can't win for nothing.
Jim Bob.
Dog, I was in the corner and you whipped. How does it feel to be you right now? Oh.
I'm glowy.
If it glowy,
Touch it.
glowy, it's
I can't touch it. It blocked me.
Wait, why do you want me for it? Oh. Fine, I'm going to the other side. I'm done.
Alright.
Leave me alone. Leave me alone.
Wait for a wretched fate to run out.
No. You know what?
Also, hi,
take,
Leon.
take
I didn't hear you come
take
in, but I heard
snowballs. Take the snowballs.
I heard call outs and I was like, you know?
Sorry.
Well,
that's one glow. Yeah, I gotta go get the other. Leon, no.
I think they're
tell
coming.
that man to give consent before he.
I'm getting up. I'm getting up.
Fuck you and your ruin and the horse.
Translations, fuck you and the plane.
West Side come through, we have won the game. We claim to be a player, but
Period. Fuck that team. No, come
on. I miss that you can't. Sorry.
Oh yeah, blind his ass.
thank you,
Yeah,
thank you.
chain blind. No, I'm playing.
I miss that that you can't throw snowballs at people from the hook anymore.
You know. Sometimes DVD gives us peak comedy. Other times they take our fun away.
Oh, it was taken.
yeah, just like survivors are just on the hook. They're stuck fighting off the entity from them getting sacrificed, and then all of a sudden it's just they cough out a snowball like a hairball.
You know? Valid.
Oh, sorry, did you just M1 me on a hook? Just 1 second, sorry.
Good luck, have fun, everybody. Leave an alert and twerk as I head out for work.
Good loops, Neon. I saw you at Killshot.
Good luck at work. And thank you for the work.
Alright, I have to vamoose. I did the scream train.
Me too.
I scrumped when I should have ran.
Okay. So you have...
The scream I scrumped was not for the weak. He's hitting my gen. He's checking the lacquers.
I'm on the opposite end of where the hook is, on the by the main building.
I am not about to let that snowman out
He's
the fuck out of
leaving
us.
me. He's going back to the hook.
Yeah, go, 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 go. Yoo-hoo! Come get me, sir, Kaneki. This is unwashed ass behavior, Kaneki. Kaneki, yeah, come get me, sir. Eat wood. It's good for you. You need more fiber in your diet.
Oh shit. Kaneki, you rude son of a bitch. I was texting my pappy.
Let's see, let's see, let's see. Ah! Ah!
You know, Kaneki, I give you that. That was pretty good.
They
that
blocked
was
the
good
generator.
tentacle. Totally tubular.
Now, see, I tried drawing aggro and he just left me alone, so... Wretched Fate, Dying Light, Ruin, Play With Your Food, maybe?
He had two hexes, so one of those was a hex.
Yeah, and also I can't seem to open up a chest.
Ooh, not a bug.
Yeah, there's.
Oh well, no, they
there's
got
blocked.
blocked. That's the wretched fate.
But all of them? Like, when does that go away?
Like 10 seconds.
Dang it!
Okay, I feel like...
Jen, your killer check is done.
Just you wait, Kaneki. I'm gonna throw a wicked snowball at you.
Okay, I'm walking my way. Making my way.
Does that mean your main?
It's either play with your food or Stabiffle is one of them.
Well, he had 2 hexes. He had Ruin, another hex, and then he had Dying Light and something
Dying
else.
Light. Dying Light, Wretched Fate, Ruin, and probably Undying if there were 2. If I had to guess.
Are they coming back to Hook or no?
No, they're just chasing in that direction.
Okay.
This Gen's a one-man right here.
Jesus. I hate you.
I'm gonna go ahead and pressure another Gen.
I can't open anything.
Alright, now this man has no choice but to go for me. Everyone else is on death hook. He's gotta do something with me.
You hitting my Gen?
I'll be the brave soul that goes.
He's heading to that back Gen. I can make it. I'm going.
He is
No, I'm
near
on the
me,
way.
but doesn't see me. Oh, he might be coming back to Hook.
If he's going back to Hook, then
He certainly is, and he does not have a heartbeat.
Thank you.
hello, yeah, come get me.
It's like, yeah, come get me.
Oh, I was gonna try and hide from him, but that's okay.
Dragon,
We'll
dragon,
be together.
lots of dragon, Dragon Ball Z, sir. Dragon, lots of dragons, come and get me. Oh, dragon, lots of Dragon Ball Z. Dragon. You whiff.
What a time to not have last night. Oh, you got me. Would you like to be healed first?
Nope, I am in the middle of being ran.
Oh, I meant Neon. I'm sorry.
No, they're coming right to the Gen.
Ooh, but that's your like first hook though. Okay, let me.
Yeah,
That's why he's leaving.
Oh shit.
Run, Neon, run. No, he was passed.
Well, this is great because my current challenge is to have 6 survivors leave while I'm still in the game. So
To get the door open and get them up because I don't have anything over here, so y'all can get out. Quick.
Okay, my door's open. I'm coming.
Go. I'm on death hook, so just run out.
Which
The door. So if you were looking at the back towards the killer shack, it would be to your left.
No, they're right by each other.
Okay.
Oh yeah, right here.
yeah, the 2 of y'all need to leave before I do for challenge.
Okay. I'm leaving.
He's making
I'm
his way
leaving.
downtown. He's dashing fast.
But not fast enough.
Right.
Working my way downtown, working fast, faces passing, I'm bloodbound. Da-na-na-na-na-na.
Hey. Dying Light, Ruin, Dominance, and Wretched Fate.
Dominance.
Oh, Dominance.
What is dominant? Oh, that's each totem and chest is interacted with survivor. The totem chest blocked by the MP for 6. That's what I was saying. Every single time I tried to touch something, it was blocked. That was the dominance, right?
Yeah. I thought that was the hex that did that. That's not bad.
This effect persists until the hex totem is cleansed.
Honestly, kind of a crazy build. I might steal that. Not for now, but I might steal that.
Because it really did block, like, I couldn't even get it, the totem, like, there's so many things that I tried to open and do, but I just couldn't do it because I kept getting blocked.
Ooh, that was a good play.
What game are they on now?
They're a clown right now.
Who's playing the clown? Does it say?
I'm not sure.
It is Minna, I think.
Okay.
Mini Minna, I believe.
Oh yeah, you're right. Mina screams, I believe.
Yeah.
Oh dang, that's a ferocious clown.
I'm generally not afraid of clowns, but I gotta say, a clown that smells his own farts and goes faster is not one I want to mess with. Not nowhere to hide. Ooh.
Dang.
Nowhere to hide. The one per Floods of Rage, is it?
That's what it looks like.
Not Poutine Queen.
They busted these gens out though. They are making excellent use of their bottles.
Yeah, actually.
Oh.
Jessa.
Not putting them?
Oh, I think they're letting her go.
Oh.
Oh, she couldn't do that because she just got unhooked and she can't, and we can't.
Oh, yeah, the rules. You're right. You're right.
The rules, yeah.
Which is why it's so much easier when there's no duplicate survivors. Because if they're all playing the same one, it's like you tunneled me.
You have no excuse.
Yeah, I'm like, if you're like, you tunneled me, and I'm like, you literally look the same. You literally brought in the same character.
Tunnel me, senpai. Run.
Run for your life.
Oh man, I hope you have balanced landing. You do not. No.
And
dang.
I ran so far away. I just ran. I ran all. Give me them snow skulls. Night and day. Couldn't get away. That is a Chucky.
Chucky.
Oh, I missed.
A Chucky or a Tiffany?
That is good question. I hardly ever see a Tiffany.
I only play Tiffany. If I do play Killer.
I see a glowy. Oh, I also hear a Chucky. Glowy is near Little Boat.
Got you. Are you still running inner healing? Or inner strength, sorry?
Yeah.
Oh, there is a totem We're outside now. I'll get it if you want it. I'll get the glowy, but there's a totem near some logs by the door at Kill Shack.
Okay.
Okay. Chucky is now off.
When you say near.
Oh. Never mind. It was literally in like a corner, like one of those.
Oh, it would have been Devour Hope.
Yeah.
Thanks for the
Yikes
practice, Chucky. I didn't even see
Barbecue and chili, bamboozle, and batteries. That is crazy.
That would have been a good build.
I mean, why they leave?
Write this down.
Oh, and they had Tiffany as their. They probably were Tiffany.
They were not. I heard.
It was Chucky. Yeah, it was Chucky. He was cussing.
Maybe they had internet issues. It was so early in the game to be DCing like that. Must have been.
They probably did have internet issues.
Or they wanted to go into public and they just didn't.
They knew you knew about the glowy. They're like, I gotta go.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. They found it too soon.
I mean, don't discount that. Don't discount the whole game just because somebody found the litty titty totem.
Is this about to be the first 4K of the tournament?
I think this might be the first 4K of the tournament because the hatch is closed.
Yep.
Ooh. No, I think there was one before. There was one from like game 2.
Oh, okay.
I don't remember who it was though.
This is still pretty good.
Or maybe it was. No. I'm thinking of the opposite. They all escaped.
Yeah, I think this is the first 4K.
Oh wow.
Score 1 for the Women's Guild, I believe?
I believe so.
Yes.
Chat, we just witnessed the first 4K, and it was by the clown.
Mm-hmm. Yes, if anyone wants to check out the main tournament, go to the Funko Beards channel. I think that's right. Not me just shouting out some random person.
What? You didn't remind me to take the pills last night. What would, I thought you would remember because, you know, they're pills.
That's right. I wanted to... I haven't really gotten any conviction. Built to last.
I was like, you said, I have a mental disease, and I was like, what, forget to take your pills in Osis? Like, literally, yes.
Literally, yes, it's hilarious. I'm sorry. I was trying to respect y'all's conversation, but that sold me.
No, anytime David knows that I'm in, like, VC, we just, we play up bits all the time, so it's no big deal.
Chat, they need 115 until they hit their goal.
Pull over, that cash too fat. Woo woo, pull over, that cash too fat.
To some bar, I'm afraid. Yeet.
That wallet got a lot of booty in the butt.
Oh.
It's a curse throwing snowballs.
Oh.
It's a crawfish.
Crawfish?
Crawfica. Hi Ace, welcome in.
I would love to, you know, not be the killer magnet for once, but you know what? It's okay.
I mean, are
It's
you
in your name?
Yeah. Are you purposely like following them, or are they just attracted to you? Just like, it's me.
I did throw snowballs at them, thinking that they were gonna be funny, but they were not funny. They were serious.
Maybe they're
Oops,
attracted
Daisy?
to David.
Oh shit! Not friends to the end. How dare you?
Uh-oh.
How dare you?
She's in Maine.
Come to me because I jumped off my gen. Oh, jeez. They got me down. They got me down.
Now, here's a question. Am I gonna scream again? Because the friends to the end is actually the thing.
It is. And we don't know. It's me!
Mario!
Showdown at this pallet, Carson. Where you at? Come chase me. Hey, hey.
Where at?
Arnie. Someone in the snow. Just be safe. And I missed. I'm a failure.
Oh, thank you. Okay.
They are on neon, so.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Someone's on Ghosty? I gotta go look.
Oh, yeah.
Wait, is there not a gen in Maine? There's not a gen in Maine.
No. Leon, I love the way you loop, and I can tell you're gonna be a force to be reckoned with.
I am going to cry myself to sleep. I am going
I can see him from afar.
Screaming, crying, shitting, farting.
I just know we're gonna have a good time. I can tell I'm gonna laugh.
Ah! Oh my god, are you kidding me? Why am I screaming?
Phantom thingy?
Oh, now I'm slow? Oh, I'm slow?
Hey, what's poppin'? Hey.
Oh, don't spit on me.
The film center took his head and now I'm sad. It's okay. I'm vibing, you know, vibing out on this tiny thing. Ain't nothing but a chicken wing.
Oh, still here?
Burger King.
I feel like I'm gonna be the first to go this time.
Anyone close?
Yep.
Yeah, I got it.
I have
But
no
she's
idea.
headed right back to look so just.
She's coming right here.
Again?
Yeah,
Another person playing wild is insane.
she is a back to hook Becky, I fear.
Mm-hmm.
She did not hit me.
She has DMS.
She did not hit me. She did not hit me again.
Give me. Make it.
She thought she was gonna hit me.
Ooh,
How many things can you burp? How many things can you puke?
She hops as many loogies as she needs.
I was like, I feel like it's infinite.
Hello.
Ma'am. That is your memories. She's looking herself.
I love a Hellsing Ultimate Band.
Oh, she's dropping chase. She's going to the repair gen.
I just wanna do a dream.
I can finally sit and work on a gen. Oh my lord.
Mercy gonna Puke all day till I catch a stray.
Look at the Crossu crawling around like an Exodus.
Queen of the Weaves.
Is that on the hill?
Scamper.
Where the hell is she at? Oh, okay. Back near Killer Shack. Aretha, are you gonna go grab Neon or should I?
I'm literally between the Killer Shack and the hook. They are here?
I'm gonna pop
Okay, okay, sorry. Okay, I'm running through. I'm running through.
I popped the gen that could cover my scratch marks, and so
Yeah.
I should be on.
Well, they're right where I was.
It.
So I'm leaving. I'm going for hook. Or...
I got it.
Okay. Well, we can all double heal it here.
We can double team.
Yeah. I was like, I love those moments when you're like, it's like you, and like the whole path that you need to take to get is where the killer is.
Now you gotta love that FOV.
Yep.
Now who is gonna scream?
I held that for so long. I held her freaking press to the end for 3 hooks. She's leaving me.
And it's me. Hi. It's me. I'm the problem. It's me.
Okay.
Okay.
Do we
y'all
know?
are probably working on that gen over there. I see the Crossu. Why is she screaming? She doesn't.
I can go for
She got
hook.
Phantom Fear.
I can go for hook.
She's not. She's aiming. She's gunning for me.
Okay, I'm going for hook.
She is trying to snipe me. She is trying to snipe me, but she is not successful. Okay, she got me there.
We can get on your gen once you heal me. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
I saw T and L and wanted it. There's no greater joy than watching a killer loot themselves on a T and L. Oh. Is that Thrilling Tremors that we just heard? Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Thrilling Tremors, Dead Man's Switch, Phantom Fear, and what's it called?
Friends
to the end. Yep.
Yeah. Okay, I'm coming for hook. Ooh, who screamed that time? Oh, shoot. Okay. Just chin back there. I want to get these bones so I can at least get some speed.
Go for it. I'll have your gen back here done.
Okay.
And I am gonna pressure this gen near Kill Shack. Or not. Neon might run into me. Never mind. Actually, we'll see where she's at.
I'm gonna go by the water tower. There was a gen back there too, so I'm gonna go on that one. So
She's not too far from me, but I'm not worried. Keep juicing, Neon. You're doing a great job.
I can't heal you now. I wanted to alleviate some of that bloodlust off of you.
Her says that gen was almost done.
I'm happy to take a hit if it's not in your way.
I'm using my overzealous and I'm already at like 50%.
Jesus, 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 Jesus.
You need that.
Thank you.
Yep.
Jesus, 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 leave me alone, please.
I got you. Oh, you're still broken. I'm sorry. I was gonna heal you.
Oh. No, you stay broken for a while.
Okay. I'm gonna be done this gen. I'm already at like 80%.
Go, go, go.
90.
Oh, she dropped.
She chose, yeah.
Woo! And we're done. Okay, the doors are there and there.
No, no!
One of them.
Shoot. She's being hooked by one of the doors.
Oh, that door? Okay.
Yeah. I'm running towards... I got the door to 25, but I'm taking off from it.
I'm opening the one near the water tower.
I think she's heading that direction.
Okay, so I'll just pop it.
I don't think it's... She's not here. Oh, there she is.
Oh, we got it.
Okay, yeah, we got it.
We got it.
Once this switches to leave mode, I should get this door. Bye-bye. She made me scream off the door at the last second.
That is unfortunate.
I got out, but I just was not prepared for that. Yeah, so friends to the end, dead man sage, swirling tremor, and see you soon.
See you soon.
Ooh, let's go.
Wait, did Neon dip?
Sorry, what?
Yeah.
Yeah, Neon dip, yeah.
Do we just gotta keep looking to see when we are? Because we're supposed to go somewhere on the last match?
I think one of the mods will probably come.
Okay,
tell
okay.
us.
Yeah, one of the mods will probably come thing, yeah.
Because we're supposed to be, I mean, we can always switch to the up next team, considering that yeah.
Yeah, we are.
Do y'all want to go to up next then?
Yeah, sure.
Just whatever.
I mean, yeah, we can. Do we own it? Yeah? No? Yeah? Yeah? Sure.
Should we?
Sure.
This is Team C, right?
Yes, this is Team
Yeah, this
C.
is.
Yeah,
this
it's
is-
Oh, yeah, well then, yeah.
we
Yeah.
are next. Okay. Okay, we'll go up next. Okay.
I'm down.
Alright, cool.
Okay.
Okay. I was scared of like accidentally clicking the wrong call. I'm not gonna lie.
Hopping in the live and listening to their comms.
I was like, oh, wrong VC. Did not mean to join this.
You know?
Is
It's happened before.
anyone other than Pebs and myself live already or no?
I'm gonna be live in like 20 minutes.
Okay.
Let me join them. Oh yeah, so running games or taking a break?
I can run some more.
Yeah, we can run some more.
I can run more.
Let me join.
No, those are the raid videos. Miscellaneous. Source material. No. Multimedia things, maybe? 2025 overlays. Starting soon.
I think I followed everyone. I need to go follow Neon.
That's the ass thing.
Huh?
Nothing. I'm just.
Having conversations with yourself?
I'm having conversations with myself because I haven't, due to roommates being buttholes, I haven't streamed in like 6 months. So I'm like rapidly trying to put my old OBS setup back together.
Ah, gotcha.
So I can go live in like 20 minutes.
Valid.
Yeah.
So here's hoping I can make that shake real swift.
Neon, I don't know if you're still in here, but I see that you also play the Outlast Trials. we gonna have to link up because, you know, I love the Outlast Trials as long as you're not too mad at having a partner that has Zoro sense. And for anyone like, what the fuck is Zoro sense? I have the directional sense of Zoro, so if I get lost, you're gonna know.
Already up.
Hold on, they say that was the last one? Did I hear that wrong?
No,
Yeah,
that was
what?
match. No. We were there. They should be hitting match 3.
Okay.
I'm about to say, wait, hold that quick.
Yeah, I'm like,
That's why
they
I
literally
asked.
just started.
I had to ask. I don't know what I heard, but I was like, wait.
No, they should be in match 3 right now.
Listen, I'm not mentally ready yet, homie. I need to slow down.
Homie, whatever lies beyond this morning is a
I done witnessed
living
firsthand how some of y'all loop. I'm scared.
Look, you just have to know that I loop like poop.
I sometimes do okay, and then sometimes I'm like, oh, why am I stuck on this tree?
Yeah,
Mike's got nose. I'm a potato.
The amount of times that I have I was just so busy looking behind me that I just like run into a wall. Like it's so bad.
Rachel. They be saying look behind you, but then you just like run to the wrong spots and like, oh. So
Some killers you really don't have to look behind you all too often.
Yeah, like literally it's just a matter of flicking back and forth. I'm just poop at that.
I remember when I first started playing, I would like play with like people who like played for a very long time, and they like when they died, they would like be watching me and they're like, look behind you. I'm like, I don't know how.
It's not something you can teach. You just have to gradually do.
You really can.
Yeah, it's because now it's like muscle memory. Like I don't even realize I'm doing it half the time. Like yeah, I can't really explain how to do it. Plus I also play, even though I'm on PC, I play on controller. I really suck at mouse and keyboard on this game. I tried. It's usually my redeem. If people want to see me play on mouse and keyboard, like I'm raising money for charity and you're donating money.
Yeah, like you cannot pay me to go. There's no amount of money you can pay me to play keyboard and mouse. Like,
wait, what?
Nah, I have a price.
It's not that bad. It's not that bad for keyboard.
Killer is a different story.
Oh yeah.
I have tiny hands. Like my hands don't
It's
reach.
a Billy.
Oh,
Is it Billy?
It's a Billy.
Where
Oh
is
my god. Let's go.
On the other.
Billy?
on the west
I
side of
love it.
elementary.
Trying to chainsaw me that early. Sexy baby girl. Look at me, a Billy, come here.
Is it a milkman Billy at least?
It's not. I've been betrayed. He's leaving me.
Nope.
My feelings are hurt. I lied. I ran into it.
Man.
I tried to run back because I thought he was leaving me. I ran into the chainsaw. Billy,
like,
I love you. Let's do it again.
Oh, I was gonna sabo hook, but I didn't get that messed up.
That's okay. You wanna be toxic and get me down right now? Yeah. W toxic.
Let's go.
I'm here for the memes. Billy, let's do it.
He's a respectable
I'm done with
Billy.
her.
He's a
She
respectable
can't
Billy.
He's like, I got her. Where's the next one?
Did he win this? He doesn't win this. Repel it?
Thank you.
Working on school basement.
I'm working on center-ish gen by the white van.
Oh, fucked up, fucked up.
This white van says free book. Should I go inside?
Yeah.
Read a book, read a book, read a mother
Hey!
book.
I heard that so long.
Brush your teeth, brush your teeth, brush your teeth.
He's on, I think, this way.
He hit a wall. He's going inside of me.
Oh, Tinker.
Oh, oh.
Yeah, because I don't hear, But they...
we lost his aura too early.
Yeah.
That's how I knew it was Tinker.
Okay, we're gonna finish this gen though. So.
I didn't even notice it.
I have nothing for Stabos. I do humbly apologize.
No, it's fine.
Yeah.
How many
over here still, right?
Up, hit me. I can't body block it.
No, I was so close.
He goes through you when he hits you, so I was trying to prevent the hit.
Come back to us.
Oh, I see the tech now. Yeah. Well, the gen in the school basement was almost done.
Okay, he's coming back to hook.
Yes, he is. Ah,
I'm gonna
I got
go to basement,
stocky.
Yeah, I'm going to basement main and see if I can stop this gen.
Oh, really? You overcharged. I don't like that.
Hey, Tinker?
I might go down.
Oh, they're still running.
Oh, he backed up on me! This is smart, Billy. You know, Billy? I'll take it.
Okay, school gen done.
No, I'm about to be. We're doing practice runs right now.
He's going, I think, inside. He's going inside.
Then in front of preschool, I think you should try to ignore it until we get down to the last gen.
Okay, I'm going for hook.
Yeah, I think.
I
was thinking about. Should we tackle House of Pain next?
Yes.
Okay.
Weave him, Hector.
I'm down here.
Weave
I'm
him.
down here. He froze out, Ellie.
No.
He froze out.
No. See if I can find some.
You know, Hector, was it you or Chris who said they wanted Blast Mine?
No, just I can switch it out.
Well, no, I've been running this build for so long.
Hector was also running Blast Mine. I was only running Blast Mine because I had a challenge to.
He's going into the house. Okay, Chris, he's on you.
Yeah.
Seriously though, where are all these bones?
There's usually always a totem in the downstairs.
I weaseled my way out of there.
I was looking and I didn't see
mad at me
it.
though.
Debbie.
I'm gonna go upstairs.
Alright, then.
Where are they going?
I thought you were injured. I was
Oh, no.
Sir!
Neon, thank you for the follow.
Oh, that's bullshit. Oh well, that's fine.
Oh, Shaq.
I landed the stun, but I also got down because
I saw the play. Are you going in basement?
Yeah, I'm getting in basement.
No.
I can get the unhook. I'm right here. Also, there's a gen in a kill shack.
Going for middle of the street.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, so much for going to House of
He
Pain.
is overcharged. It's okay.
I'm gonna just stick on Jen then.
Okay, I'm gonna try to go for hook.
I'm right here.
Come into two-story, I think. Back to hook.
Yeah.
No, like it's just a habit. If I'm in basement, I'm running out that motherfucker.
Okay.
Honestly valid.
He's checking the lockers.
Oh.
Alien instinct or?
Nowhere to no.
It's one of aliens parts. It's either alien instinct or ultimate weapon.
It's aliens.
He's leaving. The brick house is going to the brick house.
Oh shit!
Wait, like get that way! Get away! Oh wait! Bro.
That Jed's almost done. That Jed's almost done.
Bro. He kicked it. Bless mine.
I got you. I need cookie. See.
Okay, let me go back to the
No fade.
No!
I had inner strength that was like almost on healing.
Oh yeah, that's so
Not I saw it in 4K.
It's super cool, bro.
Oh, they came back. They came back. They're in the house.
Yeah.
Because that gen's like literally like 10%.
Do you need another totem?
No. Actually, I still haven't used this one. I can heal in a locker.
There's a totem right here.
Okay.
You left me?
Yeah. I got his attention.
I'm gonna go back to upstairs.
You don't let her get this heal off.
I am working on the gen.
You don't let her get this heal off, baby girl.
I'm gonna try and 99 it. Just for like a little distraction.
He's still near the killer shack.
Can you come back to me?
He's still by the killer shack.
No?
I know. This might be it for me.
Alright.
You're greedy. You're greedy. You should have been one me, Shody. You should have been one me.
Okay, you should be good.
Yeah.
You want me to pop the gen in preschool?
Actually, I wait. We have a 2-gen by.
I'm on the gen in the killer shack. I'm in the gen on killer shack. They really want you.
Okay, I'll leave.
Oh yeah. The bloodlust. He left me.
Oh shit. Ah! Woo!
Working on the gen behind the House of Bane.
Actually.
No!
I'm gonna see if I can't pick up the heads.
He's coming back.
Oh, he's coming back. He's coming back.
Okay,
He's had enough of me.
He's picking me up. Excuse me. Survive, Tommy, survive.
No, me. I'm back on shotgun right now. He's going back to you.
Yeah, I see him. Thankfully,
wait, low key. This school jet could be completely back here. It should be fine. It should still be 99.
He's still by house with the 2 stories.
Okay. Oh yeah, transformate. He's right here. He's a shack. Shack gen. Let's go. Bless mine.
I saw that happen. I saw the yellow light go away, and I was like, no.
Oh, that hit! I forgot I could hit through that.
Okay, same side, opposite end. I'm on that gen, across in the back of where the 2-story house is.
Yeah, that was the gen I was trying to pressure, but then I doubled back to pop that. Actually, no, we can work on this together. Actually, no, it's we're 1 down.
Is that the story? He going to the next chat.
Yeah. Okay. I'm still on this gen.
I'm gonna try to heal myself outside of this.
Okay. I'm gonna pressure this gen.
I'm back to.
Oh, ah! Okay. He's on me. No.
Try to do the gen.
He left me. He left me.
Shotgun has low levels.
Ah, shit. It's okay. It's only my second hook.
Alright, Hector, keep working on it. I'm gonna see if I can't go for it.
Okay, cool. You might head it this way. Going to shotgun.
Oh, he's coming. Yeah, he's coming straight back there.
Right, I'm still gonna go for the unhook though.
time. Oh, I messed it up.
There's usually bones in here, but I haven't seen them anywhere.
No basement?
Yeah, I didn't see any in the basement. Oh, basement.
I don't basement.
If you had, yeah, there's no way I can explain it. He's headed back to.
Let's try to jump faster.
Okay. Oh, there's one that's here.
I don't know where Billy is behind all behind preschool.
Diamond house with two.
Oh shit!
Two
Found me.
stairs.
Nice, nice.
Queen coming in, point.
Oh man! If I had tilted, if I just
the
kept
fact
on
that he
zagging.
almost ran past you too.
Yeah, if I should have kept zigging when I wanted to zag.
What was it? Marty said from Madagascar. You got to etch a sketch.
Yeah.
Etch a sketch.
That's my prayer for finding Hatch.
I be calling the Monta the Hatch King.
Oh shoot!
Oh, weapon.
I totally forgot about this bird. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Damn it.
Oh, he's trying to throw snowballs at you.
No! I'm like, where? No!
I couldn't hear it.
I couldn't hear it either.
Those by daylight fixed my audio. Is it what? The hatch?
No, no audio.
Oh, I don't. It's been an audio bug ever since they gave us the Bone Chill event. So like when you leave the game and come back in to spectate, sometimes you don't have any audio. So like I couldn't even hear the Mori just now.
Oh. Yep. Tinker. Ultimate weapon. Ultimate weapon pusher. Nowhere to hide.
Oh, nowhere to hide.
I could have sworn that was nowhere to hide.
You said it and then you recanted it, and I was like, and then I didn't skip hit a gen.
Weapon, that's why.
Oh, it's fine. You know, I can never guarantee ultimate weapon, and I always switch ultimate weapon with what's it called?
Alien Instinct.
Yeah. So
I can't remember what Alien Instinct is. Is that the one where it reveals the injured person farthest away?
Isn't it? Either that or the more you hit people, the more you go faster? Is that it? Alien Instinct? The more they're
Alien Instinct, the aura of the farthest survivor or farthest injured survivor is revealed to you for 5 seconds.
I was gonna say Rapid. Rapid's
Rapid's that Bolton one, isn't it?
Rapid's no bloodless. No more bloodless, but you get a haste after getting your hit.
Alright, time for me to hit that live button. I'll deafen.
Okay.
Go for it.
I'll deafen and I'll...
Excuse me. Oh, did y'all see the ping? I don't think we have time for another game.
Oh shit.
I think so. Yeah, I see the ping.
Hey, Group D, as
So
soon as
they're
the last round of Group C starts, I will pop in to go over a few things. Okay. Oh, it just says here.
So we should just wait then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because who's the killer right now for the? Well, because we don't know their area, right?
May Koshi just played. I want to say Poutine should be the last one. Yeah.
Mine's the third round.
I am the last.
I wasn't sure if they're in their third or fourth round.
Okay, we have that. I'm trying to make sure I have all your streams up so I'm at least lurking in the background.
I appreciate that. I had to just turn me down because I'm a hooligan.
Well, I had the stream muted at first, but then I couldn't hear Funko stream, so I was like, so I have everyone like down to like the lowest you can get.
No valid.
Because yeah, I'm sure during streams anyways we'll probably just be muted because it just gets too many sounds.
You gotta hear like someone else play DVD while playing DVD, while also having the music in the background.
Bruh. Most of the people I follow play a good portion of DVD. So one time I had 7 streams up. I was playing music for my community, and then I have a TTS bot, and I showed my community. They're like, "What is wrong with you?" I was like, "I don't know. I feel like this is stimming."
Nah, imagine hearing 7 different DVD matches going on at the same time. It's kind of.
It's when the heartbeats link up that I'm like, that little kid.
It is a different chase music.
Either that or it's like the heartbeat's no longer near you, but it's still near you because you hear it in a stream. So it's like it feels like the heartbeat never goes away, and you're like, I don't even know. Like,
bruh, I was playing with people and had their streams up, and they were being chased, and I'm just spinning in a circle. Like, what is happening? Is it me? Do I not have the heartbeat on? Why don't I see it? I'm here to lurk and support. Thank you, Zah.
Nah, my respect to you. I can't do that. I get overwhelmed.
I have all the audios at 3%. So, like, I can hear people, so I'm able to mod as I'm playing. But if it's louder than my stream, that's where I would get overwhelmed.
Yeah.
See, no, I was assuming that you're talking about you have the volume maxed out.
No.
That's what I was assuming. I was like, nah, 7 different games at the same time is crazy.
I'd curl up with a ball.
But it's hard though, because especially when you play games where people are yelling and screaming, it's like even at 1%, you're like, damn, they are loud.
We have a wonderful streamer where when she starts yelling, she cuts out in Discord, but we can hear her on her stream.
There. Stream.
Sometimes I don't play music because I hear the music in the other stream. I'm coming to learn that my mods hate me more than they let on.
If you do one spin, you're on your downfall the most.
I just watched someone's clip where they picked up the pallet, dropped it on the wreath.
On the wreath.
Picked it up again.
Nah, the way for that happened, that's crazy.
Out of respect for that play, I'd DC. As the killer, I'd be like, yeah, you got me, bro. You got it.
Wait, is poutine good?
Like at the game?
I think so.
No, like the food. Like the,
Oh,
I was just thinking about it.
I'm like at the game. I don't know.
Yeah, like comida, like comida.
I think poutine's good.
Poutine's good. Yeah.
I was like, I feel like that's a Canadian thing, so I'm like, I don't think I've ever tried it before.
Oh.
If they have it in New York too.
Do you? Well,
Really?
so
Oh,
yeah.
that's
have you ever had cheese curds?
cheese.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
There's different ways to have it as well. Like you could just basically it's just fries, cheese, and gravy. But here, if you want like actual poutine, it's cheese curds.
I was like, I tried cheese curds from like Culver's, but I was like, eh.
Yeah, it's like crumbled cheese curds, and because of the hot gravy, it like melts, so it's all melty and gooey, and yeah, yeah, it's really good. I like it.
But that's kind of on fire.
But if you want but sometimes people like obviously, sometimes you can't get cheese curds, so just having like shredded cheese and putting it on there works good too.
I'm gonna need to try that then.
Oh, I just realized we're $90 away from completing it.
Yeah, it's so close. They're just so close.
Oh dang, y'all can't even hear. I'm sorry, chat. Here you go. Let me mute my.
I think I turned it up.
Bot. Yeah, get his eye. Yeah, get his eye. What? Dodge, you can hear yourself? That's crazy. You should check your audio. I apologize for nothing. What are you supposed to be doing, Dajin?
Wait, who's the first killer? Who's the first killer?
Chris.
Ooh, Chris. Okay.
I do believe Chris is still setting up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, they're live now.
Okay, Poutine is their last killer. Oh, Poutine's pig.
Look at you.
Ooh.
I miss giving
Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. I'm
Buddy.
here.
Hi.
Hi.
We're relaxing. We're watching Poutine's run before we go.
Yes. I aspired to be a pygmy once upon a time, but I failed. So,
What do you mean, fail? What?
I tried the DPD thing for me. Actually, Chris knows because I used to play with Chris a lot once upon a time. Are they live?
Chris
They
should.
are.
Yes, I just typed into that. You're about to go over the rules.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah,
All
make
right,
sure everyone's
so
in here.
Peak? No, I have literally I have this. Literally I have this. I'm modding your guys' game, and then after that I have Final Fantasy stuff to do after.
Oh wait, that'd be that.
Final Fantasy 7?
Final Fantasy 14.
Oh.
Yes. And then I have to run to Peak to get my Iron Mouse.
Oh, I was just thinking about that. I haven't watched the concert yet.
Yeah, you don't have to go to the concert.
Okay, if I need to turn everybody down or whatever. Hello? But yeah. Hi, sorry. I was ushering in my crew.
I wasn't rushing you. I was just letting you know.
Yeah.
No,
Hi,
my bit
Chris's
was
chat.
almost over. My bit was over anyway.
Okay. Well, hi. We're here. We're doing it. Let's go over a couple of things. Everyone must play killer once. No repeat killers for groups. No duplicate survivors. Survivor perks cannot repeat. Funko will be checking beginning of each round. Killers cannot camp, slug, or tunnel until 1 gen left. Killer add-on must be brown or green. Survivor add-ons. Items and add-ons also must be brown and green. No perk bans on either side. No offerings allowed. Maps I already posted in the group D chat. And Chris, can I have you set up the lobby once you guys are up? If you have any issues, I would add Funko first and then add everyone else in after. Just let me. I'll probably stay. Once you get up to the live channel, I'll probably just jump in and make sure everything's okay, and then that will be going. Any questions?
You said only brown and green add-ons for killers, correct?
Yes, same with survivors as well.
All right, cool.
And anything in toolboxes or chests are fair game.
Fair game. Okay. We can't control that.
Oh wait, what about? Did you say anything about duplicate items?
Oh yeah.
Oh, I was about to say we kind of can, because pharmacy, but oh well.
That's the perk. I can't change. We can't do anything about that.
I don't say I didn't see anything about duplicate items.
Yeah, we were saying that.
I didn't see anything either, and I saw multiple people have medkits.
Okay.
So, but yeah, any other questions before the match? Please let me know so that I can ask Funko. Yeah, that's all I got. All right, like I said, I will probably be in here again one more time in the live team just to make sure everyone's set up and ready to go. And good luck.
Is this the last game for them?
This is the last game for them, yes.
Oh, okay.
I only come in to teams until it's the last game, so that's why I was like...
Gotcha.
I feel like this last one went by so fast. I was like, the first one felt like it went forever.
Well, I was looking at the announcements because I was seeing like what the timeline was looking like, and we were supposed to end by 7, and it's like for my time it's 6:18. So I'm like, we're running pretty good.
Yeah, like it's only like yeah, like looks like you might be able to make that watch marathon after all.
Yeah, no, everything's moving pretty. I mean, listen, they're already down to 2 gens.
Oh,
just by my. That's what's going on too.
Yeah, I've been watching this. It's been a crazy thing.
Like, I feel like every time I come into a new team's chat, I'm like, all right, we're gonna go over the rules, and then by the time I'm done, I'm like, it's almost halfway over. And I'm like, okay, well, here we are. I feel like I feel like I'm just gonna, I can hang out here. I'm fine. Yeah.
All right, cool.
How many 4Ks have happened so far. We saw the clowns. Did anyone happen before that?
I could have sworn there was one more 4K. I know
There's
Funko said that was the
Spirit,
first
I
one.
think Sal.
Sal had a 4K as well. But I wasn't 100%.
That's what
I was helping set up. Go for it.
Yeah. Oh, that was good.
Oh my.
That was good.
A clean hit, actually.
Yeah, pigs don't play around. They really don't.
It's hard to play against a good piggy.
Very that, yes. I was mentioning our times playing DVD together, Chris.
And we're so close. We're like $80 away from reaching our goal.
When does Chris move into the killer voice chat, and then we figure out our perks?
No problem.
Y'all can start going over your perks now. I have been seeing people talk about it within y'all's group chats.
Yeah.
Y'all can start figuring.
Well, we were just thinking like, cause like if we talk about it in front of the killer, then we're telling the killer. I mean, it's fine too.
Technically, we're all killers.
Right? Exactly. Well, I have the memory of a goldfish, so you could tell me, but I can't guarantee I'll remember.
But
my memory is 75 Windows Explorer tabs, all playing music and slow.
Very that. Also, it's not the same perks either, so.
Yep.
That's true.
Touche. Having to remember everyone's perks would be crazy.
Yeah.
Oh.
That was a good one, too.
Last hat.
Speaking of tabs, one of these tabs is playing Mariah Carey. I need to find it.
Mariah Carey's forever. You'll never forget.
She defrosted too early. I've been hearing her since November.
No.
My friend has been taking some songs with work she does with community and turning them into and translating them into Cree. And All I Want for Christmas is one of the songs that they translated into Cree, and she sings it in Cree, which is my indigenous language.
I love that. You gotta get that hat off.
Oh, it doesn't tell us how close the hat is almost to exploding.
No, it only tells you when it gets active.
Oh.
Oh, they got that hat off real fast. That's good killer math, knowing they're back there because the hat got taken off pretty fast.
They already opened the door, right? Or no?
One door. I don't know if the other one's open.
Okay. I don't know if I'm taking about it because I couldn't see the bar door. I was like, oh.
We only see the killer side so far, so.
Yeah.
That is true. That's open door too.
Ooh.
So both doors were open. Y'all got it.
Yep.
W.
GG's.
GG's.
W Poutine, she did her big one.
So when you're killer, remember, I love you.
If I'm killer and you're survivor, spin me so I know it's real.
Hello.
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 So did you give him your spiel, Eddie?
Yes.
You spilled all over him, huh?
Oh.
All right. So you guys are the last group for the tournament tonight. We want to wish you guys good luck.
Thanks, I'm gonna need it.
I've come to be the best brotato around.
So right now, he is less than $100 away from hitting the $1,000 goal. If he does hit it, there will be another $50 gift card giveaway. Which, if we hit it while you guys are playing, me or Eddie will pop into your chat and just give you guys a heads up, so that way you guys can get in on it.
Okay.
As soon as Funko is done talking with the other team, looks like they're done.
Yes.
Want to head over to the live team, except for, let me see, Chris.
Except for me.
Yep. If you want to head to the Killer VC, and I'll go over the Killer rules with you.
All right.
All right.
Okay.
Good luck.
Good luck. And good luck. Don't die.
Okay. I'm gonna stay here with y'all to make sure everything's going well.
Does anybody have a set build that they want to do?
I have 3 preset builds I can run. I just need to know what everyone else is running to adjust accordingly.
So
I came to the understanding that a lot of us use Blast Mine, so if someone absolutely wants it, that's fine. It's not gonna hurt my feelings.
So my build is usually inner strength, overzealous, built to last, and life. That's what I'm playing right now. Does anyone have one of those and needs one of them?
Nope.
No.
Hector?
What do you?
Leo?
Oh, yeah.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I was gonna say I normally run Deja Vu, Autodidact, and Kindred. And my 4th slot, I just change around whatever's available.
Okay.
The only duplicate we have is I put Deja on mine, but I can change Deja out for
I
something
can change.
else.
No, actually, I can change Deja.
I put Deja, Resurgence, Lucky Break, and Overcome. I figured those would probably be ones nobody picks.
Good perks. So I will, I guess, leave it up to y'all, whatever y'all want on the team. I can either run my healing build, which is Botany, Desperate Measures, Do No Harm, will make it, or I can run Blast Mine, Wiretap, Do No Harm, and Botany, which gives me half heal, half gen protection.
I mean, it's up to you. I personally won't need a bunch of heals. I have Resurgence, so I'm gonna bring a med kit, so I personally won't need that much.
Okay. Nah, I'll run the Blast Mine then.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
You have some fun,
That's
yeah.
bueno.
You can have some fun.
Yeah.
Wait,
Yeah.
I can run Pebble. Let's go.
Ooh, do it. Oh my god. If you get Pebble value, that's gonna be great.
That was so funny.
So somebody
Where's the
does have
Funko
Chris
Beans
added, right?
pants? He's an ace with no pants.
Who?
Huh?
What?
He was an ace with no pants.
Oh. Hold on.
Never gonna hear the end of this from Dodge.
If you don't, let me know so I can tell Funko to add the rest of y'all.
Okay.
Oh, I can do it. I can get them in here.
Yeah, I think we
Okay,
added
perfect.
we added
I think you
everyone.
were in here.
Oh shoot.
So he,
Wait,
so
who am
Chris
I
has sent a invite to everybody, on through Steam.
Yes.
So you guys could accept that and then go into his lobby.
Who are we missing?
Yeah.
Oh, let me jump.
Hector.
Oh, okay, okay.
I was like, I don't know if it's in a Funko or anything.
Yeah, sorry.
I was like, I think Hector's hiding from me.
Okay, perfect. And then do they have Funko already?
Funko is
Funko's
in
in
here.
here.
Yeah.
Perfect. All right, then I'm gonna head out then.
Okay.
Good luck, y'all. And
Thank you.
yeah, at me if you need me.
Thank you.
Okay.
Gracias.
All right. When you guys are all ready, just give me a heads up and I'll pop over, let Chris know so he can ready up.
Okay, I'm gonna.
Don't forget to redo your builds.
Oh yeah, that's right.
My build's already here.
Oh.
I'm muted stream because I need to sure my stream's muted. Okay.
And if you guys want to take a moment, he is showing your videos right now.
Okay. Wait.
I'm trying to figure out what to replace my.
Wait, where do I get my? Oh, there we go. Oh, my build is in here. Yay!
He's jamming out in his clip.
Chris running into Michael Jackson.
It's singing and running from a Billy is crazy. Thank you, Bluey. I didn't even see the Huntress once they hit you, Hector.
Oh yeah.
W Bluey.
Ooh!
The Black Spine Sage. I didn't even know that was an option.
I didn't know that was an option either.
That's crazy.
Dajin, in the 2v8, I just watched the Blast Mine save someone from being hooked. I'm blown.
Wait, hold on. Would it be mean if I run head on the flashbang?
No.
Okay, then yeah. Wait, no one. Oh wait, no one's stuff. I was gonna say I don't know if anyone's running stakeout.
Key value?
Mm-hmm. And this was another tournament I was in, and you got extra points if you escape through hatch.
Oh, you found hatch. Let's go.
I had like 2 hatch escapes. It was the only reason why we had the points, and we got 3rd because of my hatch escapes.
Way to go.
I was like, yay.
Oh, this is the clip I saw of Neon. Cause how do you Kobe a hatchet as a spring trap? I was blown.
Oh.
Hey Neon, you doing your big one with these.
You know it's bad when Gandalf told you fucked up.
Don't let this clip fool y'all. I will never get a flashlight save again.
No, we believe in you.
Mm.
You shouldn't. You shouldn't know with a flashlight.
Those are good
I ain't
clips.
gonna hold
Everybody
y'all.
has some really
End
good
up
ones.
Neon got it forever. That's 4K
Alright.
for me. Like,
Is everybody in the lobby?
yes.
Everybody ready?
Yep.
Perks are good, right? I think.
Yeah, I think we are. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Oh wait,
Or-
Neon, do you have stakeout? No, right?
No.
Okay, good. All right. Just make sure. I don't remember if you said stakeout or not.
No. Lucky Break, Overcome, Deja, and Resurgence.
Deja. Okay, cool. All right. I'm also putting Vanessa ahead on.
Ooh. Okay. Yep. Don't have that one.
All right. Everybody
We're good.
ready?
Thank you, Kira.
We're good.
Yep.
We're good.
All right. Good luck. I'm gonna head over and tell Chris to go ahead and start it.
Okay. Okay.
Green is good, right?
I've been
Yeah,
waiting my whole
nice.
life for this moment.
Green, yeah, green.
Okay,
Brown or
cool.
green.
Just make sure.
Yeah, brown
I'm
or
getting
green.
like I don't want to accidentally bring something bad. And then
I know.
I feel like if it's something they'll probably. I mean, they might
That's
stop it and be like, "Hey, don't forget you did this thing."
They had to stop out a couple of matches because of wrong maps.
Yeah.
I think at least 3 times, but it's Funko's doing a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to remember all that. My goodness.
And we're like $80 away from our donation goal as well.
It was like halfway when we first started the stream.
Mm-hmm.
Crazy.
Yeah, he was well into like 240 something by the time all that happened.
Well, once it gets to 1,000, they're gonna offer another $50 gift card to Amazon. So, if we want to have that done before the end of stream, and y'all want to have the giveaway, we need to make it to the end.
Touché.
Alright, almost.
Unretire from DBD.
Unretire.
Oh.
Was that the wrong map?
We won!
I think that was.
Yeah. Okay.
that wasn't Cold Tower, was it?
I don't think so. That didn't look like Cold Tower. Okay.
I was like, let me just triple check to make sure we didn't have the wrong. Really?
I saw
Wait
the
a
raid.
minute.
I was like, Peps.
You saw the what?
I saw like a raid. I was say Peps.
Oh, you know?
I don't know.
Was that not Cold Tower 1? Because I thought that was Cold Tower.
I don't think that was. Actually,
No.
Okay.
Cold Tower 1 is
There's no
the one with
tower
the
on that
big
one.
building.
Oh, touche.
Okay, my items are still good. Okay.
Right?
Oh yeah, good call.
Yeah.
Panic check.
I know. I was like, oh my god.
Don't panic. No, just a quick reminder too, maybe I forgot to mention it. I feel like I've been saying this all day. When I posted the groups, I also have the map set up too. So, Hector, when you go next, your map is going to be the records.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
If for some reason you're not sure on how to change the map, Wolfie will walk you through it. But,
Does it give the killer access to do that? I thought only the host of the lobby can change the maps.
oh, very that. So I will.
Yeah, I would say it's.
I will tell Chris. I will tell Wolfie to tell Chris. Okay. Okie dokie.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Alright,
Okay.
I'm ready.
Round 2. Let's go. That was just a connection test. That was a connection test. We're testing.
Get the jitters out. You gave me test runs.
We were testing the internet. It's good. We're good to go.
You know? Thank you, Bondo. All right, guys. Bondo gave me my Claudie sweater. We're in.
Yay!
W.
I am IRL Claudie now.
Alright, Cold Tower.
Alright, we'll be
and
in.
this is right one. Hey.
Oh yeah.
that's good.
We see a tower.
I was so ready to throw you a snowball.
Right?
Oh yeah.
Oh,
I got a
shoot.
totem on the
No!
female.
No! Fred, no! No! Listen, remember, we're friends!
Shack.
I'm running away, I'm running away, I'm running away!
I'm on the Shack in the log tower. He went invisible.
Next to the logs.
Yeah.
What's the tower?
I'm just dropping every pallet over here. Oh, sorry. Ah! I thought you were there. No! No.
Did he leave you?
Oh, nope. He's right on me. Behind me.
He chased me up the gym.
Oh, nope. Yeah.
See that coming. It's okay.
Shoot.
Chris, you respect pallets? Chris.
Yeah.
Chris.
I'm back on your gen.
Oh, my bad. I'm running past.
Okay.
I'm so sorry.
It's okay. They're still on you? Oh, no, they're back on me.
He left me.
Oh, they're kicking your gen?
He's chasing.
You see where he's headed?
Yeah, Bobby! Oh, respect that pallet. Okay. Oh no! Oh, there's a yellow gen. Oh, they're still by that yellow gen.
Oh, wiretap. Oh yeah, wiretap.
Oh, yeah. That's nice. See, that was a good call on that. Holy shit.
I'm doing a check. He's got Lightborn. He has Lightborn.
Oh, he has Lightborn?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
I only got the stun. I didn't get the coin.
Right, Shack is done, so if you need to run to Shack for safety, you're good.
Okay.
Main gen is
if we're looking toward Shack, I'm left of Shack.
Chris left me.
Hey, you wanna heal me?
On me? Thank you.
Got you.
And then back to the center.
Get the auto I'm at the desk. Oh,
thank you.
Gracias.
Did he leave you?
No, he's on me. Left me.
Way go!
Shack has been used.
He's hitting my gen. The gen at the logs.
Log gen?
Yep, he chose me. I'm heading to main.
Alright, me and Rita's on gen next to main.
Yeah.
Oh!
We should be done soon.
He got it. Oh, tragic. Did he beat me to the window? God, I hope not.
The 3gen is...
I needed it.
Below where you just completed, and the log pile, and then next to the log pile.
He broke the door in main.
I'll head over to the log pile gen.
Okay.
Yeah,
Oh no, didn't give it to me.
This is the one that's been started so many times. We can get this one.
Oh,
I'm going down.
you got this, homie. You got this.
Oh, he broke the other door in main.
Love you.
Oh, it's Tina High? This is a Tina High! Yeah, you gotta uncloak for this, buddy. I'm sorry. I'm wasting a lot of
No, it's okay. It's a lot.
Alright, we're chilling.
I'm back
They're
in
on
main.
me. If you come back to that gen that I was on.
Okay.
Oh, goody. I have a med kit if y'all want to prioritize
the last gen?
The gen.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm also getting...
Oh. Yeah. I found the pallet density
Going back to neon gen.
Yeah.
Oh, I just
Taking them away.
realized...
Okay. Y'all could low-key go for... Just stick on heals doors.
You lost me.
Yeah. I was like, let me finish the heal and I'll get to the nearest door I see. There is a door near main.
Coming back to me, I think? Yeah, he's on me.
I'm on door near main, if anyone wants to push that on.
We gotta find his gen and get that finished.
Oh.
He got chased off of it. I do see a totem. Do you want to get this totem?
I just
Chris
got
staying
the
on
totem.
me? Chris left?
Okay. Switching.
Yeah, he's checking that gen. Just kicking it.
Yep.
There is a
Chris-
gen
Chris
between
going
main
main?
and the door.
Chris going mid. I'm going back to some gen.
here, we're in the main. Ah!
Behind you, Jen.
Alright.
Got you, got you.
No!
Yeah, I'm on door near me.
I am running away. I'm going towards Killer Shack.
Let me do what you gotta do.
Yeah, come to Killer Shack. The door's being open.
Okay.
Is Chris staying on you?
Oh, yep. Nope, he's behind me, Chris is behind me.
Come this way.
Oh, shit. Ah, shoot!
I'm 99.
door.
I'm 99.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah.
Starstruck.
Starstruck.
Bro.
Oh.
I gotta go.
Yeah.
You see, that was me in the heart.
Wait, I thought you were over at me. Wait.
I was coming over to help.
He did carry me a little bit because if you're in the radius, you still get it.
That's what I wasn't in the radius yet. I didn't get the heart. I got starstruck then got the heartbeat. Right.
Okay.
I got a door.
Yeah, open up.
Yeah.
Starstruck is off.
They're literally behind me. They're behind me in the.
Come back from her.
On the way.
Chasing me. Get the ball.
Yeah.
Get the ball.
I'm not there yet. Run out if you have to.
Okay.
I'm here.
Okay.
You wanna go shack door?
The shack. That's where they are. They're at the shack door. Do we want to go this door?
Oh, okay, let's go this one.
This door open?
Neon, go if you
Yeah,
have
both
to.
doors be good.
Yeah, I'm out. Are
Okay.
you all out?
Okay, nice.
All
We're
right.
heading over now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm at the other exit. I'm fine.
We're good.
Okay. So you just want to leave, or are we gonna heal?
Extra points.
Yeah, points never hurt. Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
Alright, vamos.
Bye.
Ahora sí.
GG.
Let's go.
Goodness.
Oh, we had Surge.
Okay.
Nice.
The Starstruck got me worried, right? I was like,
Dude, man.
it's like, oh, let me
Thank you,
back up.
Coco.
Alright, do I switch over to the Ugclaw now? Or wait for...
Up to you, I think. It's how quickly you want to abandon us.
Oh,
Well,
I'm still ready.
Well, because I think
He just clicks over.
or someone has to create the lobby.
No. We just stay in this lobby and rotate.
Yeah.
Okay.
Chris just needs to change the map.
Yeah.
So
Whew.
Excuse me. Sorry.
Salud.
Thank you.
Ooh. Another $10. We're like $55 away.
We are
Oh, let's go.
55.
Let's
Yeah.
go.
W. Alright. Eddie, I'm assuming I wait for
Yes, I'm waiting. Once he comes here, you go over there.
Okay. Está bien.
Okay.
You said it's a record
Over
yard.
Okay. So since okay, well, then
Okay.
that's
Oh.
it's okay.
Alright, Hector.
Alright. I'm gonna switch over, y'all. Good luck.
Thanks.
And then, Chris, you see what the next map is, right?
Yes, it was Wrecker's Yard, Auto Haven.
Yes, perfect. And then I already have all the maps set up. Perfect. Okay. Perfect. I just wanted to make sure. Great job. And
Good job.
have you back?
You did great.
What perks are you gonna use?
Me?
Yeah.
I was just gonna stick with what I've been rocking with. So that would be Eyes of Belmont. That would be Poised. that would be Fogwise and Visionary.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah, nobody has those, so great.
If you guys could give me just a minute, so I can go over and explain everything to Hector real quick, and then that way there's no miscommunication.
Sounds good. And congrats, we made $1,000. We're at 1,050.
Let's go!
Hey, make sure everybody pops in and it's the exclamation point Unity to get into the giveaway.
All right.
Hell yeah.
W.
If we were in it from before, do we have to do it again? No. Okay.
If we did what?
If we hit Unity before, I guess I could just do it again.
I was gonna say it never hurts.
Yeah. There we go.
Oh yeah, it says do it now.
Yeah.
Oh, yep. Let me get in there.
Mm-hmm.
Hell yeah.
I had muted and paused it because I didn't want to see the killer side of anything while we're doing this.
Mhm.
Trying to keep it
Oh,
fair.
that's funny.
Yeah. I also just muted it and then made it go away, and I'm like, okay.
Yeah. Dajin, not you buying the Milkman Billy skin.
It's a good one.
It is a good skin. It's great because his channel and everything, he's called the Milkman because he runs the Milk Mafia. So.
Oh. When I use that, I always say I get to hit people with my jugs.
Hey.
No, they
Now I
call
want
Billy the milkman because he's black. Anyway.
Anyway.
Thought you already sick of us.
Me, sick of y'all, I could never. That I am glad to be in my strong suit. Now here's hoping I don't fuck this up.
It's okay, it's okay.
Oh my god.
Rather, here's hoping I don't mess this up because I read the terms and agreements for the charity. No vulgarity.
Yes.
Are you guys good?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay, I'll let Funko know.
Thank you.
All right.
I ain't gonna lie, Chris, you messed me up with the Lightborn. You hit my blast mine and I didn't get killer blind. I was like, oh.
Yeah, it would have been.
How rude.
Yeah, like the only build that I had for Wraith is for like those like for like your stereotypical like survivor people that are like in your lobby that like want to stunt for the flashlight save, and so I was like Lightborn, Starstruck, get wrecked.
Fair.
Indeed. They're unexpected perks, so it works out, you know.
Yeah, it does. I'm not tripping about it. Oh man. I don't think I've ever been that nervous since the first time I played DVD, like ever.
Oh wait, I gotta put on my Claudie sweater.
Oh man.
Yeah, I normally don't, like, if I'm in a tournament, I'm usually playing Survivor. I don't play Killer. That's why I'm like, oh, okay. I mean, I do occasionally play Killer, but I'm not, like, that great at Killer.
I've only played Killer in a tournament once, and I hated everything about it because I ended up having to play a Killer I knew nothing about until that moment.
Oh no.
Oh, that is unfortunate.
Wait, who was it? What killer?
Heads?
Oh god. Woo! I put my headset back on, sorry.
Oh, what killer did you have to play that you didn't know?
Oh, Plague! I've never played as them to learn them. I just knew how to play against her as a survivor.
Oh,
but
that's
our
crazy.
our killer we had on the team was like, oh, I don't have this killer unlocked at the last second. I was like, bro, please.
Oh no.
I was like, this is not the setup you put me on at the end. It's okay. We didn't do bad. We got out of 165 teams, we placed 32nd, so.
Wow.
Damn.
Dang, that's kind of crazy, yeah.
Mm-hmm. We were stressed. It was single limbs. We were stressed.
Most people too are in the same boat that are survivor mains here, so you're in good company.
Winner takes all.
Hey.
It's the thrill of one more kill.
Come on, Pipes, come.
I'm a professional musician. If I break out into song, it's not my fault. I've been hardwired.
You know? With a voice like that, I feel like it's allowed.
Somebody told me
you
were
would be surprised at how many people tell me to shut up.
in Dom's band group.
Yeah, Dom Palombi.
Yeah.
Dom Palombi's game night. I played trumpet for that band quite a few times.
Oh, nice.
Wait, you know
Birdie
Dom?
told me that. They knew you.
How do you know Dom?
Through the person that knows you, through Dom.
Okay.
And he may have your signature on a poster on his wall.
Hey.
Oh. So he
So you
must have gone...
famous.
I only signed a poster one time, and that was whenever Dom played the main stage at a convention called MagFest in 2024.
All right,
Which
so
is-
running ads, but everybody here is ready, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes, indeed.
Yep.
Awesome. All right, so as soon as we're done with ads, we'll be starting the match.
Okay. Bet.
He says he
I
has
didn't
the
realize I was gonna be in
TPGN
here
poster.
with such celebrities. Chris over
I
here
am-
giving autographs out. Neon's a partner. I'm
No
just
one-
a blip on the planet. How did I get here?
No, I am a small fry. You would be surprised at it was like I can pull all of these like flexes that I want, but like it really don't.
And yet my friend has your signature on his wall.
Dang. That's crazy. It's a small world
Yeah.
after all. But yeah, me and Dom go way back.
W.
Ready,
Is that a Vecna?
Vecna!
A
Please
Vecna?
give me-
It's a
please give me
Vecna.
20.
A Vecna.
Please give me 20. Oh, I wrote a 4. This game hates me. I'm gonna go cry in a
Homophobia.
corner now.
Absolute homophobia.
You feel me?
Oh, he was flying. I
Phantom's here?
screamed. He's after me
Who
now.
screamed? Oh.
Me.
Everybody Killer Shack? Killer Shack?
Phantom Fear's crazy. Yeah, they're at Kill Shack. I'm sorry, I'm
I'm
moving
not
in. I would
at
like
Kill
this chest.
Shack, but
I'm getting my bonus.
5?
A 4.
I hugged the wall too much. I hugged the wall too much. This is unfortunate for me.
I got some bones.
I'm playing second killer tonight.
Oh no.
Let's see if they've
He's
got barbecue.
he's flying to Pride Rock.
Oh.
To where the... Yeah.
So barbecue and chili for sure?
I don't know.
So he didn't come to me.
Yeah, he flew like right past the two people that were at.
Yeah, he saw me though.
I was hiding.
Oh
Should I go
god,
down
oh
the
god,
stairs?
oh god, I
Where are
got
you
stuck on the
going?
bus.
I'm going to hook.
Quick, then I'll stay on my gen.
Okay.
Yeah, stay on the gen.
I had to hit a pre-drop.
I got you. Okay, they're yeah, they're way over there.
Oh god, I still got hit.
Damn, not Larry, Curly, and Mo over there. Okay.
Jesus crackers. Oh my god. He left me.
Oh,
He's found the orb.
Yeah, he's on me, I'm leaving my gen, it's at 80.
Knees weak, arms are heavy. I'm stressed.
Do you remember where my gen was, Chris?
Oh
Vaguely.
no! Not weave attunement. I'm moving
found
this
it.
way.
Weave attunement?
Yeah.
Then we have Franklin's too.
Yeah, so Franklin's weave.
Franklin's weave
Phantom
is
Cure.
crazy. Franklin's
Do we
weave
know
is
the
a
fourth
death-
perk?
No, we don't.
Got you. I screamed for the Panthers there.
Nice. Thank you for finishing
Oh,
that.
I'm out.
Might have been lethal.
Watch out, watch out, watch out. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
No. We're good, we're good.
Okay, so that's one on that side. If we take care of the one that's is that blast mine or wiretap?
Damn it, both.
Surge.
Is that Surge?
I'm on the pallet.
Okay.
Yeah. That's the 4 perks. At least know it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not going to basement.
I'm on the gen by where you were hooked, Chris, and that gen's like 80, almost 90.
He sees the scratch marks of the person who ran past the bus. He's following your scratch marks.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna finish this gen before I come get you, or unless someone else is here.
Fine.
I'm
Dummy,
trying
how
to
did I tell you?
I got the unhook.
Okay, I'm also here so I can double heal.
He threw an orb. I
He's
don't
on his
think
way back here. Be careful. Actually, no, wait, no. He's on the other side of the map. We're good.
Thank y'all. Oh, yeah, he threw another orb.
Oh shoot.
On the John on the hill. Oh yeah, you're coming. You're
Oh.
coming.
Baby girl, you gotta chase somebody else. Baby girl.
Okay.
That pallet should still be intact. I didn't drop it. I didn't want to. He
Okay,
left
we're
me.
triple stacked. We gotta go.
Would like
He left me.
Oh, okay, he's gonna be on me. Whoop.
Yeah, we gotta. Yeah, we
Okay,
had
that
to.
one's done,
We
that one's
needed
done.
Is there anybody-
to jet.
Okay.
Everybody healthy left me.
Oh no! Oh shoot!
I'll take that. Okay, so we took care of the. It seems like the only.
Good loot, Johnny. Yeah, good loot.
Just got the John done.
He's going an orb our way.
Working on the
I'm getting.
Working on the junior bulldozer.
No!
Sorry.
No!
I'm going for the unhook. It's not super fast, but I can still heal you at a decent rate. Oh yeah, your resurgence is stronger.
It wasn't super fast, but I guess I'll take it.
No!
Urge
Okay.
versus.
Versa.
Stay on your gen. I will get unhooked.
I fear that.
Yeah, you're
Oh.
right.
I fear that the Vecna saw me.
Nope, I don't think so.
Oh no, he's not.
No.
He's flying across. He's in kill shack.
Maybe?
I'm going for the unhook.
Killer Shack we were working on a little bit, so I think
Yes, on me, on me.
Yeah.
I'm taking him far away, so if you want to get on those gens,
Okay.
now would be
Yeah.
great.
I'm gonna try
Alright,
to get on
I'll
kill
get
shack
back on
to
it.
divide up the map. Oh, sorry. I'm
Okay.
trying not to sandbag.
I'm gonna try to get on this Killer Shack one because I feel like if we do this one, it's gonna give us more
Yep.
time.
Yup. You read my mind. Neon, at any point, if you need Killer Shack, if you need the pallet, say so. Sorry. My bad. Just trying to get the great. I was greedy. I ain't gonna be greedy no more.
Brother, please.
Oh no!
That surge value was bad for us. Okay, we can do this. We can do this.
Okay,
Keep
so
doing orb.
I might be able to get. I might be able to get. If I can pop this gen.
You can complete your gen. I'm going.
Okay. There's always lets me suppress the scratch marks, so God forbid,
If you want to come get on Killer Shack, then.
I'm running through. I'm running on the other side of Killer Shack. They might come to Killer Shack.
Thank you.
Oh.
W.
They left me. They left me.
No, 10-4. 10-4. 10-4.
He's checking that gen.
Okay.
Oh, we might be 3 gen.
No, we're not 3 gen.
Okay. He sees.
Oh, he's gonna be on me. I'm in the corner.
I'm gonna
He's
see
still
if
going around Kill Shack.
Yeah.
Looking for me?
No, he's not.
No?
Damn. Oh, bud. Oh.
I'm on Killer Gen.
Okay, I'm on Killer Gen with you.
Oh, he picked up my pallet.
Well, good thing you can throw
Hey.
it down again.
Yeah, I did. I certainly did.
Here we go.
I'm on the yellow bus right now. He's chasing me. I won't be able to get this door yet.
I'm gonna go to the far door on the other side of that jungle gym. It's not a jungle gym.
Oh,
is it?
shit!
Is that it?
But I'm on one of the doors. No, I'm on that door. I'm on the door.
Oh, okay. I saw.
Which door?
The door near the big stack of cars.
Mm-hmm. I hear you both, but I don't see you.
Oh god, I'm still by this door.
Oh, the other door?
Yeah. And he's
Let me see if I can. Let me see if I can.
Maybe sneak in there, open that one.
Yeah, I'm on it right now.
Damn, this idea for me.
Yeah. It's okay, it's okay. Look at you. We're all healed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's just make sure you don't.
Is somebody working on the? Okay.
Yep. The door's almost open. And door's open.
You have 15 seconds when we pull you. It's fine.
Yeah.
Let's go get the unhook.
Yeah. Heart rate. Hello. Oh shoot! I got bubbled. Oh, when they. Why am I so slow? Okay, I'm running towards the door. They're. Oh no, they left me. They went back to hook. Shoot. But if you can see me, the door's over here.
Yep. He's gonna fly past me. Yeah.
Oh, shoot. Oh my god.
Sure, try to go for the other door. The other
Are you
door's
all
open.
good?
Yeah, I am.
Okay.
You're good?
Hi,
no, but
the
I'm going towards
Raiders.
that door.
Hi.
I don't know if I'm good, but
Thank you, Heart
we're
Choker.
trying.
Thank you for
Well,
the
the killer's headed
raid.
towards that other
Also,
door, so be
congratulations. You did a good job. I was watching a little bit as I was practicing.
You can make it. You can make it.
I hope you had a fun time.
You can make it. Let's go.
Welcome, Raiders. Hi, if you don't know me, I'm simply Aretha. I'm an Indigenous filmmaker, content creator, and streamer. I do play a lot of Dead by Daylight. Currently, I'm playing in the Guilds by Daylight charity tournament. Heart Choker was also playing, and I'm representing the Women's Guild. And yeah, yay! Welcome on in. I'm playing Killer
Thou
next, by the way.
shalt not have items.
And God said.
Sure.
Right? Oh my god. One of my perks is to recharge my item, and I was like, I already put it down because that's why I knew he had re-attunement.
Oh man, that's gotta sting.
So I'm like, it just rendered one of my perks just like completely useless.
That's how I felt with the light board. I was like, oh, so that's my blast line.
Right?
The surge negated my blast line in center gen too. I didn't realize that until I went and got the unhook and was like, why isn't that gen yellow?
Oh wait, did I see Gigi? Just like everyone's already gone.
It's okay, we can still give the GGs here.
Yes. GGs.
Hello.
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 GGs.
GGs.
I
I just want you to know the amount of excitement you got from all of us when we saw that.
I love Vecna. I love gambling. I love doing.
All right, Aretha, you want to come join me in the killer?
I'm coming. Good luck, everyone. Hello.
Hi. So, just a couple rules for you. All right. First, so there is no repeat killing from any of your group, so you cannot run Vecna, unfortunately, because I know that got everyone excited, and cannot run Bing Bong. Secondly, all of your perks are available to you. Add-ons must be green or brown.
Yes.
Where have you ended up this time?
Then I will tell you when to ready up. I'll have to go over and confirm a couple things with the survivor chat first. And when I come back, I will give you the okay, or if you need to wait.
Okay.
What killer are you running tonight?
Oh, I am doing Naughty Bear.
You're a trapper.
I love Naughty Bear. He's so cute. I'm just gonna give everyone bear hugs.
Oh, nice. All right. Well, I'm gonna pop over there, make sure everything's set with them, and I'll double check with Funko, make sure everything's set, and then you should be good to go.
Oops. Let's see, which other one do I want? I never know what I'm doing, so I'm going to... Okay. Y'all, I'm so nervous. Oh my goodness. Okay. Thank you, thank you. I'm gonna be Naughty Bear. I'm gonna try. I have brown items. I like this one. Can't get caught in your own trap. This one. Oh, actually, hold on. I could do green. Okay, okay, okay. Oh, yeah, I need the help. I don't know. I'm so nervous. Y'all, I don't play killer that much, especially in tournaments. Usually when I'm playing, I'm like, it's just fun. It's for charity. Right? I know. For charity! Woo! Y'all. For charity!
All right, so right now he is currently running the video for Train for a Cause. When it's done, you'll be good to ready up.
Okay. Sounds good, sounds good.
All right. What killer are you running?
A Naughty Bear.
The Naughty Bear. Yes. We love a good Naughty Bear. I hope to hear how excited they are about that.
I think we had talked about it earlier, and I was like, I want to be Naughty Bear because Naughty Bear is the best, and he can give you bear hugs.
Me and Chris are just arguing about shared custody of Maurice, because he's like, yeah, it's, because this is the Maurice map. He's like, yeah, it's shared custody between me and the dredge. I'm like, yeah, it's shared custody between me and you. I'm one of the very few dredge mates in this world.
You know what? I did notice this is I was like, I was pretty sure this is the one that has Maurice. I also love Maurice, and I cannot play this map without going to say hi to Maurice first, so I might go quickly stop by and go just say hi to the little guy. But we'll see. Maybe at the very end. I don't know.
Well,
do I want to
good luck.
sacrifice? Yeah.
Good luck, and you are clear to start whenever you're ready. I will go ahead and mute myself.
Okay. Add-ons are brown and green,
Green
right?
Green or brown
Okay.
only.
Okay. Yeah. Just want to double check. Triple check. Quadruple check. Okay. We got this. Oh. Fuzzy Wuzzy was a bear. Ooh! Thank you for the donations. I have the goal the team one on, so I'm gonna see.
Today will be full of fun and games.
One thing I've noticed is that sometimes just setting the traps near where you need it to be. Sometimes just putting them down. What? Who's over here? Ooh, Christmas wolf. Christmas wolf. Okay. Oh shit. Where are we going? Oh, sorry. Hi, Maurice. How are you? Yeah, you doing good? Yeah. Ah! Not the 2-gen. No! Wait, is this the gen dud? Where's the gen dud? No! Okay, I know they're over here. Someone's over here. Abby! Hattie, come back! just want to be friends. Come back. Ooh, where'd you go? All the way back over here. No. Oh, shoot. Hold on. Where is the other gen? No! Wait, someone was near here. Oh, there they are. Scratch marks. Oh, here. Hold on. Gotta go to the other side. Side. No. Hey, hey, hey! Oh, get out! Wait. Oh no. Oh no, I didn't even see you! Not even once! GG's.
That was so much fun to listen to.
All I wanted was hugs. I'm hugless.
Hello,
I'm gonna have to go
naughty.
yell at them now.
Yeah. How dare they? Okay.
Oh.
All I wanted was hugs.
No, sorry.
Neon, why won't you let me love you?
I'm sorry. You scared me. You scared me. Cute.
Oh man.
Armiki scared the heck out of me. Why did you go that way on the hill?
Well, I was like, wait, I haven't even seen you at all. And I'm like, oh, I saw you.
Make sure the map. What is it?
Rotten Fields,
All
I
right.
believe.
Yeah, Rotten Fields.
Yep, Rotten Fields is the next map.
Yep.
Chris, you got that set up. Neon, if you want to head over to Killer's voice chat, and I will be in there in just a minute to go rules with you.
Only residence, but
Neon never said what killer she's gonna be, huh?
No.
nah,
Oh, no.
they kept the cards close to their chest. I ain't
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Rotten Fields. There we go.
Neon about to put these 11K hours to the test.
Right?
Oh, here we go.
Oh,
we
what?
got some videos
Yeah.
going on again.
Oh, yeah.
We got Chris changing from, singing to Michael Jackson to...
Thanks. Oh my goodness. Whew. That was nerve-wracking. I was like, oh my god.
Heart.
Oh my. That's funny. Yeah, that was. Yeah, for every time in chat, like every time I play DBD, there's a channel redemption, where they can cash in points to make me sing a song of guilty pleasure, and so.
Ooh. Love that.
It's and so it's like and I only like enable it during Dead by Daylight. So when I'm playing Survivor and I'm like scared out of my mind, it's a fun spectacle.
Mm-hmm.
It's a great clip. It's definitely a great clip.
I have a redeem that's similar, but mine is because I have the memory of a goldfish. I never remember the lyrics to things, so mine is finish that lyric.
Oh no!
Well, that's gonna. I've actually got
fuego.
redeemed karaoke in mind.
I had karaoke set for a subathon, and they kept wanting me to sing WAP.
Oh, geez.
Oh, wow.
If it's not that, it's Cupcake.
For a sec, I thought you were talking like the old 2010s, like the dance, the WAP, like. I think that was worse. No, and then someone was like, I want you to sing WAP, but the Kids Bop version. And I was like,
there's a Kids Bop version?
Yes, it's called Wings and Pizza.
Wings and Pizza.
Ooh, okay.
What?
It's pain. It's pain.
It sounds like pain.
If it looks like pain, and it feels like pain,
and it walks like pain,
then it's my mods.
That's true. No, like I only have 2 mods. God bless them. They're absolutely sweet angels. But I'm hoping I can keep that rapport with them, because Lord, the moment that happens, I'm in trouble.
My mods are hooligans, and one mod knows too much about me to not be a mod, so he uses it.
The revolution is coming one day, saith my mod in my own chat. I'm cooked, y'all.
All right,
No,
everybody ready?
Yep.
Chris, map is set.
Let me see here. Rotten
It'll
Fields.
be Rotten Fields. Yep.
All right, cool. We're good.
Awesome. All right, I'm gonna pop over, go over rules with Neon real quick.
Okay.
And good luck.
Thanks. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, I'm gonna need it.
You know what's funny? So I was saying one of my things that I always when I play on that map specifically, I always go over to Maurice and say hi first. So that's why I like stopped and I was talking to Maurice first. You always have to.
Oh, that's what you were doing.
Yes, I have to.
I thought you were placing a trap down.
No, like I don't care if I'm
watching
killer,
you and I'm
survivor, anything. I have to go say hi to Maurice first. Go check in with Maurice, and then I'm like, okay, now we can play.
See, I don't know if this makes you happy, but me and Chris stopped to go pet Maurice before we started doing it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we did. But that was before you set the trap, so I got in my shared custody.
I got in my shared custody.
Yeah,
That's
I love Maurice. That's why I'm like, every single time they take Maurice away, I'm like, what are you doing? Why you keep taking Maurice away from us?
He's just on vacation with the Dredge.
You know what's funny? Given the lore of Maurice, he's actually from the Clown's Caravan. But because Dredge has a Maurice skin, everyone says Dredge claims Maurice.
I think Dredge just stole Maurice from me.
But also,
Dredge would do.
There is a keychain that they had from years ago, from like one of the first, or like the first couple like passes or whatever, and it says Maurice the Magnificent on it. And I want that so bad. And I'm like, listen, I don't understand. I don't think they realize how bad I would pay money for that. Like, I'm like, you need to bring that back somehow. Like, I want that.
If enough of us riot, they'll do it. We rioted for the beam. We rioted when they took Maurice.
Oh my
if we
God.
riot for it, we can make
Jim Bean. I forgot about Jim.
Just commission someone.
Holy
right?
shit!
I forgot about Jim, bro.
But it's in the game. It's the charms. Oh, the charms, not the keychain. The charms on the thing. Yeah.
That I would
If we
sacrifice
riot
my
harder.
firstborn for a bumper sticker that says "Honk if you love Maurice."
Yes!
Honk if
Oh
you
my
love
God!
Maurice is
Yes.
amazing.
Okay.
I won't even put it on my car. I'll just put it on my
Pinhead.
pinhead.
Oh, okay.
I want to be like Donald Trump and touch the box.
Wait, that's a crazy thing to say.
Listen, it was locker room talk. He's near the box. We're fucked.
Oh yeah.
Oh damn it!
Well, it's time to scamper. It's time to scamper.
Kind of scatter like roaches when the
No
lights
one?
come on. Oh my God! What is
No!
Oh!
I just want the.
I'm going. I got it.
Okay, they're on me. They're on me. Ah! No, I'm near the thing. Okay, get it now.
You're about right?
Ooh, they got the add-on where it takes longer for me to do it.
It's okay. They stopped helping me.
I got it done.
Nice.
Do you have plaything?
No plaything.
Okay, no plaything.
I have the icon for my. It looks like my bone is broken. What is that one?
By the way.
Yeah.
Sloppy Butcher. Yep. Sloppy Butcher.
Oh, I got.
I'm all the way on the other side, but I can come from the end.
Yeah, you all are generally in the same area.
Staying on me.
Yeah. Stay on the gen. I'm going.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I messed that one.
Oh.
Okay, Michelin.
She's gonna crochet here.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
Alright, time for me to lose my Golden Star Gay status and mess with the box.
You got the boxes.
Where was on Jen on Shaq?
Dice up.
Can you get unhooked?
Never
Reed?
mind.
Yeah, I can go.
I
I'm
cannot
going
touch the
towards it.
box. He's after
I'm going
me.
to the box. I'm going to the box. Don't run near the box. I got it. Ooh, hello.
I'm getting
here.
hooked.
Hey, thank you.
Not me.
Okay, I'm gonna heal you.
Get
Got
away from me. Go back to Spencer's where you
I summon
came
you.
from.
I summon you.
I summon. No summon.
No.
No summon.
I wanted it.
Any view where you going?
He's going back to kick my gem.
Okay.
Okay, I can go for Unlike here.
Okay.
He's
I
on,
have a
he's on the
heartbeat
other
coming my
side
way.
of the loop. He's on the other side of the loop to my.
That's
on the
me.
left.
Yeah, that's where I am.
Get you. We
At the intersection of conch and coral.
Okay.
Wait.
Baby girl. Damn.
Was that autodidact that I just saw?
No.
Oh my god.
No.
Why did I try to throw a snowball? Help.
I tried to do that in the beginning, bro. Okay, I was sick on the gen outside of track.
I got the slop. He gave me the sloppy toppy.
Wait, I
Okay.
forgot. Since Neil's not here, we don't have to go food anymore.
I'm gonna touch the butt. I'm gonna touch the butt, baba.
Oh Jesus.
Hey, I'm on the gen.
Don't
by
do
the
this.
truck.
Neon, please. Neon, please.
Oh.
Oh my god, I'm not picturing. Neon, please, Neon. Neon, I beg. Neon, don't do this. Neon, don't do this. Neon, please. Neon. Can we talk? Look at all the nice little piggies. Dang it. Yeah.
I know.
Ah.
Oh dang, he was going in the opposite direction of that pallet. I was about to.
I saw. I appreciate you wanting to save. They're
Dungeon!
heading to the dungeon. They're heading to the dungeon, yeah.
Okay. I can go for the unlock here.
Okay. I'm going towards Killer Shack.
I say if you want to do gen progression, I can make it.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Yeah. There's so many gens being worked on near here. Oh shit.
Call me Rowdy Rich because the way I'm about to go for it.
I'll go for the box instead.
Okay.
Yeah.
I lost them.
Oh, to go for the box?
They were near that gen that was like almost near the Killer Shack.
Pinhead is not near the box.
Okay, I'm at the box right now. I can get it.
No, they're near my hook.
Ooh, okay.
Oh no.
Alright, box time.
Dog. I don't know if that was nurses or not, or just really good timing. Oh, so when they touch the box, you go? Okay, Neon. Bias. Not biased.
You open it. I can.
Okay.
That's two.
Oh no, I forgot about that.
You can stack on that. I can work on this other one on the other side of
Go for it.
Killer Shack.
That one had a lot of progress at one point, so hopefully it's not too bad.
You did well.
Yeah,
you did well.
You got that jump though. Nice.
I was about to say they don't have painters, right?
No,
They
no
next
painters.
year.
No painters.
Heading to Shack.
I'm going to the box.
Shit! He saw me.
They're near?
Somebody wants to go for the unhook.
I can't. I'm picking up the box.
Okay.
I can go,
He's
but
headed back to the unhook, oddly enough. I'm getting poise value so much.
Summoning Jitsu.
The killer is near me somewhere.
He's chasing after me.
Sorry. Yeah. I'm going.
Aretha, you can get a gen. You can get a gen. I got the unhook.
Okay. I wanted to stop this gen.
Careful.
Oh.
Yes.
Okay,
Did they lose me? They lost me in the corn? They lost me in the corn?
Okay. I'm gonna go for the gen next to the hug if you wanna go for the hug.
Yeah.
I'm running away from hook. Yeah.
Come back to gen. Going to Shack.
Pinhead kicked it.
There's your comms.
Okay, I see. I'm
Mind
running
if I
back.
mind if I touch real quick?
No, tap it. Go ahead.
Tap it. Okay.
Yeah. Go tap it, because I can also get the hook.
Oh,
as well.
the trade. That's not what I wanted. Why are you so fast? Is it me? Am I the problem?
Am I the problem?
Killer Q is fast.
Am I the drama Jesus?
I feel like it. I got snatched.
I'm committing. I will die for this gen. 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 I'll die for this gen. Oh, why am I so slow? No.
They're not. It doesn't look like I have progression. I use that.
God pal down.
On me now, I think? On me.
Shoot.
I still have sloppy, so let me heal you.
Touch me. Oh no, wait.
Oh no.
I was at a box. This is kind of.
Oh damn.
Or goodbye, homies.
Oh no, where's the box?
Near the death. I think she saw it though.
No.
Yeah, she saw it. No, she didn't. She's ignoring it.
Okay.
Got blast mind anyway.
You know, we love that you.
And she left it alone.
I am oblivious with this thing in my hand.
Damn it. Ah. I'm running.
Please, God, please. How's the guild tally going? Good. We're on round 4 of 5. With the next round being my round.
No.
Working on the other gen.
Okay. I'm by Pig Tree.
Okay.
I'm going.
Let me
going on the rock.
to get my last one back, and I'll come get you. Actually, that's the last one again.
They're going to the gen that was behind me in that corner.
Just hit your skill checks. I'm coming.
Yep, I got it. Okay. They're heading towards Killer Shack area.
Neon.
Yeah.
They're headed.
Neon.
I hear your heart beat to the beat of the drum. Bang, bang.
Thank you. They're way in the corner there.
Even if they come, I'm finishing the heal.
Okay.
I'm going back to the box. Then we were on, we're on the other side.
Okay. I'll work on this one because it just gets gen pressure.
Oh, yeah.
No!
Where I die.
No!
Homie.
Upper room.
Y'all got this.
Aretha, be careful.
Yeah.
This gen. Does she assume blast mines on it again?
Maybe.
Oh, yeah, let's try to get the value.
Oh. Killer near me.
Wait. Does she know?
If she got good headphones, yes. And she's got spies in the shadows. By the way, this bird keeps twitching.
That's mine?
Okay. Oh, they didn't go back for it.
No.
You gotta live. You gotta live for us. You gotta survive. Oh, they waved me out.
Okay.
They didn't want my blast mine. I cry.
They might go back for it.
It's gotta be right before I die. One good touch. One good touch before death. They touched it.
W.
That last Hail Mary. That last Hail Mary.
Why am I so slow?
W,
I
got a 4K.
No.
Brutal Rapid. Oh, it's the Biffle.
Oh.
Yeah, save the best for last.
I didn't even think about rapid brutality. And save the best for last. Oh my goodness.
Because yeah, I was
Neon
like,
was playing chess.
Right?
I was skipping stones.
Yamaoka 1.
Family residence 1.
Whew.
That's the storehouse.
Hello.
Neon.
Neon!
You scared me, by the way. I'm scared of you.
We didn't expect a single thing. You kept your cards close to your chest.
I'm saying.
We didn't even know that you were
What
gonna
is he,
pull out
orbital
the
huntress
P
or a spring trap,
right?
even the VOD.
and the P100. I even forget their name.
The Cenobite?
Yeah, the Cenobite.
Neon, I tried to summon you every time I picked up that box. The one time I didn't touch the box was when you teleported. My feelings were hurt.
Yay! Let's go.
Oh, that's funny.
Oh, you did your thing. GG's, Neon.
You really did.
GG's.
You really did.
All right, so he is currently running ads. Then he will be announcing the winner of the second $50 Amazon gift card.
Okay.
Oh, okay. I thought they already know. I thought they already announced it.
No. He's gonna be pulling it here in just a minute before the last match.
Okay.
So if you guys are all set, Pebs, I believe it's your turn, and
you got this.
we are going to Yamoka Estate Family Residence 1, Chris.
Yep, it's set already.
Awesome. Yeah, if you guys want to just check in after the ad break and to see who wins. If not, if it's one of you guys, I'll pop in and let you guys know.
Wait, do you know what the score is right now? By any chance?
Unfortunately, it's still updating because you guys are still going on. So all we know is it's close.
It's close?
It's close.
As far as I know, is it's close, but I can't see it.
Okay, gracias. Thank
you. Yep. Pebs, if you want to head over to Killer.
No. I'm playing. I'm sorry.
Alright. My bad. That just reminded me of that GIF. If you type in kidnapping, you got a woman like holding onto the wall, and she just lets go, like, "Oh no!"
Oh yeah. Yeah, I know that. I know the one you're talking about. That's funny.
All right, I'm gonna pop over and give Pebs the rundown real quick. This is the last match. Thank you guys for joining. It's been a very fun tournament. I hope you guys have all had fun.
Thank you. Yes.
It was definitely an experience. I'll say that.
It's been fun.
But no, it's been 100% fun. Yeah.
Love to hear that.
Always a pleasure when I can make new friends with DVD.
Feel like I might need to sleep for a week after this, though.
What did you all think when you loaded in and you heard the Cenobite noise?
I literally yelled out, "Pinhead!"
Yeah.
I was like, nobody's taking this guy. I got him.
The Cinnabon? The
Cinnabon.
I was like, oh no.
The runaway Claire's employee.
I love doing the chains. I love, like, you're not supposed to really do it from far away, but I just do them because I can do the shots, and it's very satisfying.
Nah, you were cooking, bro. You scared me, bro.
That was that. I was screaming, crying, farting.
Good. All good things.
Everything.
I literally spawned next to bones, and I was like on the bones, and every single time I tried to touch them, like something happened. I'm like, I'm like, that's it. I give up on those ones.
Yeah, I heard you tickling them, and I was like, oh, tickling those.
Oh man.
Ooh.
Nobody put on what about Resurgence, Deja Vu, Overcome, Lucky Break, right?
I was thinking about it like, oh wait, do we have Deja Vu? Number? Oh wait, you're the killer now.
Yeah.
Oh, actually,
well, yeah, I wasn't sure if somebody switched to it.
I'm gonna change my build if that's alright with you.
Yeah. Yep, mine's still life, built to last, overzealous, and inner strength.
I'm gonna put Kindred on for better information.
Nice.
That's so.
Okay.
Even I think I'll keep that. I'll keep it like that.
Yes, we surpassed the goal. We're at 1,180. Woo! Let's go.
Let's go.
W.
Yeah, if anyone hasn't typed in Unity in the main chat and Funko Beard's chat, go do it now.
Oh wait, have they?
Nope, they're gonna do it like soonish. Yeah, and you have to be there to get it.
Oh wait. Oh okay. Let me make them.
I mean, they'll let us know if we're in it because they obviously know that we're in it. Ooh, donation.
Ooh, nice.
Ooh, we got $20 donation, so now we're $1,200.
W.
Oh, Mini Mina streams! Yay!
Yo!
W.
Congrats!
W, homie.
Very nice. Rita, how long is your stream? Oh, you've been on for 7.5 hours.
So I didn't think about it. I was just like knew that today was 11, and I was like, I need to make sure that I'm on for this tournament, and I was gonna be on before. So I started half an hour early and everything, and then when we were live, I'm like, wait a minute, I'm the last group to go. I really don't need to start now, but I was already started, so I'm like, well, I guess we're here all day.
Yeah, I was thinking about that too. And then Funko put in the Discord like how it would probably be after like 5 o'clock or whatever the time zone is. I was like, oh shit, I'm not gonna start at noon then.
Yeah, like I was, like all I had known beforehand was that the event started at 1, so I was like, well, guess I'm marathoning this stuff, and then I was, then they notified us of the timetable today. I was like, oh, thank the Lord.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
it.
I
would imagine starting a stream at 1 and then like not playing until like what time is it now? Like 6, almost 8.
Yeah.
I actually never saw the post. Someone in chat came in and told me about it after. I was like, oh really?
No.
I was like, well, I'm live now. So my first couple matches, that's why I played Killer a couple times before, and I was like, well, I'll practice Killer, and then Pebs came in, and I was like, well, if you're down, I'm willing to play some matches if you want to play. So that's why I was like, I'm playing if anyone wants to play. And like in between, like checking up on like the tournament and seeing what's happening, and I always had the tournament kind of playing in the background too, so I could keep up.
Yeah, my nerves had Funko's stream open like all day today.
Yeah.
The same.
Oh shoot! Last game. Okay, I'm supposed to be watching.
Last game.
I'm supposed to be watching Traders in like 7 minutes with my friends. I have to tell them, hold on, give me a half an hour.
Actually, but yeah, it's only gonna be like what, 15 minutes probably.
Yeah, it's not gonna be too long.
It almost where have I felt this feeling before? Oh, I know exactly where I felt this feeling before. I'm sitting here thinking about the scores and how everything's lining up right now.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I haven't felt this kind of tension in a while, and I was like, when have I felt this tension last? And it finally hit me. So y'all know the show Deal or No Deal, right?
Oh yeah.
And so it's like how he gets off the phone with the dude at the top floor, and then they try to come up with the offer. Like that's the same tension I'm feeling right now.
Hi, hi. Everybody ready?
We ready?
Yep.
Okay. Yep, just waiting
Ready
for
as
y'all to
I'll
ready
ever
up
be.
here.
As to how ready that is, we'll find out.
All right, go ahead, ready up, everybody, and good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi. It's what you give. It's what you get. It's what you give. It's what you give. All right, basement. All right, music. Shut up. I gotta lock in.
And I am so hungry
The
after
Yama
this too.
Ufka. Yama. Oh no. Yama.
Oh.
Huh?
Is that not it?
Only DC?
Yep, Pep's left.
Yeah. Oh, it was a Legion.
I thought. Oh.
The nurses, whack, friends till the end, and sloppy. Oh lord.
Ooh.
Family residence 1. Yeah, I got it.
What happened?
Wait, was it a map?
Was it not right?
No, the map was right.
Oh.
Oh. Oh, could have been the add-on. I didn't see what add-ons.
Oh, yeah, maybe.
Well, because you could do green and brown.
Brown and green.
It's funny because even before I was like going, I'm like, wait. They're like, no questions. I'm like, yeah, no question. Wait. Brown and green add-ons, right? It was like last minute. I'm like, oh my god, right? I could do that, right?
That's on me, guys. I didn't realize it was gonna run your clips, so.
Oh.
Oh. Okay,
Yeah.
so everything was good. It was just
Everything was good.
Mm-hmm.
He did the charity video, and then he went right into your guys' clips video. So
Yeah.
Okay.
you guys can ready up, and Pev's just waiting.
Okay.
Yeah, Peps came to my channel and said, I started too soon. I thought the channel was done. I thought it was right after the ad.
See, we'd have the person with the most hours here?
Yes?
I am baby. I am a little over 1K. I am baby.
I have 3,399, I think, and I had 900 on Switch before, so I'm like around 4. Pebs was near 8K, so I think Pebs is like second unless someone else has more than 8K.
Nah, that's a second. I got 2,300 right now.
Damn. That's a chunk.
We played this game too much, I think.
Right?
No.
Well, I started
or not enough.
Not enough.
I started to think, because like it's weird because it's like, you know how behavior does your own like game stats, and so it's like I'm mainly a survivor. I'm like mainly a survivor main, so I'm like, oh, my Dead by Daylight thing on Steam says 1,000, but how much of that 1,000 hours was spent in actual matches? And they said, oh, about 530. So I was like, oh, crap.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like now these days you spend more time waiting. The queues are kind of.
It is a queue.
Yeah.
DVD is a bit of a queue. So.
Right, let's make sure we spread apart.
Scatter like roaches when the lights come on.
Sounds good.
It's the thing I constantly sing to myself. Scatter like roaches when the lights come on.
2K hours in lobby, right?
2K hours in lobby is funny.
Ooh, okay, almost.
Scatter.
All right, almost.
Well, you're going towards Shack, I see, right?
Well, I am headed in the exact. I think I'm running into danger. We'll see. I don't
Coming to
think I am.
main. I'm gonna stay in main. Legion sees me. Okay, I'm gonna separate.
Okay, I'm gonna go this way then.
Working on Jen in Killer Shack. Basement's not in Killer Shack.
Oh.
I'm right now, Shack.
Oh, I hear them. I'm in main.
Okay, I'm going down the other side of the map then.
Staying main?
Okay.
Someone else, I think? Oh, man, myself. Out of power or power cell?
They were out of power now.
Oh, yeah, we're about to find out.
Shoot.
Not broken. What's Smiley playing?
Oh, I screamed.
Same.
Well, the pin is fine. You shouldn't be like healing anyways. The pin is kind of wasted.
Yeah, no, it's just Smiley pin, so you're just blind.
Sloppy Butcher.
Many.
They're walking.
Sloppy Butcher maybe face the darkness? Because somebody screamed while somebody was injured?
Yes, I think I screamed. Oh, they're still on me?
So potentially a face the darkness situation?
I haven't seen
I'm running towards the back. Oh, I screamed again. Oh shit, I'm going towards Shack. I'm trying to stay away from the gen.
The gen's almost
they
done,
left
so
me,
if you
they
wanna
left
run
me.
here, you can.
They left. They're on their way. Oh. Okay.
The gen next to Shack that you ran to, is at like 80, 90
Okay.
if you want to rotate over to it.
Okay. Oh shoot.
Skedaddle.
Oh shoot. Oh shoot.
Hey, what's up?
Not me running towards the killer. Okay, the killer's still over here.
You want to heal after this?
Sure. I mean, maybe.
Be careful, she's feral.
Oh shoot. Oh, I was trying to drop the gen, but it wasn't working.
You know what? I'm gonna try this.
Okay, I'm leaving. Oh no, I'm not leaving.
Yeah, there's a tight 3-gen over there where I was working on.
On the check side?
Yeah, she's kicking that gen again. No, she's still here. We're in the corner.
That gen been
Actually, I can just I'm gonna try to get my auto back up.
Oh, sure.
Okay, I'm trying to run away, but oh, I'm exhausted. I'm exhausted. I'm exhausted. I'm exhausted.
Thank you. Oh, what was that? Deathbound.
Deathbound. There we go.
I'm by.
Yeah, when you went down, you're kind of in the middle of a 3-gen right there.
Okay, so there's that one.
Unless you pop that gen, I'll see where the.
Going towards main. Heading towards main.
Okay,
Yeah,
wait,
keep your gen.
I'm working
Yeah,
on
keep doing the gen.
generator.
I'll go front.
Yeah, keep doing the gen. I got time. I got time. Yeah, pop it.
Okay.
Because there is a gen in
I'll come
front of
get
me
you,
as
but
well.
I'm trying to separate.
Yeah.
Going back towards Hook.
Yeah, we gotta separate.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, she's under power. I think she's feral.
Yeah, she's here. Oh, I power.
Working on the gen near the pagoda.
Damn it!
Probably go. I might leave you hanging just a little bit longer just to see what
Killer went towards the main building.
Okay, so that means I can get back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Let's go to the hook. You can try to do maybe who you
W.
Oh shit.
W. Pupper's charm.
Oh yeah. I'm heading this way.
Yeah, back towards the hook.
Okay, I'm gonna separate a bit. Try to go to the ocean. Wrap around Shad, go for it on the
I'm
I
headed
think halfway,
towards
the gen that we were doing together, it's like halfway.
Oh shit! I was like, why couldn't I hear the tear radius? I heard breathing.
Yeah, Death Mound.
Yeah, Death Mound is the radius.
Oh no.
Look for the very close to the mid-gen. Oh, left you?
Yeah.
Back at the hook.
They're headed back to the hook?
Yeah, they're at the hook. Me? Thing on me. I'm gonna take it to Shaq. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, Shaq is free to. Shaq is free to move.
Oh, yeah. What's the window? No bam.
Working on the gen. Working on the gen on the other side of the pagoda.
They left me.
Oh shoot! They're coming for me. No! Ah, get away! Yeah, they're in the power. They hit me and left. This gen's like almost
Not
done.
anymore, she ain't. Not no more, she ain't. Not
Oh,
anymore.
no. Okay, I'm gonna finish this gen. Damn it.
You're gonna finish that? Okay, I'll go on the one in. There's one in Maine. I'm gonna start on that one.
Man, I'm on the
Run,
one
run,
by
run,
the
run, run.
gazebo.
I'm gonna heal.
Alright, yeah, that's a good start then.
I think she lost me. Yeah, she
Okay.
lost me. Poised value.
No! No!
Oh no!
My blood like literally trailed over here. I was like almost done healing too.
Oh shit. Son of a bitch.
Just take a
I'm not gonna be able to stop us both. We're very far apart.
Yeah,
Keep
sure.
Pebs busy.
I'm in
but
Maine.
In Maine.
My
I'm
screen,
so
she's still
blind.
there.
Are you freezing the generator?
Need me to come pick up or no?
Out of power at Maine. On that gen. Just go back.
Oh, that's what that was. Okay.
Yeah.
Alright, I should be able to help with them. So,
Alright, cool. I'll try to find my way
Yeah,
to the
you're
door.
good, you're good, you're good.
right about now. Just do, oh, Shack side and gazebo side.
She's on me.
I'm looking at the
At
gazebo
a-
door.
Oh shit, she's right there. And she kicked this pallet too. No.
Alright, gazebo door, across from Shack is 99.
I'll come over to you for a heal so we can get us.
Yeah.
You want me or you have Dick Dac, right?
Yeah.
Did you say Tic
Oh my
Tac?
gosh. Dick Dac. Dick Dac
I
too.
just call it auto gazebo.
I call it auto xylophone because I'm a Tumblr idiot.
Where are you running?
Near Maine.
Oh, jeez. Okay.
I can.
Leave.
No, we should open these doors.
Should?
Yeah.
They're being hooked where we spawned. Where we spawned.
Let's open that other door. Are you at the other door?
I'm actually at the door. I'm just.
running in main, but I don't think she's left main. She's headed towards the doors.
Oh, no, still in main.
Nope, never mind. She's back at the hook. Leave.
Back on the hook, yeah.
Yeah, open that. We're gonna go in together.
No.
Altruism.
Altruism is going to be the thing that kills you both. Leave.
No way. If we don't all leave, if we don't leave together. Let me see if I can.
You pebble?
No, I don't. Wish I did. Wait, leaving go main?
No.
Still
in front.
Go.
Oh, that's right. Okay. I'm running the shot.
I got body blocked by Legion.
No. Wait.
Just keep running.
She's feral, careful.
Wait, they kind of
Do you still have check palette?
No, check palette's gone, I think.
I'm
What's
cooked,
going
chat.
on? Looking for Ash? Where are you going?
I'm cooked, chat.
Tic Tac.
Where'd you go?
I'm still near the.
I would say you can go.
Yeah.
She's at the door.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
You can go to the
But you
other
go
door.
to the door. Go for the door. I'll go through
Yeah.
the gazebo.
I was
Nice.
GG.
Let's go.
Wait, did you get the hatch? Or what'd you get? What'd you get? I didn't see.
Get the door.
I got it.
Other door.
Oh, GG.
That was intense.
Great job, everybody. Your other teammate will be here to join you, and then Funko will be coming in to give you to chat with you guys.
Sounds good.
Thank you guys for joining in the journey.
Thank you.
Thanks for having us.
Hey, that's all on Funko. I'm just here to help.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. You scared the ever-living daylights out of me.
Oh my god.
Literally like crying in my head. I was going, leave.
No.
We will never leave you behind.
And I was like, oh, they're way over there. I can get in this locker and heal. And then and then you both grabbed by me, and I was like, no.
I saw you with my flag, and I was like, I want to run past her, but I can't ignore this.
I didn't realize I saw Thwack go off and saw Rita in the locker. I was like, oh no, Thwack is getting this value.
No.
Oh my god. Hi everyone.
Hi.
Great job. I hope everyone had a fun time. Being silly, playing games, playing DVD. It was so entertaining. You guys were so good. And guess what? We surpassed our goal. Our goal was for $1,000. We raised $1,200. So thank you.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Thank you. Hope everyone had a great time. How do you feel? How do you feel about your matches and your games?
Super fun.
Yeah, it was fun.
It was awesome. I loved it.
I'm going to Disney World.
Yeah, as you should. Can I go?
Can I go?
Thank you so much. I appreciate all of you so much. We're counting the scores right now.
Okay.
We're going to announce the winner. So
Okay.
good luck. Cross his fingers.
All right.
Thank you.
Sounds good.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Boy.
I'm surprised no one played Kaneki.
Oh my god.
I've been up
lights.
against enough Kanekis in the Bone Chill queues.
Karasu.
Yeah,
Yes.
Right?
Oh.
I also came across my fix of crawfish in the Bone Chill queue, so I'm totally fine with no crawfish either. So no Krasu.
Everybody definitely had unexpected killers. It was very refreshing to watch. It was very fun.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I was like, it's been a minute since I saw the pig in a game.
Yeah.
And somebody picked Doctor. The only repeats were Trapper and Wraith.
Yeah.
Or what I'm doing is because I added a couple sentences to my paper, which means the formatting.
Right, well, thank you, friend.
Yes, thank you. I'm gonna raid into Funko, so I'm gonna go get something to eat. I was streaming so long. Yes.
Catch you later.
Catch you later. Bye.
Bye.
Y'all, I am so tired. I gotta go watch Traders in my Discord right now. So if anyone wants to come watch Traders with us, you're more than welcome. But we're gonna go over and say hi to the Funko Beard, who is currently still streaming and gonna be announcing the winners. So I'm gonna pay attention and see who wins. But yeah, so we're gonna go run over. Thank you everyone for being here. What? Raid settings do not allow you to raid it this time. What? What? How come? Yo, I wanted to go raid. Hold on, let me put on this. See if I can do it now? No! It won't let me. Okay. Okay, hold on. Ooh. I've seen people rating him all night. Like, why is it just me? Like, it was before, right? Okay, I guess we'll have to wait. Woo! Yay! 4th place is the Women's Guild. Woo! Ooh! Do. Yay! Hype in chat. Okay. I guess we'll have to go and raid someone else because I can't. I can't raid Funko. see if I can find someone to raid. Oh shit. No! Hang on. Okay. Yay! I'm like, I don't even know who to raid. I have an idea. I have something. Yay! Okay. Yes. Mm. Thank you for hosting. Okay. Yay! Okay. I'm just gonna raid out to whoever we raid out to, but I don't know. Are they all done? Everyone's done? Is Neon getting? Wait. Wait. You know what? Hold on. Are you continuing to stream? Hold on. Damn it! Are you continuing to stream? I think Neon is. Neon is. Okay. Okay. We're gonna go see hi to Neon. All right, okay. All right, we are gonna go say hi to Neon. They were our killer. They're the only ones that got the 4K. They have 11,000 hours. Like, oh my god, I kid you not. All right, okay. Okay. Let me chatting. There we go. Sorry, I just need to like. Okay. Okay, so I think I'm gonna go say hi to Neon. That's what I'm gonna say to. They were part of our team. Here are the raid messages. The first one is if you're a subscriber. The second one is if you are a follower. Let's go over and share the love with our fellow team member. And yeah. I need to go watch Traders. I will be in my Discord. See you all over there. Thank you so much for hanging out with us and sticking with me for, oh my god, 8 hours. Yeah, I need to get off. I need to get off this computer. I need to go to a different computer. All right. Y'all have a wonderful night and I'll talk to you later. Bye.